梁歌制作，李家庄，作者赵树理。第一章，李家庄有座龙王庙，看庙的叫老宋。老宋原来也有名字，可是因为他的年纪老，谁也不提他的名字，又因为他的地位低，谁也不加什么称呼。
Production by Liang Gu, author of Li Jiazhuang, Zhao Shuli. Chapter 1. There is a Dragon King temple in Li Jiazhuang, and the temple visitor is called Old Song. Lao Song originally had a name, but because of his old age, no one mentioned his name, and because of his low status, no one called him anything.
不论白胡、老汉，不论才会说话的小孩，大家一致都叫他老宋。抗战以前的89年，这龙王庙也办祭祀，也算村公所。修德堂东家李如珍也是村长，也是射手。
Regardless of whether he is an old man with a white beard or a child who can only talk, everyone calls him Old Song. In 1989, before the anti-Japanese war, the Dragon King Temple also held sacrifices and was regarded as a village hall. Li Ruzhen, the owner of Zayudatang, was also the village head and community leader.
因此，老宋也有2份差，是村警也是庙管。庙里挂着一口钟，老宋最喜欢听见钟响。打这钟也有2种意思，若是只打3声，往往是老宋亲自打，就是有人敬神；若是不住乱打。
Therefore, Lao Song also had 2 jobs, as a village policeman and as a temple administrator. There is a bell hanging in the temple, and Lao Song likes to hear the bell ringing the most. Ringing the bell also has 2 meanings. If it only rings 3 times, often Lao Song rings it himself, it means that someone is worshipping God. If it rings continuously, it means that someone is worshipping the God.
就是有人说理，有人敬神，老宋可以吃上1份献供；有人说理，老宋可以吃1份烙饼。一天，老宋正做早饭，听见庙门响了一声，接着就听见那口钟当当当地响起来。隔着竹帘子看
Just someone to reason with. Some people worship the gods, and Lao Song can eat a portion of the offerings. Some people argue, and Lao Song can eat a portion of pancakes. One day, Lao Song was making breakfast when he heard the temple door ringing, and then heard the bell ringing. Look through the bamboo curtain.
打钟的是本村的教书先生春喜。春喜就是本村人，官名李耀堂，是修德堂东家的本家侄儿。前几年老宋叫春喜就是春喜，这回春喜已经20好几岁了，又在中学毕过业。
The one who rings the clock is Chuanxi, the teacher in the village. Chuanxi is from this village. His official name is Li Yaotang, and he is the nephew of the owner of Zayudatang. A few years ago, Lao Song called Chuanxi, Chuanxi. Now Chuanxi is already in his 20s and has graduated from middle school.
又在本村教小学，因此也叫不得春喜了。可是一个将近60岁的老汉，把他亲眼看着长大了的年轻后生硬叫成先生，也有点不好意思。老宋看见打钟的是他。
He also teaches elementary school in this village, so he can no longer be called Chuanxi. But it was a bit embarrassing for an old man who was nearly 60 years old to call a young man he had watched grow up as Sir. Lao Song saw that he was the one ringing the clock.
一时虽想不起该叫他什么，可是也急忙迎出来，等他打罢了钟，向他招呼道：“屋里坐吧，你跟谁有什么事了？”春喜对他这招待好像没有看见，一声不哼走进屋里，向他下命令道。
Although I couldn't think of what to call him at the moment, I hurriedly came out to greet him. After he finished ringing the bell, I greeted him. Sit down in the room. What do you want to do with someone? Chuanxi didn't seem to notice his reception. She walked into the room and gave him an order without saying a word.
你去报告村长，就说铁锁把我的桑树砍了，看几时给我说，老宋去了。等了一会，老宋回来说， 村长还没有起来。村长说今天晌午开会，春喜说好，说了站起来，头也不回就走了。
Go and report to the village chief that Iron Saw has cut down my mulberry trees. Let me know when. Lao Song went. After waiting for a while, Lao Song came back and said, the village chief hasn't gotten up yet. The village chief said there will be a meeting at noon today. Chuanxi said, okay. She stood up and left without looking back.
老宋把饭做成，盛在一个串门大碗衣里，端在手里，走出庙来，回手锁住庙门，去通知各项办公人员和事主。他一边吃饭一边找人，饭吃完了人也找遍了，最后走到福顺昌杂货铺。
Lao Song made the rice, put it in a big bowl, held it in his hand, walked out of the temple, locked the temple door, and notified various office staff and the victims. He was looking for people while eating, and after he finished eating, he was looking for people everywhere, and finally walked to Fu Shanchang grocery store.
通知了掌柜王安福，又取了20斤白面回庙里去。这20斤面是准备开会时候做烙饼用的。从前没有村公所的时候，村里人有了事是请射手说理。说的时候，不论是射手、原被事主、证人
notified Wang Anfu, the shopkeeper, and took another 20 kilograms of white noodles back to the temple. These 20 kilograms of noodles are for making pancakes during meetings. In the past, when there was no village office, villagers would ask the community leader to explain things to them. When speaking, whether it is the head of the society, the original victim, witnesses.
庙管帮忙，每人吃1斤面烙饼。赶到说完了，原被事主有理的摊4成，没理的摊6成。民国以来，又成立了村公所，后来阎锡山巧立名目，又成立了西宋会。不论怎样改，
The temple manager and the helper each ate a pound of pancakes. When they arrived and finished talking, the victim was given 40% for the reasonable ones and 60% for the unreasonable ones. Since the Republic of China, the village office has been established. Later, Yan Xishan cleverly established a litigation committee, no matter how it was changed.
在李家庄只是旧规添上新规，在说理方面，只是烙饼增加了几份，除社员、事主、证人帮忙以外，再加上村长副、驴林长、调解员等每人1份。一串门大碗，即1碗可以吃饱的大碗。
In Lijiazwang, there are only new rules added to the old rules. In terms of reasoning, there are only a few more pancakes. In addition to the members, victims, witnesses, and helpers, there is also one for each person, such as the deputy village chief, the neighborhood chief, and the mediator. A big bowl that can be eaten at home.
到了晌午，饼也烙成了，人也都来了。有个射手叫小毛的，先给大家派烙饼。修德堂东家李如珍是村长，又是射手；李春喜是教员，又是事主。照例是2份。
At noon, the pancakes were baked and everyone came. There was a club leader named Xiao Mao who distributed pancakes to everyone first. Li Ruzhen, the owner of Zayudatang, was the village chief and the club leader, and Li Chuanxi was the teacher and the owner. As usual, 2 copies.
其余凡是顶2个名目的，也都照例是2份，只有1个名目的照例是1份。不过也有不同，像老宋，他虽然也是村井兼庙管，却照例又只能得1份。小毛自己虽是1份。
As usual, there are 2 copies for those with 2 titles, and 1 portion for those with only 1 title. But there are differences. Like Lao Song, although he is also a village policeman and temple administrator, he can only get 1 share as usual. Although Xiao Mao himself is a share.
可是村长照例只吃1碗鸡蛋炒过的，其余照例是小毛拿回去了。照例还得余3两份，因为怕半路来了什么照例该吃空份子的人。吃过了饼， 桌子并起来了，村长坐在正位上。
But the village chief only ate a bowl of scrambled eggs as usual, and Xiao Mao took the rest back as usual. As usual, there are still 2 or 3 portions left, because I am afraid that someone will come along and eat the empty portion as usual. After eating the bread, the tables were put together and the village chief sat in his seat.
调解员是福顺昌掌柜王安福，靠着村长坐下，其余的人也都依次坐下。小毛说：“开枪吧，先生。你的原告，你先说。”春喜说：“好，我就先说。”说着，把椅子往前一挪。
The mediator was Wang Anfu, the shopkeeper of Fu Shanchang. He sat down next to the village chief, and the rest of the people also sat down in turn. Xiao Mao said, "Speak up, sir. Your accuser, you speak first." Chuanxi said, "Okay, I'll talk first." She moved her chair forward.
两只手互相把袖口往上一捋，把脊梁骨挺得直撅撅地说道：“张铁锁的南墙外有我一个破茅厕。”铁锁插嘴道：“你的。”李如珍喝道：“干什么？一点规矩也不懂。问你时候你再说。”
He pushed up his sleeves with both hands, straightened his spine and said, "I have a broken toilet outside the south wall of Zhangtiesua." Tai Suo interjected, "Yours?" Li Ruzhen shouted, "What are you doing? You don't understand any rules. You can tell me when I ask you."
回头又用嘴指了指春喜，说吧。春喜接着道：“茅厕旁边有棵小桑树，每年的桑叶简直轮不着我自己摘，一出来芽就有人摘了。昨天太快落的时候，我家里去这桑树下摘叶。”
He turned around and pointed at Chuanxi with his mouth. "Say it." Chuanxi continued, "There is a small mulberry tree next to the toilet. It is almost not my turn to pick the mulberry leaves every year. Someone else picks them as soon as the buds come out. Yesterday, when it was falling too fast, my family went to pick leaves from this mulberry tree."
张铁锁女人说是偷他们的桑叶，硬拦住不叫走。恰好我放学回去碰上，说了他几句，他才算丢开手。本来我想去找张铁锁，叫他管教他女人，后来一想，些小事走开算了，何必跟他一般计较。
The woman Zhang Tiesua said she was stealing their mulberry leaves and refused to let her go. I happened to meet her when I came back from school. I talked to her a few words before she let go. Originally, I wanted to go to Zhang Tiesua and ask him to discipline his woman, but later when I thought about it, just leave it alone, why bother with her?
因此也没有去找他。今天早上我一出门，看见桑树不在了，我就先去找铁锁。一进门我说：“铁锁，谁把茅厕边那小桑树砍了？”他老婆说：“我。”我说：“你为什么砍我的桑树？”他说
So I didn't go looking for him. As soon as I went out this morning, I saw that the mulberry tree was no longer there, so I went to look for the iron lock first. As soon as I entered the door I said, "Iron lock. Who cut down the little mulberry tree next to the toilet?" His wife said, "Me." I said, "Why did you chop down my mulberry tree?" She said,
你的，你去打听打听是谁的。我想我的东西还要去打听别人，因此我就打了钟来请大家给我问问他。我说完了，叫他说吧，看他指什么砍树。李如真用嘴指了一下铁锁，张铁锁。
"You're? Go and find out whose it is. I think I have to ask others for my stuff." So I called the clock and asked everyone to ask me about him. I've finished speaking, let him speak. See what he means by cutting down the tree. Li Ruzhen pointed at Tai Suo with her mouth. Zhang Tai Suo.
你说吧，你为什么砍人家的树？铁锁道：怎么你也说是他的树？李如真道： 我还没有问你，你就先要问我了，是不是？你们这些外路人实在没有规矩，来了2、3辈了，还是不服教化。
Say it. Why do you cut down other people's trees? Tai Soa said, Why do you also say it is his tree? Li Ruzhen said, You have to ask me first before I ask you, right? You outsiders really have no rules. After 2 or 3 generations, I still refuse to accept the teaching.
小毛也教训铁索道：“你说你的理就对了，为什么先要跟村长顶嘴？”铁索道：“对，我说我的理。这棵桑树也不是我栽的，是他自己出的，不过长在我的茅厕墙边，总是我的吧。”
Xiao Mao also taught Tai Soa a lesson. You are right to say what you think is right. Why did you talk back to the village chief first? Tai Soa said, Yes, I'll tell you my truth. I didn't plant this mulberry tree, it grew on its own. But it grows by my toilet wall, so it's always mine, right?
可是哪一年也轮不到我摘叶子，早早的就被人家偷光了。李如真道：“简单些，不要拉那么远。”铁索道：“他拉的也不近。”小毛道：“又顶起来了。你是来说理来了，是来顶村长来了。”
But it was never my turn to pick the leaves any year, and they were all stolen early. Li Ruzhen said, Easy. Don't pull that far. Tai Soa said, He didn't even get close. Xiao Mao said, It's up again. Are you here to reason? Are you here to talk to the village chief?
铁索道：“你们为什么不叫我说话？”福顺昌掌柜王安福道：“算了，愿咱们说不了事情。我看双方的争执在这里，就是这茅厕究竟该属谁？我看这样子吧，要糖。你说这茅厕是你的。”
Tai Soa said, Why don't you ask me to speak? Fu Shunchang shopkeeper Wang Anfu said, Forget it. I blame us for not being able to talk about things. I think the dispute between the 2 parties is over who should own this toilet. Let me see it this way, Yao Tang. You said this toilet is yours.
你有什么凭据？春喜道：“我那是祖业，还有什么凭据？”王安福又向铁索道：“铁索你了，你有什么凭据？”铁索道：“连院子带茅厕都是他爷爷手卖给我爷爷的，我有气质。”
What credentials do you have? Chuanxi said, That's my ancestral property. What proof do I have? Wang Anfu said to Tai Soa again, Tai Soa are you? What credentials do you have? Tai Soa said, Even the yard and toilet were sold to my grandfather by his grandfather. I have the deed.
说着，从怀里取出契纸来，递给王安福。大家都围拢着看契，李如真却只看着春喜。春喜道：“大家看吧，看他契上是一个茅厕啊，是2个茅厕。”铁索道：“那上边自然是一个。”
As he said this, he took out the deed paper from his arms and handed it to Wang Anfu. Everyone gathered around to read the deed, but Li Ruzhen only looked at Chuanxi. Chuanxi said, Everyone, take a look. Look, there is 1 toilet on the deed, but 2 toilets. Tai Soa said, Of course there is one up there.
俺如今用的那个，谁不知道是俺爹新打的？李如真道：“不是凭你的嘴硬了，你记得记不得？”铁索道：“那是30年前的事，我现在才20岁，自然记不得。可是村里上年纪的人多了。”
Who doesn't know that the one I'm using now is my dad's new one? Li Ruzhen said, It's not because of your strong words. Do you remember? Tai Soa said, That happened 30 years ago. I am only 20 years old now, so naturally I can't remember it. But there are many elderly people in the village.
咱们请出几位来打听一下。李如真道：“怕你嘴硬了，还用请人？” 我到50多了，可是我就记不得。小毛道：我也40多了，自我记事，那里就是2个茅厕。铁锁道：小毛说
Let's invite a few people to find out. Li Ruzhen said, Are you afraid that you will be harsh? Do you still need to hire someone? I'm over 50, but I can't remember it. Xiao Mao said, I am also over 40, and I remember that there are 2 toilets there. Tai Suo said, Uncle Little Mao.
咱们说话都要凭良心呀。李如珍翻起白眼向铁锁道：照你说是大家打火讹你了，是不是？铁锁知道李如珍快撒野了，心里有点慌，只得说道：那我也不敢那么说。
We all have to speak with conscience. Li Ruzhen rolled her eyes and said to Tai Suo, According to you, everyone ganged up to blackmail you, right? Tai Suo knew that Li Ruzhen was about to go wild, and felt a little panicked, so he could only say, Then I don't dare to say that.
窗外有个女人抢着叫道：为什么不敢说？就是打火讹人了。只见铁锁的老婆二妞当当当跑进来，一手抱着个孩子，一手指画着，大声说道：你们50多的记不得。
A woman outside the window rushed to shout, Why don't you dare to say it? It's just a gang blackmail. I saw Tai Suo's wife Erniu running in, holding a child in one hand, stroking with her fingers and saying loudly, Those of you over 50 can't remember.
40多的记得就是2个茅厕，难道村里再没有上年纪的人，就丢下你们2个了？李如珍把桌子一拍道：混蛋，这样无法无天的东西，滚出去！老宋，撵出他。二妞道：撵我呀。
Those of you who are over 40 remember that there are only 2 toilets. Could it be that there are no more elderly people in the village, so the 2 of you are left behind? Li Ruzhen slapped the table and said, Asshole. Such a lawless thing. Get out. Lao Song. Get her out. Ernie said, Kick me out.
贼是我捉的，树也是我砍的，为什么不叫我说话？李如珍道：叫你来没有？二妞道：你们为什么不叫我？哪有这说理不叫正头是主的？小毛道：家有千口，主事1人，有你男人在场。
I caught the thief and cut down the tree. Why don't you ask me to speak? Li Ruzhen said, Did I ask you to come? Ernie said, Why don't you call me? How can this kind of reasoning not be about getting right to the point? Xiao Mao said, There are 1,000 people in the family, but 1 person is in charge. With your man present.
叫你做什么？走吧走吧，说着就往外推他。二妞把小毛的手一拨道：不行，不是凭你的力气大了，贼是我捉的，树是我砍的，谁杀人谁偿命，该犯什么罪我都领，不要连累了我的男人。
What are you being asked to do? Let's go, let's go. As he said that, he pushed her out. Ernie pushed Xiaomao's hand away and said, No. It's not just about your strength. I caught the thief and chopped down the tree. Whoever kills will pay with his life. I'll accept whatever crime you're guilty of, don't implicate my man.
在窗外听话的人越挤越多，都暗暗点头，还有些人交头接耳说：二妞说话把得住理。正议论间，又从庙门外走进个人来，有20多岁年纪，披着一头短发，穿了件青缎假马褂。
There were more and more obedient people outside the window, nodding secretly, and some people whispered to each other, Niu is very reasonable in what you say. While they were discussing, another person walked in from outside the temple gate. He was in his 20s, with short hair and wearing a blue satin jacket.
手里提了根藤条手杖，人们一见他，跟走路碰上蛇一样， 不约而同都吸了一口冷气，给他让开了一条路。这人叫小喜，官名叫季堂，也是李如珍的本家侄子，当年也是中学毕业。
He held a cane in his hand. When people saw him, they all took a breath of air and made way for him, just like they encountered a snake while walking. This man's name is Xiao Shi, whose official name is Ji Tang. He is also Li Ruzhen's nephew. He also graduated from middle school that year.
后来吸上了金丹，就常和邻近的光棍们来往，当人贩、卖寡妇、贩金丹、跳词颂，无所不为。这时又头上三爷的门子，因为三爷是阎锡山的秘书长的堂弟，小喜抱上这条粗腿，更是威风凛凛。
Later, he became addicted to the golden elixir, and often interacted with the bachelors in the neighborhood. He worked as a human trafficker, sold widows, sold golden elixirs, initiated lawsuits, and did everything. At this time, he joined the disciples of the third master, because the third master was Yan Shishan's. The Secretary-General's cousin, Xiao Shi, hugged this thick leg and looked even more majestic.
无人不怕。他一进去，正碰着二牛说话，便对二牛发话道：“什么东西叽叽喳喳的？”除了村长是小喜的叔父，别的人都站起来陪着笑脸招呼小喜，可是二牛偏不挨他的骂，就顶他道：“
No one is afraid. As soon as he entered, he met Ernyo talking, so he said to Ernyo, "What is that chirping?" Except for the village chief, who is Xiao Shi's uncle, everyone else stood up and greeted Xiao Shi with a smile. However, Ernyo refused to be scolded by him, so she spoke up to him.
你管得着？你是公所的什么人？谁请的你？”二牛话没落音，小喜劈头就是一棍道：“滚你妈的远远的！反了你！草灰羔子！”小毛拦道：“季堂，不要跟他一般计较。”又向二牛道：“
Are you in charge? Who are you from the public office? Who invited you?” Before Ernyo could finish her words, Xiao Shi hit her head with a stick and said, "Get the hell away from me. I've rebelled against you. You little brat." Xiao Mao stopped him and said, "Jitong. Don't argue with her." Then he said to Ernyo,
你还不快走！”二牛并不哭也不走，挺起胸膛向小喜道：“你杀了我吧！”小喜抡转棍子，狠狠地又在二牛背上打了2棍，道：“杀了你又有什么事？把小孩子的胳膊也打痛了。”
"Why don't you leave quickly?" Ernyo didn't cry or leave. She puffed up her chest and said to Xiaoxi, "Kill me." Xiaoxi swung the stick and hit Ernyo twice on the back hard, saying, "What will happen if I kill you?" The child's arms were also painful.
小孩子大哭起来。窗外边的人见势头不对，跑进去把二牛拉出来了。二牛仍不服软，仍回头向里边道：“只有你们活的了，外来户还有命了。”别的人低声劝道：“少说上句吧。”
The child burst into tears. Seeing that the situation was not right, the people outside the window ran in and pulled Ernyo out. Ernyo still refused to give in, and turned around and said, "You are the only one left alive. Are the outsiders still alive?" Others whispered to persuade, "Stop talking."
这时候还说什么理？你还占得他的便宜啊！村长在里边发话道：“闲人一概出去，都在外边乱什么？”小毛子接起帘子道：“你们就没有看见庙门上的虎头牌吗？公所种地，闲人免进。”
What else can you say at this time? Can you still take advantage of him? The village chief spoke from inside. All idle people should get out. What are you doing outside? Xiao Maozi lifted the curtain and said, "Didn't you see the tiger head sign on the temple door? The public house is an important place, and idlers are not allowed to enter."
你们乱什么？ 出去！窗外的人们也只得掩护二妞走出去。小毛见众人退出，赶紧回头招呼小喜：“谢谢，祭堂。老宋，饼还热不热了？”老宋端过一盘烙饼来道：“放在火边来，还不很冷。”
What are you doing? Go out. The people outside the window had no choice but to cover Ernie when she went out. Seeing everyone exiting, Xiao Mao quickly turned around and greeted Xiao Shi. "Have a rest, Jitang." Lao Song. Is the cake still hot? Lao Song brought a plate of pancakes and said, "Put it next to the fire. It's not very cold yet."
说着很小心地放在小喜跟前。小喜也不谦让，抓起饼子吃着，连吃带说：“我才从三爷那里回来，三爷托我给他买一张好条鸡，不知道村里有没有。”小毛道：“回头打听一下看吧。”
As he said this, he placed it very carefully in front of Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi was not humble either. He grabbed the pancake and ate it. He said while eating, "I just came back from the third master's place. Third master asked me to buy him a good note. I wonder if there is one in the village." Xiao Mao said, "Let's go back and ask around."
也许有。李如珍道：“三爷那里很忙吗？”忙。小喜嘴里嚼着饼子，连连点头说：“事情实在多。三爷也是不想管，可是大家找的不行，凡是县政府管不了的事。”
Maybe there is. Li Ruzhen said, "Is third master very busy?" Busy, Xiao Shi chewed the pancake and nodded repeatedly. There are so many things to do. The third master also doesn't want to take care of it, but everyone can't find it. Everything that the county government cannot control.
差不多都找到三爷那里去了。老宋又端着汤来，小喜接过来喝了两口，忽然看见铁锁，就放下碗向铁锁道：“铁锁，你那女人你可得好好管教管教了。你看那像个什么样子，叽叽喳喳。”
Almost all of them have found the third master. Lao Song brought the soup again. Xiao Shi took it and took a few sips. Suddenly he saw Tai Suo, so he put down the bowl and said to Tai Suo, "Tai Suo, you have to discipline that woman of yours. What does that look like to you?" Chirp.
一点也不失羞，就不怕别人笑话。铁锁想，打了我老婆还要来教训我，这成什么世界？可是势头不对，说不得理，也只好不作声。停了一会，小喜的汤也快喝完了。
No shame at all. Aren't you afraid of other people laughing at you? Tai Suo thought, "You beat my wife and you come to teach me a lesson. What kind of world is this?" But the momentum was wrong and it made no sense, so I had to keep silent. After a pause, Xiaoxi almost finished her soup.
饼子还没有吃到1/3。福顺昌掌柜王安福向大家提到：“咱们还是说正事吧。”小喜站起来道：“你们说吧，我也摸不着，我还要给三爷买条鸡去。”小毛道：“吃了再去吧。”
Not even a third of the pancake has been eaten. Wang Anfu, the shopkeeper of Fu Shanchang, mentioned to everyone, "Let's get down to business." Xiao Shi stood up and said, "You guys tell me. I can't touch it either. I want to buy a few more for third master." Xiao Mao said, "Eat before you go."
小喜把盘间里的饼一卷，捏在手里道：“好，我就拿上。”说罢，拿着饼子，提起他的藤条手杖，匆匆忙忙地走了。王安福接着道：“铁锁，你说你现在用的那个茅厕是你父亲后来打的？”
Xiao Shi rolled up the pancake on the plate, held it in his hand and said, "Okay, I'll take it." After that, he took the pancake, picked up his cane, and hurried away. Wang Anfu continued, "Iron lock. You said that the toilet you are using now was built by your father later.
能找下证人不能？铁锁道：怎么不能？你怕俺林家陈修福老汉记不得了？春喜道：他不行。一来他跟你都是林县人，再者他是你女人的爷爷，是你的老丈爷，那还不是只替你说话？
Can you find witnesses? Tai Soa said, Why not? Are you afraid that old man Chinshiofu, my neighbor, won't remember it? Chuanshi said, He can't do it. First of all, he and you are both from Lin County. Furthermore, he is your woman's grandfather and your old husband. Doesn't that mean he just speaks for you?
铁锁道：咱就不找他，找杨二奎吧，那可是本地人。春喜道：那也不行。白狗是你的小舅，定的是杨三奎的闺女，那也有亲戚关系。铁锁道：这你难不住我，咱村的老年人多了。
Tai Soa said, We won't look for him. Let's look for Yang Erkue. That's a local. Chuanshi said, That won't work either. Bai Go is your brother-in-law, and he is Yang Sankue's daughter, so she is also related. Tai Soa said, You can't stop me. There are many elderly people in our village.
随手指老宋道：老宋也50、60岁了，跟我没有什么亲戚关系吧？小毛兰道：老宋他是个穷看庙的，他知道什么？你叫他说说，他敢当证人不敢？老宋，你知道不知道？老宋自然记事。
He pointed at Lao Song and said, Old Song is in his 50s and 60s. He has no relatives with me, right? Xiao Mao stopped him and said, Old Song is a poor temple keeper. What does he know? You ask him to tell you whether he dares to be a witness or not. Lao Song. Do you know? Lao Song Xirenji is.
可是他若说句公道话，这个庙就住不成了，因此他只好推开。咱从小是个穷人，一天只顾弄着吃，什么闲事也不留心。李如珍道：有气就平气，气上写一个，不能要人家2个。
But to be honest, he couldn't live in this temple, so he had to push it away. We have been poor since we were young, and we only care about eating all day long and don't pay attention to anything else. Li Ruzhen said, If you have a deed, just rely on the deed. It is written in the deed that you cannot ask for two.
还要找什么证人？村里老年人虽然多，人家谁也不是给你管家的。小毛道：是这样吧？我看咱们还是备场谈谈吧，这样子结不住口。大家似乎同意，有些人就慢散开来交换意见。
What other witnesses do you need? Although there are many elderly people in the village, no one will be your housekeeper. Xiao Mao said, That's it. I think we should talk behind the scenes. I can't keep my mouth shut like this. Everyone seemed to agree, and some people spread out to exchange opinions.
小毛跟村长跟春喜互相捏弄了一会手马，王安福也跟驴林长们谈了一谈事情的真相。后来小毛走到王安福跟前道：这样吧，他们的意思叫铁锁包赔出这么个钱来。
Xiao Mao, the village chief, and Chuanshi played with each other for a while, and Wang Anfu also talked about the truth of the matter with the neighborhood elders. Later, Xiao Mao walked up to Wang Anfu and said, Let's do this. What they want is for Tai Soa Bao to pay such a sum of money.
说着，把袖口对住王安福的袖口一捏，接着道：你看怎么样？王安福悄悄道：说真理，他们卖给人家就是这个茅厕呀。人家用的那一个，真是他爹老张木匠在世时候打的。
As he spoke, he pinched the cuffs of Wang Anfu's cuffs, and then said, What do you think? Wang Anfu whispered, To tell the truth, this is the toilet they sold to others. The one I used was really made when his father, Carpenter Zhang, was still alive.
我想这你也该记得。小毛道，那不论记得不记得，那样顶针得罪的人就多了。你想，村长、春喜意思都是叫他包赔几个钱。还有小喜，不说铁锁，我也惹不起人家呀。王安福没有答话。
I think you should remember this too. Xiao Mao said, whether you remember it or not, if it is so true, it will offend a lot of people. You think, the village chief and Chuanxi all want him to pay a certain amount of compensation. And Xiao Shi, let alone Tai Suo, I can't afford to offend anyone. Wang Anfu did not answer.
只是摇头。榆林长们也不敢做什么主张，都是看看王安福，看看村长，看看小毛，直到天黑也没说个结果，就都回家吃饭去了。晚上，老宋又到各家叫人，福顺昌掌柜王安福说是病了，没有去。
Just shake his head. The neighborhood elders didn't dare to make any opinions. They all looked at Wang Anfu, the village chief, and Xiao Mao. They didn't say anything until nightfall, so they all went home to eat. In the evening, Lao Song went to various houses to call for help. Wang Anfu, the shopkeeper of Fu Shanchang, said he was ill and did not go.
其余的人也有去的，也有不去的。大家在庙里闷了一会，村长下了断语：茅厕是春喜的，铁锁砍了桑树包出200块现洋来，吃烙饼和开会的费用都由铁锁担任，叫铁锁淘宝出庙。第2章。
Among the rest, some will go and some will not. Everyone was bored in the temple for a while, and the village chief made a conclusion. The toilet was for Chuanxi, Tai Suo cut down. Among the rest, some will go and some will not. Everyone was bored in the temple for a while, and the village chief made a conclusion. The toilet was for Chuanxi. Tai Suo cut down the mulberry tree and paid 200 yuan in cash. Tai Suo paid for the pancakes and the meeting, and asked Tai Suo to pay for it. Guaranteed to leave the temple. Chapter 2.
陈修福老汉当保人，保证铁锁1月以后还钱，才算放铁锁出了庙。铁锁气得抬不起头来，修福老汉拉着胳膊把他送到家。他一回去，一头睡在床上放声大哭。二牛问他，他也说不出话来。
The old man Chen Xiufu acted as the guarantor and promised that Tai Suo would pay back the money in 1 month before letting Tai Suo out of the temple. Tai Suo was so angry that he couldn't lift his head, so the old man Xiufu took his arm and sent him home. As soon as he returned, he fell asleep on the bed and cried loudly. When Ernio asked him, he was speechless.
修福老汉也劝不住。一会，邻家们也都听见了，都跑来问询。铁锁仍哭得说不出话来，修福老汉才把公所处理的结果一件件告诉大家说：茅厕说成人家的了，还叫包人家200块钱。
Even the old man Xiao Fu couldn't stop it. After a while, the neighbors also heard it and came to inquire. Tai Suo was still crying so much that he couldn't speak. Only then did the old man Xiao Fu tell everyone the results of the treatment by the office one by one, saying, "The toilet is said to be an adult's house. Yes, I asked him to give me 200 yuan."
在担任开会的花费，铁锁听老汉又提起来，哭得更喘不过气来。邻家们人人摇头。二牛听了道：“他们说的倒体面。”咕咚一声，把孩子放在铁锁跟前道：“给你孩子，这事你不用管。”
Then cover the cost of the meeting. When Tai Suo heard the old man mention it again, he cried even harder and couldn't breathe. Everyone in the neighbors shook their heads. Nio heard this and said, "What they said is not honorable." He put the child in front of the iron lock with a bang and said, "Here you are, you don't have to worry about this."
钱给他出不成，茅厕也给他丢不成。事情是我闯的，就是他，就是我。 滚到哪里算哪里，反正是不得好活。”一边说，一边跳下床就往外跑。邻家们7、8个人才算把他拖住。
I can't give him the money. He can't even leave the toilet. It was me who broke into the matter. It was him. It was me. No matter where you go, you won't have a good life anyway. As she said this, she jumped out of bed and ran out. It took 7 or 8 neighbors to drag her back.
小孩在炕上直着嗓子嚎，修福老汉赶紧抱起来。大家分头解劝，劝得二妞暂息了怒，铁锁也止住了哭。杨三魁向修福老汉道：“太欺人！不止你们外路人，就是本地人也活不了。”
The child was screaming loudly on the Kong, and the old man Xiao Fu quickly picked him up. Everyone tried to persuade her separately, and Erniu temporarily calmed down her anger, and Tai Suo also stopped crying. Yang Sankue said to the old man Xiao Fu, "It's too deceiving. Not only you outsiders, but also the locals can't survive."
你看村里一年出多少事，哪一场事不是由着人家捏弄了？实在没法。内中有个叫冷源的小伙子跳起来叫道：“铁锁，到哪个崖头路边等住他，你不敢一镢头把他倒下沟里。”杨三魁道：“
Look at how many things happen in the village every year. Which one is not caused by someone else's manipulation? There is really no way." A young man named Lang Yuan jumped up and shouted, "Iron lock! Wait for him on the roadside of some cliff. Don't you dare to knock him into the ditch with a hoe." Yang Sankue said.
你们年轻人真不识货色，人家正在气头上了，说那些冒失话抵什么事，说的冷源又蹲下去了。年轻人们指着冷源笑道：“冷家伙，冷家伙。”闷了一小会，修福老汉道：“
You young people really don't know how to deal with anger. I'm so angry. What's the point of saying those rash words?" Leng Yuan squatted down again. The young people pointed at Leng Yuan and laughed. "Leng Yuan, cold guy." After being bored for a while, the old man Xiufu said,
我看可以上告他，就是到县里把官司打输了，也要比这样子了场合算。杨三魁道：“那倒可以，到县里他总不能只说一面理，至少也要问一问证人。”冷源道：“这是真气死人。”
I think we can sue him. Even if we go to the county and lose the lawsuit, it would be better to end up like this. Yang Sankue said, "That's okay. When he goes to the county, he can't just tell the truth, he must at least ask the witnesses." Leng Yuan Dao, this is really annoying.
可惜我年纪小记不得，要不我情愿给你当证人。杨三魁道：“你年纪小，有大的。”有几个30、40岁的人七嘴八舌接着说：“铁锁他爹打茅厕，这才几天呀！”30以上的人差不多都记得。
It's a pity that I'm too young to remember, otherwise I would be willing to be your witness. Yang Sankue said, "You are young, but you are older." A few people in their 30s and 40s continued to say, "It's only been a few days since Iron Lock's father used the toilet." Almost everyone over 30 remembers it.
你状上写谁算谁，谁也可以给你证明，多写上几个，哪怕咱都去了。二妞向铁锁道：“胖孩子，咱就到县里再跟他滚一场，任凭把家当花完，也不能叫便宜了他们爷们。”
Whoever is written in your petition counts, and anyone can prove it to you. Write a few more. Even if we all go. Erniu said to Tai Suo, "Fat boy daddy. Let's go to the county and have another fight with him. No matter how much they spend all their wealth, they can't be given an advantage."
又向修福老汉道：“爷爷，你不是常说咱们来的时候都是一筐一担来的吗？百姓， 到底咱也不过一筐一担担着走，还落个够大，怕什么？正说话间，二妞的10来岁的小弟弟白狗
Then he said to the old man Xiu Fu, Grandpa, don't you always say that when we come, we all come in baskets and loads? Disappointed. After all, we can only carry one basket and one load, and it's a big enough thing. What are you afraid of? While talking, Erniu's teenage brother Bai Go came across.
跑进来叫道：“姐姐，妈来了。”二妞正起来去接，他妈已经进来了。他妈悄悄道：“你们正说什么？”冷元抢着大声道：“说告状。”二妞他妈摆手道：“人家春喜媳妇在窗外听了。”
He ran in and shouted, Sister, Mom is here. Erniu was getting up to pick her up, but her mother had already come in. Her mother whispered, What are you talking about? Leng Yuan shouted loudly, Complain. Erniu's mother waved her hand and said, My wife Chuanxi is listening outside the window.
大家都向窗上看。二妞道：“听他听罢，他能堵住我告状？”大家听说有人听，也就不多说了，都向二妞他妈说：“你好好劝劝他吧。”说着也就慢慢散去。李如珍叔侄们回去。
Everyone looked towards the window. Erniu said, Listen to her. Can she stop me from complaining? Everyone heard that someone was listening, so they didn't say much more. They all said to Erniu's mother, You should try to persuade her. As he said that, he slowly dispersed. Li Ruzhen's uncles and nephews went back.
另是一番气象，春喜、小喜、小毛都集中在李如珍的大院里，把黑漆大门关起来庆祝胜利。晌午吃过烙饼，肚子都很不饿，因此春喜也就不再备饭。
Another scene, Chuanxi, Xiaoxi, and Xiao Mao all gathered in Li Ruzhen's compound and closed the dark door to celebrate their victory. After eating pancakes at noon, I was not very hungry, so Chuanxi stopped preparing food.
只破费了10块现洋，买了一排金丹棒子作为礼物。李如珍的太古烟灯和宜兴瓷烟斗，除了小毛打发他过了瘾以后可以吸口烟灰，别人是不能借用的。
I only spent 10 yuan to buy a row of golden elixir sticks as a gift. Li Ruzhen's Taigu cigarette lantern and Yixing magnetic pipe cannot be borrowed by anyone else except Xiao Mao so that he can inhale the ashes after he gets addicted.
因此，春喜也把他自己的烟家伙拿来。李如珍住的屋子分为里外间，里间的一盏灯下是小毛给李如珍打炮，外间的一盏灯下睡的是春喜和小喜弟兄2个。里间不热闹。
So Chuanxi also brought his own cigarette. The house where Li Ruzhen lived was divided into an inner and outer room. Under a lamp in the inner room, Xiao Mao was giving Li Ruzhen bubbles. Under a lamp in the outer room, 2 brothers, Chuanxi and Xiaoxi, slept. It's not lively inside.
因为李如珍觉着小毛只配烧烟，小毛也不敢把自己身份估得过高，也还有些拘束，因此就谈不起话来。小毛把金丹棒子往斗上粘一个，李如珍吸一个，一连吸了7、8个以后。
Because Li Ruzhen felt that Xiao Mao was only worthy of burning cigarettes, Xiao Mao did not dare to overestimate his status and was still a little restrained, so he could not talk. Xiao Mao stuck a golden elixir stick to the bucket, and Li Ruzhen sucked one. After sucking 7 or 8 times in a row,
小毛把斗里烟灰挖出，重新再往上粘，又吸了7、8个。小毛又把灰挖出来，把2次的灰合并起来烧着，李如珍便睡着了。等到小毛打好了炮，上在斗上，把烟杆向他口边一靠，他才如梦初醒。
Xiao Mao dug out the ash from the pipe and stuck it back on. After sucking 7 or 8 more times, Xiao Mao dug out the ashes again, combined the 2 ashes and burned them, and Li Ruzhen fell asleep. After Xiao Mao had finished soaking the smoke, he put it on the pipe and leaned the cigarette rod towards his mouth, and then he woke up as if from a dream.
闲住感吸起来。外间的一盏灯下，虽然也只有小喜和春喜两个人，可是比里间热闹得多。他们谈话的材料很多，起先谈的是三爷怎样阔气，怎样厉害，后来又谈到谁家闺女漂亮。
Hold the rod in your mouth and suck on it. Although there were only two people, Xiaoxi and Chuanxi, under a lamp outside, it was much livelier than inside. They talked about a lot of material. First they talked about how rich and powerful the third master was. Later they talked about whose daughter was beautiful.
哪个媳妇可以？最后才谈到本天的胜利。他们谈起二妞，春喜说：“你今天那几棍打得真得劲，我正想不出办法来对付他，你一进去就把事情解决了。”小喜道：“什么病要吃什么药。”
Which daughter-in-law can? Finally, we talked about today's success. They were talking about Erniu, and Chuanxi said, "You were really good at beating him with those sticks today. I just couldn't think of a way to deal with him. You solved the problem as soon as you entered." Xiaoxi said, "What kind of medicine should I take for any disease?"
咱们连个草灰媳妇也斗不了，以后还怎么往前闯了？老哥，你真干不了。我看你也只能教一辈子书。春喜道：“虽说是个草灰媳妇，倒是个有本领的，很精干。”小喜摇头道：“嘘。”
We can't even fight with a useless wife. How can we move forward in the future? Bro. You really can't do it. I think you can only teach for a lifetime. Chuanxi said, although she is a poor wife, she is actually very capable. Very capable. Xiaoxi shook his head and said, "Shu."
我说你怎么应付不了他？原来是你看到眼里了啊！说着用烟签指着春喜鼻子道：“叫老嫂听见怕不得跪半夜了。没出息，没出息，没有见过东西，一个小母草灰就把你迷住了。”
I said, "Why can't you deal with her? It turns out you saw it in your eyes." He pointed a cigarette stick at Chuanxi's nose and said, "Are you afraid that my wife will kneel down in the middle of the night if she hears this? No future, no future. You have never seen anything before, but a little mother grass ash will charm you."
春喜急得要分辨，也找不着一句适当的话。小喜把头挺在枕头后边，哈哈大笑起来。春喜没法，也只好跟着他笑成一团。就在这时，李如珍在里间喊道：“悄悄，听听是谁打门了。”
Chuanxi was so anxious that she couldn't find the right words to say. Xiaoxi put her head behind the pillow and burst into laughter. Chuanxi had no choice but to laugh along with him. At this moment, Li Ruzhen shouted from the inner room, quietly, "Who is knocking on the door?"
他两个人听着都停住了笑，果然又听得门环啪啪的连响了几声。小毛跑出院里问道：“谁？”外边一个女人声音答道：“我。”开开吧。小喜听出是春喜媳妇的声音，又笑向春喜道。
The two of them stopped laughing as they listened, and sure enough, they heard the door knocker snap several times. Dash. Xiao Mao ran out of the hospital and asked, "Who?" A female voice outside replied, "Me." "Open it." Xiaoxi recognized the voice of Chuanxi's wife, and smiled at Chuanxi again and said,
真是老嫂找来了。小毛开了门，春喜媳妇进来了。春喜问：“什么事？”春喜媳妇低声道：“你去听听人家二妞在家说什么了。”一提二妞，小喜又指着春喜大笑起来，春喜也跟着笑。
"My sister-in-law is really here." Xiao Mao opened the door and Chuanxi's wife came in. Chuanxi asked, "What's the matter?" Chuanxi's daughter-in-law whispered, "Go and listen to what Erniu said at home." When she mentioned Erniu, Xiaoxi pointed at Chuanxi and laughed, and Chuanxi also laughed.
春喜媳妇摸不着头脑，忙问：“笑什么？”小喜道：“这里有个名儿，你且不用问。你先说说，你听见二妞说什么来？”春喜媳妇坐在小喜背后，两肘按着小喜的腰，面对着春喜。
Chuanxi's daughter-in-law was confused and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Xiaoxi said, "There is a mystery here. You don't need to ask. First, tell me what you heard Ernia say." Chuanxi's daughter-in-law sat behind Xiaoxi. He pressed his elbows on Xiaoxi's waist and faced Chunxi.
把冷元怎样说冒失话，二妞怎样说要破全部家当到县里告状，详详细细谈了一遍。春喜还未答话，小喜用手一推道：“回去吧，回去吧，没有事。他告到县里，要得了谁办结？到衙头上等。”
He discussed in detail how Ling Yuan said rash things and how Erniu said he would break all his belongings and file a complaint in the county. Before Chuanxi could answer, Xiaoxi pushed her with her hand and said, "Go back, go back. It's okay. Who can she bite off if she sues the county? Go to the cliff and wait."
问问他哪个是有种的。春喜也叫他媳妇回去，媳妇走了。小毛又去把大门关住，小喜仍然吹他的大话。李如珍在里间拉长了声音轻轻叫道：“喜，来。”小喜进去了。
Ask him which one is wise. Chuanxi also asked his wife to go back, but she left. Xiaomao went to close the door again, but Xiaoxi still boasted. Li Ruzhen shouted softly in a long voice, "Hello. Come." Xiaoxi went in.
小毛一见小喜，赶紧起来让开铺子叫他躺，自己坐到床边一个凳子上听他们谈什么事。李如珍看了小毛一眼，随手拈起3、4个金丹棒子递给他道：“你且到外边躺一会。”
When Xiaomao saw Xiaoxi, he quickly got up and opened the door for him to lie down. He sat on a stool next to the bed and listened to what they were talking about. Li Ruzhen glanced at Xiaomao, picked up 3 or 4 golden elixir sticks and handed them to him, saying, "You can lie outside for a while."
小毛见人家不叫他听，也只好接住棒子往外间来吸。小毛吸了第一遍，正烧着灰，小喜就出来了。他一见小喜出来，自然又不得不起来，再让小喜躺下。小喜向春喜道：“老哥。”
When Xiaomao saw that people didn't ask him to listen, he had no choice but to catch the stick and go outside to suck. Xiaomao sucked for the first time, and when the ashes were burning, Xiaoxi came out. When he saw Xiaoxi coming out, he naturally couldn't help it. If he didn't get up, let Xiaoxi lie down. Xiaoxi said to Chunxi, "Brother."
叔叔说那东西真要想去告状，还不能不理。小毛站在一边接话道：“那咱也得想个办法呀。”小喜见小毛还在旁边，后悔自己不该说了句软话，就赶紧摆足架子答道：“那自然有办法。”
The uncle said that if that thing really wanted to file a complaint, he could not ignore it. Xiaomao stood aside and answered, "Then we have to find a way." When Xiaoxi saw Xiaomao still nearby, she regretted that she shouldn't have said such a soft word, so she quickly put on airs and replied, "Of course there is a way."
春喜道：“扯淡！一个小土包子，到县里有他的便宜啊！”小喜看了小毛一眼道：“你还到里边去吧。”小毛又只得拿上他的金丹挥回里间去。小喜等他去后，低声向春喜道：
Chuanxi said, "That's nonsense. How can a little country bumpkin get his advantage in the county?" Xiaoxi glanced at Xiaomao and said, "You should go inside." Xiaomao had to take his golden elixir ash and go back to the inner room. Xiaoxi waited for him to go and whispered to Chunxi.
自然不是怕官司上吃了他的亏。叔叔说不可叫他开这个端。 不论他告得准告不准，旁人说起来，一个临县草灰告过咱一状，那总是一件丢脸的事。春喜道
Of course I'm not afraid of losing him in the lawsuit. My uncle said not to ask him to start this kind of thing. Regardless of whether he can sue him or not, others say that it is always a shame for someone from Lin County to sue us. Something. Chuanxi said.
那咱也不能托人去留他呀。小喜道：什么东西，还值得跟他那样客气？想个法叫他告不成就完了。春喜道：想个什么法？小喜道：不怕，有三爷。明天一早我就找三爷去。
Then we can't ask someone to keep him? Xiaoxi said. What is it? Is it worthy of being so polite to him? Think of a way to prevent him from suing and that's it. Chunxi said. What method can you think of? Xiaoxi said. Don't be afraid. There is the third master. I will go find the third master early tomorrow morning.
这天晚上也不知他们嬉到什么时候才散。第二天早上，小喜去找三爷去，铁锁忙着借钱准备告状。
That night, I don't know how long it took them to disperse. The next morning Xiaoxi went to see the third master. I Suo was busy borrowing money and preparing to file a lawsuit.
恼论一搜换春恶该么辞制饭即灰星费辞县泵乃脚抓书换粮吃午蒙晚状诺张耸奈简谢六序以财赛拍鸟八言炫及父欠母闪服。晌午，铁锁和二妞正在家吃饭。
Naoluan pancreas ship Huanshuan gamma ci stagnant fan ji hua xing fu magnetic amaranth pei lao shu meng camp nai jian 6 shut salt dizziness attached the mother-in-law flashes. At noon, Tai Suo and Ernyo were having dinner at home.
小喜领了一个人进来，拿着绳把铁锁的碗夺了，捆起来。二妞道：做什么？他又犯下什么罪了？小喜道：不用问，也跑不了你。说着，把二妞的孩子夺过来，丢在地上，把二妞也捆起来。
Xiaoxi led a man in, took the rope, snatched the iron-locked bowl, and tied it up. Ernyo asked, What did he do? What crime did he commit again? Xiaoxi said, No need to ask. I can't run away from you. Then he took Ernyo's child and threw it on the ground, and tied Ernyo up.
村里人正坐在十字街口吃饭，见小喜和一个陌生的人拿着绳子往铁锁院里去，知道没有好事。杨三魁、修福老汉、冷元这几个铁锁的近邻就跟着去看动静。
The villagers were sitting at the crossroads eating when they saw Xiaoxi and a stranger heading towards the iron-locked courtyard with a rope, knowing that something was up to them. Yang Sankue, the old man Xiu Fu, Ling Yuan, these few close neighbors of the iron chain followed to see what was going on.
他们看见已经把铁锁两口捆起来，小孩子爬在地上哭，正预备问问为什么，只见小喜又用小棍子指着冷元道：也有他。捆上捆上，那个陌生人就也把冷元捆住。
They saw that the iron locks had been tied up, and the child was crawling on the ground crying. They were about to ask why, but Xiaoxi pointed at Ling Yuan with a small stick and said, Dash. He's there too. Tie him up. The stranger also tied up Ling Yuan.
两个人牵着三个人往外走，修福老汉抱起小孩和大家都跟了出来。街上的人有几个胆小的，怕连累自己，都走开了。其余的人跟在后面，也都想不出挽救的办法。二妞的爹娘和兄弟
2 people led 3 people and walked out. The old man Xiu Fu picked up the child and everyone followed. A few of the people on the street who were timid were afraid of harming themselves and walked away. The rest followed behind but could not think of a way to save themselves. Ernyo's parents and brothers.
冷元的爹娘也半路追上来跟着走。 大家见小喜和他引来的那个人满脸凶气，都搭不上茬，只有修福老汉和冷园的爹绕着小喜一边走一边苦苦哀求。小喜把人带到庙里，向老宋道：
Leng Yuan's parents also caught up halfway and followed him. Everyone saw that Xiao Shi and the man he had attracted had fierce looks on their faces, and no one could get along with them. Only the old man Xiao Fu and Leng Yuan's father walked around Xiao Shi, pleading hard as they walked. Xiao Shi took people to the temple and said to Lao Song,
请村长去。老宋奉命去了。修福老汉央告小喜道：季堂，咱们都是个邻居，我想也没有什么过不去的事。他们年轻人有什么言差语错，还得请你高高手，担待着些。小喜道：
Please go to the village chief. Lao Song was ordered to go. The old man Xiao Fu begged Xiao Shi, Jitang. We are all neighbors, and I don't think there is anything we can't get through. If these young people make any mistakes in their words, I have to ask you to take care of them. Xiaoxi said.
这事你也清楚，他们一伙人定计要到崖头路边谋害村长。村长知道了，打发我去找三爷。我跟三爷一说，三爷说这是响马举动，先把他们捆来再说，听说人还多。
You know this too. A group of them made a plan to murder the village chief on the roadside of Yantu. The village chief found out and sent me to find the third master. When I told the third master said, "This is a thief's move. Let's tie them up first." I heard there are a lot of people.
到那里一审，你怕不知道还有谁了。二牛听了道：我捉了一回贼，就捉出事来了，连我自己也成了响马了。看我杀了谁了，抢了谁了。小喜道：你听，应响马，我看你应到几时。
Are you afraid that you won't know who else is there during the first trial? Ernio heard this and said, I caught a thief once, but something happened, and even I became a thief. Look who I killed or robbed. Xiaoxi said, Listen. Hard thieves. Let me see, how long will you last?
修福老汉道：这闺女，少说上句吧。李如珍来了，小毛也跟在后边。小喜向李如珍道：三爷说叫先把人捆去再说，你先拨几个保卫团盯送他们走。修福老汉看见事情急了。
The old man Xiao Fu said, This girl. Stop talking. Li Ruzhen came, and Xiao Mao followed. Xiao Shi said to Li Ruzhen, the third master said that we should tie up the people first. You first call a few security guards to send them away. The old man Xiao Fu became anxious when he saw what happened.
把孩子递给他孙孙白狗，拉了小毛一把道：我跟你说句话。小毛跟他走到大门外，他向小毛道：麻烦你去跟村长跟小喜商量一下，看这事情还能在村里了依了不能。
He handed the child to his grandson Bai Go, pulled Xiao Mao and said, Let me tell you something. Xiao Mao followed him outside the gate, and he said to Xiao Mao, Please go discuss it with the village chief and Xiao Shi. See if this thing can still happen in the village.
小毛素日也摸得着小喜的脾气，知道他有钱万事休。再者，如能来村里再说一场，不论能到底不能到底，自己也落不了空，至少总能吃些东西，就满口应承道：可以，我去给你探探口气。
Xiao Mao has always been aware of Xiao Shi's temper. He knows that if he has money, everything will be over. Moreover, if he can come to the village to have another argument, no matter whether he succeeds or not, he will not be disappointed. At least he can always eat something. He wholeheartedly agreed, okay. I'm going to give you a breather.
自然我也跟大家一样，只愿咱村里没事。说着就跑到小喜面前道：季堂，来， 我跟你说句话，小喜道。说吧，小毛又点头道，来。这里，小喜故意装成很不愿意的样子。
Of course, like everyone else, I just hope everything goes well in our village. After saying that, he ran to Xiao Shi and said, Jitong. Come. Let me tell you something. Xiao Shi said, say it. Xiao Mao nodded again, come on. Here. Xiao Shi deliberately pretended to be very unwilling.
跟着小毛走进龙王殿去。白狗抱着小胖孩站在二牛旁边，小胖孩伸着2只小手向二牛扑。二牛预备去摸它，一动手才想起手，被人家反绑着，随着就瞪了瞪眼道：“摔死他，要死死个干净。”
Follow Xiao Mao into the Dragon King Palace. The white dog was holding the little fat boy and standing next to Ernyo. The little fat boy stretched out his 2 little hands and pounced on Ernyo. Ernyo was about to touch him, but when she started to touch him, she remembered that her hands were tied behind her back, and then she glared and said, "Throw him to death. I want him to be completely clean."
口里虽是这么说着，眼里却滚下泪来。二牛他娘看见很伤心，一边哭一边给二牛开泪。小喜从龙王殿出来道：“我看说不成，他们这些野草灰不见丧不掉泪，非弄到他们那地方不行。”
Although he said this, tears rolled down his eyes. Ernyo's mother was very sad when she saw it, and she wiped away Ernyo's tears while crying. Xiao Shi came out of the Dragon King Palace and said, "I don't think it's possible. These weeds will not shed tears until they are ashes, unless they are brought to their place."
小毛在后边跟着道：“不要紧，咱慢慢说。山不转路转，没有说不倒的事。村长，走吧，咱们跟季堂到你那里谈一谈。”小喜吩咐他带来的那个人道：“你看着他们，说不好还要带他们走。”
Xiao Mao followed behind. "It doesn't matter, let's talk slowly. There is no mountain that cannot be turned around, and there is nothing that cannot be overcome. Village head. Come on, let's go to your place with Ji Tang to talk." Xiao Shi ordered the person he brought, "Look at them, if you don't know, you will take them away."
说罢，同村长先走了。小毛悄悄向修福老汉道：“得先买2排棒子。”修福老汉道：“我不知道哪里有卖的。”小毛道：“拿20块现洋就行，我替你买去。”修福老汉和冷源他爹齐声道。
After that, he and the village chief left first. Xiao Mao quietly said to the old man Xiu Fu, "You have to buy 2 rows of sticks first." Xiu Fu old man said, "I don't know where to buy it." Xiao Mao said, "Just take 20 yuan in cash and I'll buy it for you." Old man Xiu Fu and Leng Yuan's father said in unison.
可以，托你吧。小毛随着村长和小喜去了。小喜说：“三爷那里每人得花150元现洋，3个人共是450元。”一边讨价一边还价，小毛也做巫婆也做鬼，里边跑跑外边走走。
"Okay, I'll leave it to you." Xiao Mao followed the village chief and Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi said that each person at third master's place would have to spend 150 yuan to pay foreign bills, so the total for the 3 of them was 450 yuan. While bargaining and haggling, Xiao Mao also acted as a witch and a ghost, running around inside and outside.
直到晚饭时候才结了口。三爷那边3个人共出150元，给小喜和引来那个人50元小费。铁锁和冷源2家摆酒席请客赔罪，据保状永保村长的安全。钱按不动。
It wasn't until dinner that we finally settled down. The 3 of us paid a total of 150 yuan from Mr. San. Give Xiao Shiha a 50 yuan tip for the person he attracted. Tai Suo and Leng Yuan held a banquet to apologize, and issued a warrant to protect the village chief's safety forever. The previous case remains unchanged.
还照昨天村公所处理的那样子了结，定死了数目。小毛说一个不能再少了。修福老汉到庙里去跟铁锁商量，铁锁自己知道翻不过了，也只好自认晦气。二妞起先不服。
It was settled the same way as the village hall handled it yesterday. The number was fixed, and Xiao Mao said there could be no less. The old man Xiao Fu went to the temple to discuss with Tai Suo. Tai Suo knew that he couldn't overcome it, so he had to admit that he was unlucky. Niu was dissatisfied at first.
后来也想不出什么办法，只好不再做主张。冷元也只是为了铁锁的事说了句淡话，钱还是铁锁出，因此也没有什么意见。修福老汉见他们应允了，才去找杨三魁和自己2个人作保。
Later, I couldn't think of any solution, so I had no choice but to stop making any claims. Len Yuan just said a few words about Tai Suo. The money was still paid by Tai Suo, so he didn't have any objections. Seeing that they agreed, the old man Xiufu went to Yang Sankui and himself as guarantees.
把他们3个人保出。这一次保出来和上一次不同，春喜的钱能吃1个月，小喜却非带现钱不可。铁锁托修福老汉和杨三魁到福顺昌借钱，王安福老汉说柜上要收减，没有钱出放。
Bail the 3 of them out. This time the bailout was different from the last time. Chunks's money was delayed by a month, but Xiaoxi had to bring cash. Tai Suo asked old man Xiu Fu and Yang Sankui to borrow money from Fushunchang. Old man Wang Anfu said that the cocoons were being collected in the cabinet and there was no money to release.
零的可以，上100元就不行。杨三魁向修福老汉道：“福顺昌不行，村里再没有道路，那就只好再找小毛，叫他去跟小喜商量，就借六太爷那钱吧。”修福老汉道：“使上200块那个钱。”
0 is fine, but 100 yuan is not. Yang Sankui said to the old man Xiu Fu, "If Fu Shunchang is not good, and there are no roads in the village, then we have to find Xiao Mao and ask him to discuss with Xiao Shi and borrow the money from the 6th master." The old man Xiu Fu said, "Sir, that's 200 yuan.
可就把铁锁那一点家当挑拆了啊！杨三魁道：“那再没办法，反正这一关总得过。”修福老汉又去跟铁锁商量去。原来这六太爷是三爷的堂叔，他这放债与别家不同，利钱是月3分。
But just pick and dismantle the iron lock's little possessions. Yang Sankui said, "There is nothing we can do about it. We will have to pass this level anyway." Old man Xiufu went to discuss with Tai Suo again. It turned out that the 6th master was the 3rd master's cousin. His money lending was different from others. The interest was 3 cents per month.
3个月期满，本利全归。这种高利在从前也是平常事，特别与人不同的是他的使钱还钱手续，领着他的钱在外边出放的经手人就是小喜这一类人，叫做承还保人，使别人的钱。
At the end of 3 months, all principal and profit will be returned. This kind of usury was common in the past. What is particularly different from others is the procedure for repaying the money. The handlers who take his money and release it outside are people like Xiao Shi, who are called guarantors for repayment. People make other people's money.
到期没钱，不过是照着文书下房下地。他这文书上写的是到期本利不齐者，由承还保人做主，将所置之产业变卖归还。因此他虽没有下过人的地，可是谁也短不下他的钱。
He had no money when due, so he just bought the house and the land according to the document. The document said, if the principal and interest are not equal when due, the surety will make the decision to sell and return the pledged property. Therefore, although he did not buy the property, he is extraordinary, but no one can be short of his money.
小喜这类人往外放钱的时候是8当时，文书上写100元，实际上只能使80元，他们从中抽使20元，8当时3分利，3个月一期，到期本利还清，想再使又是8当时。
People like Xiaoxi pay 80 to 10 when they lend out money. The paperwork says 100 yuan, but in reality they can only use 80 yuan, and they use 20 yuan from it. 8 for 10, 3 points for profit, every 3 months, the principal and interest will be paid off at maturity. If you want to use it again, it will be 8 for 10.
还不了钱，由承还保人变卖产业，这就是六太爷放债的规矩。这种钱除了停尸在地或命在旦夕非钱不行时候，差不多没人敢使。铁锁这会就遇了这样个非使不行。
If the money cannot be repaid, the surety must sell the property. This is the rule of the sixth master's money lending. Except when the corpse is lying on the ground or the life is at stake, almost no one dares to use the money. Iron Soa will encounter it now. This is a must-do.
修福老汉跟铁锁一商量，铁锁也再想不出别的办法，只好托小毛去央告小喜，把他爷他爹受了2辈子苦买下的15亩地写在文书上，使了六太爷250块钱，是200块。
The old man Xiao Fu discussed with Tai Soa, but Tai Soa couldn't think of any other way, so he had to ask Xiao Mao to sue Xiao Shi and write down in the document the 15 acres of land that his father had bought after suffering 2 lifetimes. I paid the sixth master 250 yuan, actually 200 yuan.
才算把三爷跟小喜这一头顾住。2次吃的面、酒席钱、金丹棒子钱，一共30元，是在福顺昌借的。第3天请过了客，才算把这场事情结束了。铁锁欠春喜200元，欠六太爷250元。
Only then can we take care of third master and Xiao Shi. The noodles, banquet money, and gold elixir stick money for the 2 meals totaled 30 yuan, which were borrowed from Fushanchang. On the 3rd day, after the guests were invited, the matter was finally over. Tai Soa owed Chuanxi 200 yuan and the 6th master 250 yuan.
欠福顺昌30元，总共是480元外债。小喜在8当时里抽了50元，又得了50元小费。他引来那个捆人的人是2块钱雇的，除开了那2块，实际上得了98元。李如珍也不落空。
I owe Fu Shanchang 30 yuan, a total of 480 yuan in foreign debt. Xiao Shi drew 50 yuan at Badangshali and got another 50 yuan as a tip. He hired the man who tied up the man for 2 yuan. Apart from the 2 yuan, he actually got 98 yuan. Li Ruzhen is not disappointed either.
小喜说三爷那里少不了150元，实际上只缴三爷100元，其余50元归了李如珍。小毛只跟着吃了2天好饭，过了2天足也。1月之后，蚕也老了，麦也熟了。
Xiao Shi said that the third master had to pay 150 yuan, but in fact he only paid 100 yuan to the third master, and the remaining 50 yuan went to Li Ruzhen. Xiao Mao only had good food for 2 days, and after 2 days he was satisfied. After 1 month, the silkworms are old and the wheat is ripe.
铁锁包春喜的200元钱也到期了，欠福顺昌的30元也该还了，使六太爷的250元铁锁也觉着后怕了。他想，卑利不如早变产，再吃半年就把产业全卖了，也不够六太爷一户的。
Tai Soa Bao Chuanxi's 200 yuan was also due, and the 30 yuan he owed Fu Shanchang had to be repaid, which made Tai Soa's 250 yuan also feel scared. He thought, it would be better to turn the property into a property as soon as possible. If it were delayed for half a year, it wouldn't be enough to sell the entire property and it would not be enough for the 6th grandpa.
主意一定，咬一咬牙关，先把钱给了福顺昌，又跳了2石麦子，把福顺昌的30元找清，又把地卖给李如珍10亩，还了六太爷的250元8当时，把自己住的1院房子给了春喜。
I made up my mind, gritted my teeth, and first gave the cocoon to Fu Shanchang, and then sold 2 stones of wheat to pay for Fu Shuanchang's 30 yuan. I also sold 10 acres of land to Li Ruzhen, and paid back the 6th master's 150 yuan was exchanged for 8 or 10. He gave Chuanxi the house in the courtyard where he lived.
又贴了春喜3担麦抵住200元钱，自己搬到院门外撵道边一座喂过牲口的房子里去住。这样一来，只剩下5亩地和一座喂过牲口的房子。春喜因为弟兄们多，分到的房子不宽绰。
He also gave Chuanxi 3 stones of wheat as a payment of 200 yuan, and moved to a house that had been used to feed animals by the rolling road outside the courtyard gate. In this way, only 5 acres of land and a house that had been used to feed animals were left. Because Chuanxi had many brothers, the house she was assigned was not spacious.
如今得了铁锁这座院子，自是满心欢喜，便雇匠人补檐头、扎养尘、粉墙壁、添门面，不几天把个院子修理得十分雅致。修理好了，便和自己的老婆搬到里边去住。铁锁了。
Now that I had acquired the Tiesua courtyard, I was filled with joy. I hired craftsmen to mend the eaves, tie up the dust, paint the walls, and add facades. Within a few days, I repaired the courtyard very elegantly. After the repairs were completed, I moved in with my wife. Go live inside. Locked up.
搬到那座喂过牲口的房子里，光锄头篱笆、缸盆瓦罐、锅匙碗筷、箩头筐子，就把3间房子占去了2间，其余1间，中间一个驴槽，槽前修锅台，槽上搭床铺，挤得连水缸也放不下。
After moving to the house where the livestock had been fed, just the hoe and rake, the pots and jars, the pots, spoons, bowls, chopsticks, and baskets, took up 2 of the 3 houses, and the remaining 1, with a donkey trough in the middle. A pot stand was built in front of the trough, and a bed was built on top of the trough. It was so crowded that even the water tank couldn't fit in.
铁锁就住在这种房子里，每天起来看看对面的新七大门和金字牌匾，如何能不气？没几天他便得了病，一病几个月，吃药也无效。俗语说，心病还需心药治，后来3爷上了太原。
Tai Soa lives in a house like this. How can he not be angry when he gets up every day and looks at the newly painted door and gold plaque opposite? He fell ill within a few days and remained ill for several months, even though medicine was ineffective. As the saying goes, heart disease must be treated with heart medicine. Later, the 3rd master went to Taiyuan.
小喜、春喜都跟着去了。有人说，县里有100多户联名告了他了。有人说，3爷的哥哥是阎锡山的秘书长，是1人之下万人之上的官。听说他在家闹得不像话。
Xiaoxi and Chuanxi both followed. Someone said, more than 100 households in the county have jointly filed a lawsuit against him. Someone said, the 3rd master's brother is Yan Shishan's secretary general. He is an official with less than 10,000 people. I heard that he is causing trouble at home, outrageous.
把他叫到省城关起来了。不论怎么说，都说与3爷不利。铁锁听了这消息，心里觉着痛快了一下，病也就慢慢好起来了。第3章，铁锁自从变了产害过病以后，日子过得一天不如一天。
He was called to the provincial capital and locked up. No matter what you say, it's not good for the 3rd master. After hearing the news, Tai Soa felt relieved and his illness gradually got better. Chapter 3. Tai Soa has changed his condition since then. After getting sick, life becomes worse day by day.
幸而他自幼跟着他父亲学过木匠和泥水匠，虽然没有领过工，可是给别人做个帮手，也还是个把式，因此他就只好背了家具到外边和别的匠人碰个火，雇个零花销。
Fortunately, he had learned carpentry and plastering from his father since he was a child. Although he had never been employed, he could still be a helper for others, so he had to carry the furniture and go outside to meet other craftsmen. A pocket expense.
到了民国19年夏天，阎锡山部下有个李师长在太原修公馆，包工的是跟铁锁在一块打过火的，打发人来叫铁锁到太原去。铁锁一来，听说太原工价大。
In the summer of the 19th year of the Republic of China, one of Yan Xishan's subordinates, Mr. Li, was building a mansion in Taiyuan. The contractor was someone who had worked with Tai Suo, so he sent someone to ask Tai Suo to go to Taiyuan. When Tai Suo arrived, he heard that labor costs in Taiyuan were high.
二来又想打听一下三爷究竟落了个什么下场，三来小胖还已经不吃奶了，家里5亩地有2牛满可以种得过来，因此也就答应了。不几天，铁锁便准备下干粮盘缠衣服鞋袜。
Secondly, I wanted to find out what happened to the third master. Thirdly, the little fat boy no longer drank milk, and Erniu could grow the 5 acres of land at home, so he agreed. Within a few days, Tai Suo prepared trays of dry food and clothes and shoes.
和几个同行相跟着到太原去。这时正是阎锡山自称国民革命军第3方面军出兵倒蒋打到北平的时候，因为军事上的胜利，李师长准备将来把公馆建设在北平。
I went to Taiyuan with a few colleagues. At this time, Yan Xishan claimed that the Third Front Army of the National Revolutionary Army was sending troops to overthrow Chiang Kai-shek and attack Peiping. Because of the military victory, Commander Li planned to build his residence in Peiping in the future.
因此，打电报给太原的管事的，说叫把太原的工暂时停了。人家暂时停工，铁锁他们就暂时没事做，只得暂时在会馆找了一间房子住下。会馆的房子可以不出房钱。
Therefore, I telegraphed to the supervisor in Taiyuan to temporarily suspend the work in Taiyuan. As the work was temporarily suspended, Tai Suo and the others had nothing to do, so they had to find a room to stay in the guild hall for the time being. There is no need to pay rent for the house in the guild hall.
不凑巧的是，住了4、5天就不能再住了。来了个人在门外钉了48室留守处一个牌子，通知他们当天找房子搬家。人家要住，他们也只得另在外边另了一座房子搬出去。
Unfortunately, they couldn't move in anymore after 4 or 5 days. When someone came, they nailed a sign, 48th Division Retention Area, outside the door, informing them to find a house and move that day. If they wanted to stay, they had to rent another house and move out.
过了几天，下了一场雨，铁锁想起会馆的床下还丢着自己一对旧鞋，就又跑到那里去找。他一进屋门，看见屋子里完全变了样子，地扫得很光，桌椅摆得很齐整。
A few days later, it rained. Tai Suo remembered that he still had a pair of old shoes left under the bed in the guild hall, so he ran there to look for them again. As soon as he entered the door, he saw that the room had completely changed, the floor was swept clean, and the tables and chairs were arranged neatly.
桌上放着半尺长的大墨盒、印色盒和好多很精致的文具，床铺也很干净，上边躺着个穿着细布军服的人，在那里抽鸦片烟。那个人一抬头看他，他才看见就是小喜，他又和碰上蛇一样。
On the table were half-foot-long large ink cartridges, printing boxes, and a lot of exquisite stationery. The bed was also very clean, with a man in a fine military uniform lying on it smoking opium. When the person looked up at him, he saw that it was Xiao Shi. It was like meeting a snake again,
打了个退步，以为又要出什么事，不知该怎样才好。只见小喜不慌不忙向他微微一笑道：“铁锁，我当是谁？你几时到这里？进来吧。”铁锁见他对自己这样客气，还是第一次。
He backed down, thinking something was going to happen again, and didn't know what to do. Xiao Shi smiled calmly at him and said, "Iron Saw? Who do I think you are? When did you get here? Come in." This was the first time that Tai Saw saw him being so polite to him.
虽然不知他真意如何，看样子是马上不发脾气的，况且按过去在村里处的关系，他既然叫进去，不进去又怕出什么事，因此也就只好走进他的床边站下。
Although I don't know what his true intentions were, it seemed that he stopped losing his temper right away. Moreover, based on the relationship in the village in the past, since he was asked to come in, he was afraid of something happening if he didn't go in, so he had no choice but to stand next to his bed.
小喜又用嘴指着烟盘旁边放的纸烟道：“吸烟吧。”铁锁觉着跟这种人打交道不出事就够好，哪里还有心吸烟，便推辞道：“我才吸过。”只见小喜取起一根递给他道：“吸吧。”
Xiao Shi pointed to the paper cigarette placed next to the cigarette tray with his mouth and said, "Smoking." Tai Saw felt that it was good enough to deal with this kind of people without getting into trouble. He didn't have the heart to smoke, so he declined. "I just smoked it." Xiao Shi picked up one and handed it to him. "Suck it."
这样一来，他觉着不吸又不好，就在烟灯上点着，靠床沿站着吸起来。他一边吸烟，一边考虑小喜为什么对他这样客气，但是也想不出个原因来。
In this way, he felt that it was not good not to smoke, so he lit a cigarette lamp and stood on the edge of the bed to smoke. While smoking, he thought about why Xiaoxi was so polite to him, but he couldn't think of a reason. "Come."
小喜虽然还是用上等人对一般人的口气，可也好像是亲亲热热的问长问短，问他跟谁来的，现在做什么，住在哪里，有无盘费。问完以后，知道他现在没有工作，便向他道。
Although Xiaoxi still used the tone of a superior person talking to ordinary people, she also seemed to be asking him questions affectionately, asking him who he came with, what he was doing now, where he lived, whether he had any housing fees, etc. After asking him, he knew he had no job now, so he said to him,
你们这些受苦人，闲住也住不起。论情理，咱们是个乡亲，你遇上了困难，我也该照顾你一下。可是又不清楚谁家休工，要不你就来这里给我当个勤务吧。
You suffering people can't afford to live alone. Logically speaking, we are fellow villagers. If you encounter difficulties, I should take care of you, but I don't know who the repairman is. Otherwise, you can come here and work for me. A job?
铁锁觉着自己反正是靠劳力吃饭，做什么都一样，只是见他穿着军人衣服，怕跟上他当了兵，就问道：“当勤务是不是当兵？”小喜见他这样问，已经猜透他的心事，便答道。
Tai Saw felt that he was relying on hard work to make a living, no matter what he did, but when he saw him wearing military clothes, he was afraid that he would become a soldier after him, so he asked, "Is being a serviceman a soldier?" Xiao Shi saw him asking this question and already guessed what he was thinking, so she replied.
兵与兵不同，这个兵一不打仗，二不调动，只是住在这里收拾收拾屋子，有客来倒个茶，跑个街道。论赚钱，一月挣饷8块，有个客人打打牌，每次又能弄几块零花钱。
Soldiers are different from each other. This soldier does not fight, and is not mobilized. He just lives here and tidies up the house. When guests come to pour tea, he walks around the streets. In terms of making money, the regular salary is 8 yuan a month. There is a guest playing cards, and you can get a few pocket money each time. Soldiers are different from each other. this soldier does not fight, and is not mobilized. He just lives here and tidies up the house. When guests come to pour tea, he walks around the streets. In terms of making money, the regular salary is 8 yuan a month. There is a guest playing cards, and you can get a few pocket money each time.
这还不是抢也抢不到手的事吗？我这里早有好几个人来运动过，我都还没有答应。叫你来就是因为你没有事，想照顾你一下，你要不愿来也就算了。正说着
Isn't this something that cannot be grabbed? Several people have come here to exercise, but I haven't agreed yet. I just asked you to come because you have nothing to do and I want to take care of you. If you don't want to come, forget it. Just saying.
听见院里自行车扎扎扎，皮鞋拖拖拖，车一停下，又进来一个穿军服的。小喜赶快起身让座，铁锁也从床边退到窗下。那人也不谦让，走到床边便与小喜对面躺下。
Hearing the bicycles in the yard taking off their leather shoes, as soon as the bicycle stopped, another man in military uniform came in. Xiaoxi quickly stood up and gave way to sit down, and the iron lock also moved away from the bed and under the window. The man was not humble and walked to the bed and lay down opposite Xiaoxi.
小喜指着铁锁向那人道：“参谋长，我给咱们留守处收了个勤务。我村子里人很忠厚，很老实。”那人懒洋洋地道：“也好吧。”小喜又向铁锁道：“铁锁，你回去斟酌一下。”
Xiaoxi pointed at the iron lock and said to the man, Chief of Staff, I have hired a servant for our left-behind office. The people in my village are very loyal and honest. The man said lazily, That's fine. Xiaoxi then he said to Tai Suo, Tai Suo, you go back and think about it.
要来今天晚上就来，要不来也交代我一声，我好用别人。铁锁一时虽决定不了该干不该干，可也觉着这是去的时候了，就忙答道：“可以，那我就走了。”小喜并不起身相送，只向他道
If you want to come, come tonight. If not, tell me so that I can use others. Although Tai Suo couldn't decide whether he should do it or not, he still felt that it was time to go, so he hurriedly replied, Okay, then I'll leave. Xiaoxi did not get up to see him off, but only said to him,
好，去吧。他便走出来了。参谋长道：“这孩子倒还精干，只是好像没有胆，见人不敢说响话。”小喜道：“那倒也不见得，不过见了我他不敢怎样放肆，因为过去处的关系不同。”
Okay, let's go. He walked out. The chief of staff said, This kid is quite capable, but he seems to have no courage and dare not speak loudly when he sees others. Xiaoxi said, That's not necessarily true, but he doesn't dare to be so presumptuous when he sees me, because of his past relationship. Different.
参谋长道：“你怎么想起要用个勤务来？”小喜道：“我正预备报告你。”说着，先取出一包料面递给参谋长，并且又取一根纸烟，一边往上缠吸料子用的纸条，一边向他报告道
The chief of staff said, Why do you think of using a servant? Xiaoxi said, I am preparing to tell you. As he said that, he first took out a pack of dough and handed it to the chief of staff. He also took out a cigarette, wrapped a piece of paper around it for smoking the dough, and reported to him.
前不大一会，有正大饭店一个伙计在街上找48师留守处，说是河南一个客人叫他找，最后问这里警察派出所，才找到这里来。我问明了缘由，才推他说今天这里没有负责人。
Not long ago, a clerk from the Jingda Hotel was looking for the 48th Division's detention center on the street. He said that a guest from Hunan asked him to look for it. Finally, he asked the police station here and found this place. I asked him the reason and then told him. There is no person in charge here today.
叫他明天来。我正预备吸口烟到你公馆报告去，我村那个人就进来了，还没有说几句话，你就进来了。按他2个人的等级来说，小喜是上尉副官，而参谋长是少将，等级相差既然。
Ask him to come tomorrow. I was about to smoke a cigarette and report to your mansion when the man from my village came in. Before I could say a few words, you came in. According to their ranks, Xiaoxi is a captain's adjutant, and the chief of staff is a major general. What's the difference in rank?
什么是小喜应该马上报告，说话也应该更尊敬一些，为什么小喜还能慢腾腾地和他躺在一处，说话也那样随便呢？原来这48师是阎锡山准备新成立的队伍。
Xiaoxi should report everything immediately and speak more respectfully. Why could Xiaoxi still lie with him slowly and talk so casually? It turned out that the 48th Division was a new team that Yan Xishan was preparing to form.
起初只委了一个师长，参谋长还是师长介绍的，并没有一个兵，全靠师长的手段来发展。师长姓霍，当初与北一带的土匪们有些交道，他就凭这个资本领了师长的委任。他说
At first, only one division commander was appointed, and the chief of staff was introduced by the division commander. There was no soldier, and development relied entirely on the division commander's methods. The division commander's surname was Hua. He had some dealings with bandits in northern Hunan, and he used this capital to get the appointment as division commander. He said,
只要有名义，兵是不成问题的。小喜也懂这一道。参谋长虽然是日本帝国大学毕业，可是隔行如隔山，和土匪们去联络便不如小喜，况且小喜又是与秘书长那个系统有关系的。
As long as there is a name, soldiers are not a problem. Xiaoxi also understands this. Although the chief of staff graduated from the Imperial University of Japan, he is separated from the world and cannot communicate with the bandits as well as Xiaoxi. Moreover, Xiaoxi is related to the Secretary-General system.
因此，参谋长便得让他几分。小喜说明了没有即刻报告他的理由，见他没有说什么，就把手里粘好纸条子的纸烟递给他，让他吸料子，然后向他道：“我想这个客人。”
Therefore, the chief of staff had to give him some credit. Xiaoxi explained the reason for not reporting him immediately. Seeing that he didn't say anything, she handed him the cigarette with a paper strip in her hand and asked him to smoke it. Then she said to him, I miss this guest.
一定是老霍去了联络好了以后，才来和咱们正式取联系的。他既然来了，就住在正大饭店，派头一定很不小。我们也得把我们这留守处弄得像个派头，才不至于被他轻看。
It must have been after Lao Hua went to contact us that he came to formally contact us. Since he is staying at the Jingda Hotel when he comes, he must be very impressive. We also have to make our stay look elegant so that we will not be looked down upon by him.
因此我才计划找个勤务。小喜这番话，参谋长听来头头是道，就称赞道：“对，这个是十分必要的。我看不只得个勤务，门上也得有个守卫的。我那里还有几个找事的人。”
That's why I plan to find a job. Xiaoxi's words made sense to the chief of staff, and he praised, yes. This is very necessary. I think there needs to be not only an attendant, but also a guard at the door. I still have a few people looking for trouble.
等我回去给你派2个来，下午你就可以训练他们一下，把咱们领来的服装每人给他发一套。计划已定，参谋长又吸了一会料子，谈了些别的闲话，就回公馆去了。铁锁从会馆出来。
I'll send you 2 when I get back. You can train them in the afternoon and give each of them a set of the clothes we received. The plan has been decided. The chief of staff smoked for a while, chatted some other gossip, and then went back to the mansion. Tai Suo came out of the mansion.
觉着奇怪，他想，小喜为什么变得那样和气？对自己为什么忽然好起来？
It feels strange. He thought, why did Xiaoxi become so kind? Why did he suddenly feel better towards himself?
说是本色靠葱搜不床，怀损处栾一约河中血欠栾懒成，耍婢约汉乃，才处客邓亲西似窝枕着色，肯博永床换烟微开乌洞，灰心乃露兔灰屑晒换。最后他想着有两种可能。
It is said that the bed is pregnant with the falcon by the chimney, and the bed is pregnant with the falcon. Killing the rabbit and spreading its crumbs to expose the trouble. In the end, he thought of two possibilities.
第一是小喜要用人，一时找不到个可靠的人，就找到自己头上。第二是小喜觉着过去对不起自己，一时良心发现，来照顾自己一下，以补他良心上的亏空。他想要是第一种原因。
The first is that Xiaoxi needs to hire people, and when he can't find a reliable person, he looks for someone on his own. The second is that Xiaoxi feels that he has been sorry for himself in the past, and his conscience suddenly shows up, so he comes to take care of himself to make up for the shortcomings in his conscience. He wants it for the first reason.
他用人，他赚钱，也是一种公平的交易。虽然是给他当差，可是咱这种草木之人就是伺候人的。要是第二种原因那更好，今生的冤仇今生解了。
He uses people to make money, which is also a fair transaction. Even though he works as an errand for him, people like us are just serving people. If it is the second reason, that would be even better. The grudges in this life will be resolved in this life.
省得来生冤冤相报，因为铁锁还相信来生报应。他想，不论是第一种还是第二种，都与自己无害，可以干一干。他完全以为小喜已经是变好了。回到住的地方，跟几个同事一说。
This will save you from retribution in the next life, because Tai Suo still believes in retribution in the next life. He thought that whether it was the first or the second kind, it was harmless to him and he could do it. He completely thought that Xiaoxi had changed for the better. Go back to where you live and talk to a few colleagues.
同事以为像小喜这种人是1000年也不会变好的，不过现在的事却同意他去干，也就是同意他说的第一种理由。事情就这样决定了，铁锁便收拾行李搬到会馆去。铁锁到了会馆。
Colleagues thought that people like Xiaoxi would never get better in 1,000 years, but they agreed to do what he was doing now, which was the first reason he agreed with. The matter was decided in this way, and Tai Suo packed up his luggage and moved to the guild hall. Tai Suo arrived at the guild hall.
参谋长打发来的2个人也到了，小喜便在院里分别训练，教那2个人怎样站岗，见了官长怎样敬礼，见了老百姓怎样吆喝，见了哪等客人用哪等话应酬，怎样传递名片，又教铁锁打水。
The 2 people sent by the chief of staff also arrived, and Xiaoxi trained separately in the courtyard, teaching the 2 people how to stand guard, how to salute when meeting officials, how to shout when meeting common people, and what words to use when meeting guests. How to pass business cards, teach iron locks to fetch water.
倒茶、点烟等种种动作，他好像教戏一样，一会算客人，一会算差人，只领着3个人练习，累一下午，然后发了服装和臂章，准备第2天应课。第2天早上，参谋长没有吃饭就来了。
Pouring tea, lighting cigarettes, and other actions. It was as if he was teaching an opera, one moment counting the guests, the other the messengers. He led the 3 people to practice all afternoon, and then handed out costumes and armbands in preparation for receiving guests the next day. The next morning, the chief of staff arrived without eating.
他进来先问准备的如何， 然后就在留守处吃饭。吃过饭，他仍和小喜躺在床上，一边吸料子，一边准备应酬这位不识面的绿林豪侠。小喜向他说，对付这些人要几分派头，几分客气。
He came in and first asked how the preparations were, and then ate in the detention area. After dinner, he and Xiaoxi were still lying on the bed, sucking food while preparing to entertain this unknown green forest hero. Xiaoxi told him how to deal with these people with a certain amount of style and politeness.
几分豪爽，几分自己，参谋长也十分称赞。他们的技艺已经一致，就令谈些闲话，等着站岗的送名片来。外边2个站岗的，因为没有当过兵，新穿起军服，扛起来，自己都觉着有点新鲜。
He was somewhat generous and self-centered, and the chief of staff also praised him very much. They had reached an agreement, so they chatted some more and waited for the person on guard to give them their business cards. The 2 men standing guard outside had never served in the military, so they felt a little fresh when they put on their new military uniforms and carried them.
因此就免不了打打闹闹，起先2个人各自练习敬礼，后来轮流着一个算参谋长往里走，另一个敬礼。有一次，一个敬了礼，当参谋长的那一个没有还礼，2个人便闹起来。
Therefore, there was inevitably a fight. At first the 2 of them practiced saluting separately, and then they took turns with one of them walking in as the chief of staff, and the other saluting. Once, one of them saluted, but the chief of staff did not return the salute, and the 2 got into a fight.
当参谋长那个说，我是参谋长，还礼不还礼，自然是由我了。另一个说，连个礼都不知道还，算你妈的什么参谋长。就在这时候，一辆洋车拉了个客人到会馆门外停住。
When the chief of staff said, I am the chief of staff, it is up to me to return the gift or not. The other said, if you don't even know how to return a gift, what the hell do you think you are the chief of staff? At this moment, a foreign car pulled a guest and stopped outside the guild hall.
客人跳下车来，2个站岗的见有人来了，赶紧停止了闹，仍然站到岗位上，正待要问客人，只见那客人先问道：“里边有负责人吗？”一个答道：“有，参谋长在。”
The guests jumped out of the car. When the 2 men on guard saw someone coming, they quickly stopped making noise and still stood at their posts. They were about to ask the guest, but the guest asked first, Is there a person in charge inside? One replied, Yes. Staff officer, stay alive.
还没有来得及问客人是哪里来的，那客人也不劳传达，也不递名片，挺起胸膛，呱嗒呱嗒就走进去了。小喜正装了一口料子，用洋火点着去吸，听得外边进来了人，还以为是站岗的。
Before I had time to ask the guest where he was from, the guest didn't bother to communicate or hand over his business card. He puffed up his chest and walked in. Dash. Xiaoxi just packed a mouthful of food and lit it with a match. Suck, I heard someone coming in from outside. I thought they were on guard.
没有理，仍然吸下去。烟正进到喉咙，客人也正接起帘子。小喜见进来的人穿着纺绸大衫，留着八字胡，知道有些来历，赶紧顺手连纸烟带料子往烟盘里一扔，心里暗暗埋怨站岗的。
Ignoring it, I kept sucking it down. Smoke is entering the throat, and the guest is lifting the curtain. When Xiaoxi saw the person coming in, he was wearing a big silk shirt and a mustache, and he knew some of his origins. He quickly threw the cigarette and the stuffing into the cigarette tray, secretly complaining to the guard.
参谋长也欠身坐起。客人进着门道：“你们哪一位负责？”小喜见他来的高傲，赶紧指着参谋长，用大官衔压他道：“这就是师部参谋长。”哪知那客人丝毫不失威风。
The chief of staff also sat up. The guest came in and said, "Which one of you is in charge?" Xiao Shi saw that he was arrogant, so he quickly pointed at the chief of staff and pressed him with his official title. "This is the chief of staff of the division." Unexpectedly, the guest did not lose any dignity.
用嘴指了一下参谋长问道：“你就是参谋长？”参谋长道：“是的，有事吗？”那客人不等让座，就把桌旁的椅子扭转，面向着参谋长坐了道：“兄弟是从河南来的。”
He pointed at the chief of staff with his mouth and asked, "Are you the chief of staff?" The chief of staff said, "Yes, is there anything wrong?" The guest turned the chair next to the table without waiting for him to sit down, and sat facing the chief of staff. Brother is from Hunan.
老霍跟我们当家的接洽好了，写信派兄弟来领东西，说着从皮包中取出尺把长一封信来，递给小喜。小喜把信递给参谋长，一边又吩咐铁锁倒茶。参谋长接住信一看，信是老霍写的。
Lao Hua has contacted our boss and sent a letter to send a brother to pick up the things. As he said this, he took out a ruler with a ruler from his bag and handed it to Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi handed the letter to the chief of staff and asked Tai Soa to pour tea. The chief of staff caught the letter and saw that it was written by Lao Hua.
说是已经拉好了一个团，要留守处备文向军需处请领全团官兵服装、笔章、械、给养等物，并开一张全团各级军官名单，要留守处填写伪状。参谋长看了道：“你老哥就是团长吗？”
It is said that a regiment has been assembled. The left-behind office is required to prepare a document to request the uniforms, armbands, weapons, supplies, and other items of the entire regiment from the munitions department. A list of officers at all levels in the regiment is also required. The left-behind office is required to fill out a petition. The chief of staff looked at it and said, "Is your brother the regiment commander?"
客人道：“不，团长是我们这一把子一个当家的，兄弟只是跟着我们当家混饭吃的。”参谋长拿着名单问他道：“哪一位是？”客人起身走进参谋长，指着名单上的名字道。
The guest said, "No. The group leader is the head of our group, and the brothers just follow us to make ends meet." The chief of staff took the list and asked him, "Which one is?" The guest stood up and approached the chief of staff, pointed to the name on the list and said,
这是我们当家的，这一个就是兄弟我，暂且抵个参谋长。参谋长道：“你贵姓王？”客人道：“是的。”兄弟姓王。参谋长道：“来了住在哪里？”客人道：“住在正大饭店。”参谋长道：
"This is our head, and this one is my brother. I will be the chief of staff for the time being." The chief of staff said, "Your surname is Wang?" The guest said, "Yes. My brother's surname is Wang." The chief of staff said, "Come here and live in where?" The guest said, "Staying at the Zhengda Hotel." The chief of staff said,
回头搬到这里来住吧。又向小喜道：“李副官，回头给王参谋准备一间房子。”客人道：“这个不必，兄弟出道太远，想到处观光一番，住在外边随便一点。”参谋长道：“那也好。”
"Let's move here later." He then said to Xiao Shi, adjutantly, "Let's prepare a house for Counselor Wang later." The guest said, "That's not necessary. This brother has just arrived in Taiyuan and wants to do some sightseeing and live outside. Just be casual." The chief of staff said, "That's fine."
用着什么东西？尽管到这里来找李副官。小喜也接着道：“好。”用着什么可以跟我要？客人道：“谢谢你们关心，别的不用什么，只是你们山西的老海很难买。”转向小喜道：
"Whatever you need, just come here to find adjutantly." Xiao Shi also continued, "Okay. You can ask me for anything you need." The guest said, "Thank you for your concern. Nothing else is needed, it's just that it's hard to buy it from Laohai in Shaanxi." He turned to Xiaoxi and said,
方才见你老兄吸这个，请你帮忙给我买一点。说着，从皮包中取出500元钞票，递给小喜。小喜接住票子道：“好，这我可以帮忙。”说着就从床上起来，让他道：“这里还有一些。”
"I just saw your brother sucking this, please help me buy some." He took out a 500 yuan note from his wallet and handed it to Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi caught the ticket and said, "Okay. I can help with this." After that, she got up from the bed and asked him, "There are some more here."
你先吸几口。说了，就把烟盘下压着的一个小纸包取出来，放在外边。客人倒也很自己，随便谦让了一下，就躺下去吸起来。小喜接住钱，却费了点思索。他想，打发人去买不出来。
"Take a few puffs first." After saying that, he took out a small paper bag from under the cigarette tray and put it outside. The guest was very kind to himself, so he gave in casually, then lay down and started smoking. Xiaoxi took the money, but it took a while. Thinking. He thought, "You can't buy it by sending people."
自己去跑街又不够派头，怕客人小看。想了一会，最后决定写封信打发铁锁去。他坐在桌上写完了信，出到屋门口叫道：“张铁锁，到五爷公馆去一趟。”铁锁问道：“在什么地方？”小喜道：
"I go to the streets by myself, but I don't have enough style, and I'm afraid that the guests will look down on me." After thinking for a while, I finally decided to write a letter and send it to Tai Suo. He sat on the table and finished writing the letter, then went out to the door and called, "Zhang Tiesuo. Go to the 5th master's mansion." Tiesuo asked, "Where is it?" Xiaoxi said,
天地坛门牌10号。说着，把信和钱递给他道：“买料子，买料子。当日在太原，名义上说是杀头罪。”铁锁说：“我不敢带。”小喜低声道：“傻瓜，你带着48师的臂章。”
"The house number of the Temple of Heaven and Earth is number 10. He handed him the letter and the money and said, "Buy the materials." On the day I bought the materials, I was in Taiyuan. It was nominally a crime of beheading. Tai Suo said, "I dare not bring it." Xiaoxi whispered, "Fool. You are wearing the armband of the 48th Division."
在五爷公馆买料子，难道还有人敢问？铁锁见他这样说没有危险，也就接住了信和钱。小喜又吩咐道：“你到他小南房里，把信交给张先生，叫他找一太太的娘，他就知道。”
Is there anyone who dares to ask questions when buying ingredients at the 5th master's mansion? Seeing that he said there was no danger, Tai Suo accepted the letter and the money. Xiaoxi then ordered, "Go to his Xiaonan room, give the letter to Mr. Zhang, and ask him to find his aunt's mother, and he will know."
铁锁答应着去了。铁锁找到天地坛10号，推了推门，里边关着，打了2下门环，里边走出一个人道：“谁？”随着门开了一道缝，挤出一颗头来，问道：“找谁？”铁锁道：“找张先生。”
Tai Suo agreed and went. Tai Suo found number 10 of the Temple of Heaven and Earth, pushed the door, and it was closed inside. He knocked on the door twice, and a man came out and said, "Who?" As the door opened a crack, a head squeezed out and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Tai Suo said, "Look for Mr. Zhang."
说了，就把手里的信递给他。那人道：“你等一等。”把头一缩，反身回去了。铁锁等了不大功夫，那人又出来喊道：“进来吧！”铁锁就跟了进去，果然被他引到小南房。
After saying that, I handed him the letter in my hand. The man said, "Wait a minute." He shrunk his head and turned back. Tai Soa waited for a short time, and the man came out again and shouted, "Come in." Tai Soa followed him in. After saying that, I handed him the letter in my hand. The man said, "Wait a minute." He shrunk his head and turned back. Tai Soa waited for a short time, and the man came out again and shouted, "Come in." Tai Soa followed him in. Sure enough, he led him to the small south room.
铁锁见里边有好多人，就问道：“哪位是张先生？”西北墙角桌边坐着一个40来岁的瘦老汉道：“我。”你稍等一等吧。孩子老婆一到火车站上去了，人既不在。
Seeing that there were many people inside, Tai Soa asked, "Who is Mr. Zhang?" A thin old man in his 40s was sitting at the northwest corner table and said, "Me." Just wait a moment. Heizi's wife is here, went up to the train station. No one is here.
一海子是这个老婆家的村民，铁锁也只得等，他便坐到门后一个小凳子上，闲看这屋里的人。靠屋的西南角有一张床，床中间放着一盏灯，床上躺着2个人，一个是小个子，尖嘴猴。
Heizi is the name of this wife's village. Ironlock had no choice but to wait, so he sat on a small stool behind the door and idly watched the people in the room. In the southwest corner of the room, there is a bed with a lamp in the middle. There were 2 people lying on the bed. One was a small man with a sharp mouth.
一个是他眼窝，床边坐着一个人，伸着脖子，好像个鸭子，一个肘靠着尖嘴猴的腿，眼睛望着他眼窝。他眼窝手里拿着一张纸烟盒里的金箔，还拿着个用硬纸卷成的指头粗的小纸筒。
One has a flat eye socket. There was a man sitting beside the bed, with his neck stretched out like a duck, one elbow leaning on the sharp-billed monkey's leg, and his eyes looking into the sunken eye sockets. In his hand, the hollow-eyed man held a piece of gold foil from a cigarette box, and also held a small paper tube made of hard paper and about the thickness of a finger.
他把料子挑到金箔上一点，爬起来放在灯头上熏，嘴里衔着小纸筒对住熏的那地方吸。他们3个人，这个吸了传递给那个。房子不大，床往东放着一张茶几，2个小凳子。
He picked the material onto the gold foil, got up, put it on the lamp holder and smoked it. He held a small paper tube in his mouth and pointed it at the smoked area. There were 3 of them, one sucking and passing it on to the other. The house is not big, and there is a coffee table and 2 small stools placed east of the bed.
就排到东墙根了。茶几上有个铜盘，盘里放着颗切开了的西瓜。靠东的凳子上坐着个4方脸大胖子，披着件白大衫，衬衣也不扣扣子，露着一颗大肚。靠西的凳子上
It lines up to the root of the east wall. There is a copper plate on the coffee table, and there is a cut watermelon on the plate. Sitting on the stool to the east was a fat man with a square face, wearing a white shirt that was unbuttoned, revealing a big belly. On the stool to the west,
坐着个留着分头的年轻人。
Sitting there was a young man with a parted hair.
穿了件科职，急召溃炎梦感服务迷必误处还应 K 交落缩月拼运备西种应云浅应村应亲不亲擦缘买亲拥假名宣备先征备现应回有设奥响绿辉映黄巧切愿啊训应谢鞋上卵了应闷壶赐我挪必有袍换浅圆角且换千词梦句先会月夕。
After wearing a piece of clothing, the hair will burst and the hair will fall apart. Zheng Tao presents hard worms. You are proud of the food Chlorinehui hard emperor eggplant garden. A flood poppy harmony is still is identical to egg thunder cherry boring swan bestows wealth and tricks yo induces the house to call shallow fate fluke and calls Chinsi Meng Yuxian.
不论床上的，不论茶几旁边的，他们谈的都很热闹。 不过铁锁听起来有许多话听不懂，他们不知什么时候就谈起来了。铁锁坐下以后，第一句便听着那柱子向胖子道
Regardless of whether they were on the bed or next to the coffee table, they were all talking lively, but Tai Soa sounded like there were a lot of things he didn't understand. They started talking at some point. After Tai Soa sat down, the first thing he heard was the pillar saying to the fat man.
最要紧的是归班，我直到现在还没得归了班。胖子道，也不在乎，只要出身正有腿也快。要说归班，我倒归轮尾班2年了，直到如今不是还没有出去吗？按次序轮起来。
The most important thing is to return to work. I haven't returned to work until now. The fat man said, I don't care, as long as I show. I have a good body, legs, and speed. When it comes to returning to work, I would rather go back to work. I've been in class for 2 years, haven't I been out yet? Let's take turns.
民国50多年才能轮到我，那底什么事？床上那个他眼窝像鸭脖子道，你听，人家都说归班了，咱们了。鸭脖子道，咱们这些不是学生出身的人，不去找那些麻烦，大家都笑了。
It took more than 50 years of the Republic of China for my turn to come, so what's the point? The sunken eye socket on the bed said to the duck neck, listen. Everyone says it's time to go back to work. Are we here? Duck neck said, those of us who are not students should not go looking for trouble. Everyone laughed.
胖子向床上人道，索性像你们可也快，只要到秘书长那里多挂几次号就行了。尖嘴猴道，你们虽说慢一点，可是一出去就是县长科长，我们了，不是这个税局，就是那个监工。
The fat man said to the person on the bed, it's just as fast as you. Just go to the Secretary General to register a few more times. The sharp-mouthed monkey said, although you are slower, you will be the county magistrate and section chief as soon as you get out. We, either the tax bureau or the supervisor.
他眼窝道，不论那些，只要钱多。鸭脖子道，只要秘书长肯照顾，什么都不在乎。五爷没有上过学校，不是民政厅的科长。三爷也是家庭大学出身，不在怀仁县当县长了。
Ten Yanshu said, no matter what, as long as there is a lot of money. Yuck Neck said, as long as the Secretary General is willing to take care of me, I don't care about anything. Fifth Master has never been to school, so he is not the section chief of the Civil Affairs Department. Third Master is also from a family college, so he is not the county magistrate of Huaran County.
铁锁无意中打听着三爷的下落，还恐不是，便问道：“哪个三爷？”鸭脖子看了他一眼，鼻子里一哼道：“哪个三爷？咱县有几个三爷？”铁锁便不再问了。那柱子的话又说回来了。
Tai Soa inadvertently inquired about the whereabouts of the third master. He was afraid that it was not the case, so he asked, which third master? Duck Neck glanced at him and snorted, which third master? How many third masters are there in our county? Tai Soa stopped asking. What Zhu Zhu said came back again.
他还说是归班要紧。胖子向他道：“你老弟有点过于，现在已经打下了河北，正是用人时候。你还是听上我，咱明天搭车往北平去。到那里，只要找上秘书长，各把县长一点都不成问题。”
He also said that it was important to return to work. The fat man said to him, your brother is a little too naive. Now that Hebei has been conquered, it is time to hire people. You better listen to me. Let's take a ride to Peiping tomorrow. When we get there, we only need to find the Secretary General, and he will be able to do everything he can to the county magistrate. Not a problem.
那柱子抢着道：“我不信不归班，怎么能得正缺？”胖子道：“ 你归班是归山西的班，到河北有什么用处？况且你归班也只能归个泽尾班，有什么用处？不找门路，还不是照样出不去吗？
That Juju rushed to say, I don't believe it. How can I get a job if I don't return to work? The fat man said, You are returning to Shangxi class. What's the use of going to Hebei? Besides, when you return to class, you can only be assigned to a selective class, so what's the use? Wouldn't it still be impossible to get out if you don't find a way out?
他们正争吵，外边门又开了，乱七八糟进来许多人。当头是一个戴着眼镜的络腮胡大汉，一进门便向茶几上的2个人打招呼。他看见茶几上还有未吃完的西瓜。
While they were quarreling, the outer door opened again, and many people came in randomly. At the head was a bearded man wearing glasses. As soon as he entered the door, he looked at the 2 people on the coffee table. Greet. He saw there was uneaten watermelon on the coffee table.
抓起来一边吃一边又让同来的人。他吃着西瓜问道：“你2位辩论什么？”胖子便把柱子要归班的话说了一遍。那戴眼镜的没有听完，截住便道：“屁！这会正是用人时候。”
Grab it and eat it while letting others come with you. He ate watermelon and asked, What are you 2 arguing about? The fat man told Juju about going back to work. The man with glasses didn't finish listening, so he stopped and said, Shit. This is the time to hire people.
只要找着秘书长，就是扫帚把子戴上顶帽，也照样当县长。什么泽尾班、轮尾班，现在咱们先给他凑个强尾班。一说强尾班，新旧客人同声大笑，都说咱们也归了班了。强尾班。
As long as you find the Secretary General, you can still be the county magistrate even if you wear a broomstick and a top hat. What about choosing a shift and taking it in turns? Now let's get him a rush shift first. As soon as I mentioned the rush to work, the old and new customers laughed together and said, We've returned to work too. Grab a commission.
铁锁虽懂不得什么班，却懂得他们是找事的了。正看他们张牙舞爪大笑，忽然有人在他背后一推道：“这是不是铁锁？”铁锁回头一看，原来是春喜，也是跟着那个戴眼镜的一伙进来的。
Although Tai Sua didn't know anything about the class, he understood that they were looking for trouble. Just as he was watching them laughing, someone suddenly pushed from behind him. Is this Tai Sua? Tai Sua looked back and saw that it was Chuanxi. He also came in with the group wearing glasses.
他一看果然是铁锁，就问道：“你也当了兵？”铁锁正去答话，见他挤到别的人里去，也就算了。春喜挤到床边，向那个鸭脖子道：“让我也坐坐飞机。”说了，从小草帽中取出一个小纸包。
When he saw that it was indeed Tai Sua, he asked, You also became a soldier? Tai Sua was going to answer, but when he saw him squeezing into other people, he just let it go. Chuanxi squeezed to the edge of the bed and said to the duck-necked man, Let me take the plane too. After saying this, he took out a small paper bag from the little straw hat.
挤到床上去，那戴眼镜的向张先生道：“你去看看五爷给军需处王科长写那封信写成了没有？”张先生去了。那柱子问道：“把你们介绍到军需处了？”戴眼镜的道：“不。”
Squeeze onto the bed. The man wearing glasses said to Mr. Zhang, Go and see if Mr. Wu has finished the letter he wrote to Section Chief Wang of the Munitions Department. Mr. Zhang went. The pillar asked, Have you been introduced to the Munitions Department? The man wearing glasses said, No.
秘书长打电报叫我们到北平去，因为客车不好买票，准备明天借军需处往北平的专车坐一坐。胖子道：“是不是能多坐1-2个人？”戴眼镜的道：“怕不行，光我们就20-30个人了。”
The Secretary General sent a telegram asking us to go to Peiping. Since it is difficult to buy tickets for buses, we plan to borrow a special bus from the Military Supplies Department to Peiping tomorrow. Fatty said, "Can you sit more or 2 more people?" Wearing the glasses, I'm afraid. We are just 20 or 30 people alone.
光天你也还马虎得过，再多了就不行了。说着，张先生已经拿出信来，戴眼镜的接住了信，就和同来的那伙人一道又走了。春喜也包起料子赶出去。胖子赶到门边喊道：“一定借光。”
You can still be careless if you add more, but you won't be able to do it if you add more. As he said that, Mr. Zhang had already taken out the letter. The man with glasses caught the letter and left with the group of people who came with him. Chuanxi also packed up the materials and rushed out. The fat man rushed to the door and shouted, "Definitely. Borrow light."
外边答道：“可以，只能1、2个人。”他们去了。张先生问铁锁道：“你怎么认得他？”铁锁道：“他跟我是一个村人。”张先生道：“那人很能干，在大统统税局很能弄个钱。”
The outsider replied, "Okay. Only 1 or 2 people." They went, and Mr. Zhang asked Tai Suo, "How do you recognize him?" Tai Suo said, "He is from the same village as me." Mr. Zhang said, "That man is very capable and can make money at the Datong Taxation Bureau."
秘书长很看得起，这次打电报要的几10个人也有他。昨天他才坐火车从大同赶回来。正说着，姨太太的娘从火车站上回来了，铁锁便买上料子回去交了差，打发河南的客人去了。
The Secretary General thinks highly of him, and he is among the dozens of people he requested via telegram this time. He just came back from Datong by train yesterday. Just as he was talking, my concubine's mother came back from the train station, and Tai Suo bought the materials and went back to pay the errand, sent away the guests from Hunan.
参谋长立刻背了成文，送往总司令部，又叫小喜代理秘书填写伪状，赶印臂章。第4章。不几天，街上传说在山东打了败仗，南京的飞机又来太原下过蛋，人心惶惶，山西票子也跌价了。
The Chief of Staff immediately prepared a submission and sent it to the headquarters. He also asked Xiao Shi, the acting secretary, to fill out the petition and get the armband printed. Chapter 4. Within a few days, rumors spread on the streets that the war had been defeated in Shandong, and that a plane from Nanjing had landed in Taiyuan. People were panicked, and the price of tickets in Shaanxi also dropped.
又过几天，总司令部给48师留守处下了命令，说是叫暂缓发展，请领的东西自然一件也没有发给。参谋长接到了命令，回复了河南来的客人，又打发小喜下豫北去找老货回来。
A few days later, the General Headquarters issued an order to the 48th Division's Left Behind office, saying that development was to be suspended. Naturally, none of the requested items were issued. The Chief of Staff received the order, responded to the guests from Hunan, and sent Xiao Shi to go to northern Hunan to find Lao Hua.
从这时起，留守处厨房也撤销了，站岗的也打发了，参谋长也不到那里去了，小喜也走了，叫铁锁每天到参谋长那里领1毛5分钱伙食费，住在留守处看门。起先1毛5分钱还够吃。
From then on, the kitchen in the leftover office was also closed down, and the guards were dismissed. The Chief of Staff also left, and Xiao Shi also left. Tai Suo was asked to go to the Chief of Staff every day to receive 15 cents for food. Live in the residence and guard the door. At first, 15 cents was enough to eat.
后来山西票一直往下狂跌，1毛5分钱只能买1斤软米糕，去寻参谋长要求增加。参谋长说：“你找你的事去吧，那里的门也不用看了。”这个留守处就这样结束了。
Later, Shangshi's ticket prices kept plummeting, and I could only buy a pound of soft rice cakes for 15 cents. I went to the chief of staff to ask for an increase. The chief of staff said, "Go and find your own business. There's no need to look at the door there." This is how the detention center ended.
铁索当了1个月勤务，没有领过1个钱，小喜走了，参谋长不管，只落了一身单军服，穿不敢穿，卖不敢卖，只好脱下包起来。他想，做别的事自然不能穿军服，包起来暂且放着。
Tai Soa worked as a soldier for a month and didn't receive any money. When Xiaoxi left, the chief of staff ignored him and left behind only a single military uniform. He didn't dare to wear it or sell it, so he had to take it off and wrap it up. He thought, of course you can't wear a military uniform when doing other things, so just wrap it up and leave it alone for now.
以后有人追问衣服，自然可以要他发钱；要是没人追问，军医也可改造便衣。衣服包好，他仍旧去找同来的匠人们。那些人进来找着了事。自从南京飞机到太原下蛋后
If someone asks about the clothes in the future, you can naturally ask for money. If no one asks about the clothes, the military uniforms can also be transformed into civilian clothes. After wrapping the clothes, he went to find the craftsmen who had come with him. Those people have found trouble recently, ever since the plane from Nanjing landed in Taiyuan and dropped its bombs.
各要人公馆抢着打地洞，一天就给1块山西票。铁索找着他们，也跟着他们到一家周公馆打地洞，晚上仍住在会馆。一天晚上，他下工后走出街上来，见街上的人挤不动。
The mansions of various dignitaries rushed to dig holes in the ground and were given a Shangxi ticket a day. Tai Soa found them and followed them to a Zhou mansion to dig a hole in the ground, and stayed at the guild hall at night. One night he walked out of the street after work and saw that there were no people on the street.
也有军队，也有便衣，特别有些太原不常见的衣服和语音，街上也加了岗，好像出了什么事。回到会馆，会馆的人也挤满了，留守处的门也开了。
There were also soldiers and civilians, especially those with unusual clothes and voices in Taiyuan, and sentries were posted on the streets, as if something had happened. Back at the clubhouse was packed with people and the door to the detention area was opened.
春喜和前几天同去北平的那一伙都住在里边，床上地下都是人，把他的行李给他堆在一个角落上。春喜一见铁索，便向他道：“你住在这里，今天你再找个地方住吧。我们人太多。”
Chuanxi and the group who went to Peiping a few days ago all lived there. There were people on the bed and underground, and his luggage was piled in a corner for him. As soon as Chuanxi saw Tai Soa, he said to him, "You live here? You can find a place to live today. There are too many of us."
铁索看那情形，又说不得理，只好去搬自己的行李。春喜又问他道：“季堂住在哪个屋里？”铁索道：“他下河南去了。”铁索也想知道他为什么回来，就接着顺便问道。
Tai Soa looked at the situation and said it was unreasonable, so he had to move his luggage. Chuanxi asked him again, "Which house does Ji Tang live in?" Tai Soa said, "He went down to Hunan." Tai Soa also wanted to know why he came back, so he asked by the way.
你们怎么都回来了？春喜道：“都回来了。严总司令也回来了。”铁索听了，仍然不懂他们为什么回来，但也无心再回，就搬了行李，仍然去找他的同行。他的同行人很多。
"Why are you all back?" Chuanxi said, "You are all back. Commander Yan is also back." After hearing this, Tai Soa still didn't understand why they came back, but he had no intention of coming back, so he moved his luggage and still went to look for him. Of peers. There were many people traveling with him.
除了和他同来的，和他们新认识的还有几十个，都住在太原新南门外叫做满洲坟的一道街。这一带的房子都是些小方块，远处看去和箱子一样，里边又都是土地，下雨漏得湿湿的。
In addition to those who came with him, there were dozens of new acquaintances with them, all living in a street called Manshaufen, outside the new south gate of Taiyuan. The houses in this area are all small squares, which look like boxes from a distance. They are also filled with land, which is soaked by rain.
有的有炕，有的是就地铺草。房租不贵，论人不论间，每人每月5毛钱。铁所搬去的这地方是一个长条院子，一排4座房，靠东的一座是一间，住着2个学生，其余的3座都是3间。
Some have kangs, and some have grass laid on the spot. The rent is not expensive, only 50 cents per person per month, regardless of room or room. The place where Tai Sua moved was a long courtyard with 4 houses in a row. The one to the east was a one-room house where 2 students lived, and the remaining 3 houses were all 3-room houses.
住的就是他们这伙匠人。他搬去的时候，正碰上这些匠人们吃饭。这些人每人端着一碗小米干饭，围着一个青年学生听话。这个学生大约有20上下年纪，穿着个红背心。
It was they, the craftsmen, who lived there. When he moved there, he happened to meet these craftsmen having dinner. Each of these people was holding a bowl of millet and rice, and they were surrounding a young student who was obedient. This student, about 20 years old, was wearing a red vest.
外边披着剑蓝制服，粗粗2条红胳膊，厚墩墩的头发，2只眼睛好像打闪，有时朝这边，有时朝那边。围着他的人不断向他发问，他一一答复着。从他的话中知道山西军败了。
He was wearing a blue uniform, 2 thick red arms, thick hair, and his eyes seemed to be flickering, sometimes looking this way and sometimes that way. The people around him kept asking him questions, and he answered them one by one. From his words, I knew that the Shaanxi army was defeated.
阎锡山和汪精卫都跑回太原来了。有人问他2家争天下，南京的飞机为什么到太原炸死了拉洋车的和卖烧土的？有的问咱们辛辛苦苦赚得些山西票子，如今票不值钱了。
Yan Xishan and Wang Jingwei both ran back to Taiyuan. Someone asked, the 2 families are competing for the world. Why did the plane from Nanjing go to Taiyuan and blow up the rickshaw puller and the clay cellar? Some asked, we worked hard to earn some Shaanxi tickets, but now the tickets are worthless.
咱们该找谁去？学生说，所以这种战争，不论谁胜谁败，咱们都要反对，因为不论他们哪方面都是不顾老百姓利益的。铁索听了一会，虽然不全懂，却觉着这个人说话很公平。
Who should we go to? The student said, so, no matter who wins or loses in this kind of war, we must oppose it, because they ignore the interests of the people in every aspect. Tai Sua listened for a while, and although he didn't understand everything, I think this person spoke fairly.
他把行李安插下，到外边买着吃了一点东西，回来躺在铺上问一个同行道，吃饭时候讲话的那个人是哪里来的？这个同行道，他也是咱这院子里的房客，在3进高中上学，姓常。
He put his luggage away, went outside to buy something, ate something. When he came back, he lay on the bunk and asked a colleague, where did the man who talked during the meal come from? The colleague said, he is also from our yard. The tenant, who goes to Sanjin High School, has a surname of Chang.
也不知道叫什么，他的同学叫他小常，大家也跟着叫小常先生，他也不计较。这人可好了，跟咱们这些人很亲热，架子一点也不大，认理很真，说出理来跟别的先生们不一样。
I don't know what it's called either. His classmates called him Xiao Chang, and everyone also called him Mr. Xiao Chang, and he didn't care. This man is so good. He is very friendly to us people, he is not arrogant at all, he is very sincere in his reasoning, and his reasoning is different from other gentlemen.
铁锁近来有好多事情不明白，早想找个知书识字的先生问问，可是这些糊涂事情又都偏出在那些知书识字的人们身上，因此只好闷着。现在见他说这位小常先生是这样个好人。
Tai Sua has been confused about a lot of things recently. He wanted to ask a literate gentleman to ask, but these confused things tend to happen to those literate people, so he had no choice but to keep silent. Now I see him and say that this Mr. Xiao Chang is such a good person.
倒有心向他领个教，便向这个同行道，要是咱们一个人去问他个什么，他搭理不搭理？这个同行道，行。这人很好谈话，只要你不瞌睡，谈到半夜都行。铁锁道，那倒可以。
I wanted to learn from him, so I asked this colleague, if one of us goes to ask him something, will he answer or not? The colleague said, okay. This man is very easy to talk to. As long as you don't fall asleep, you can talk. Even until midnight. Tai Sua said, that's fine.
只是我跟人家不熟惯，这个同行道，这没关系，他倒不讲究这些，你要去，我可以领你去。铁锁说，可以。咱们这会就去。说罢，两个人便往小东房里去见小常。他们进了小东房。
It's just that I'm not used to people. The colleague said, it doesn't matter, he doesn't care about this. If you want to go, I can take you there. Tai Sua said, okay. We'll go right now. After saying that, the two of them went to the small master's room to see Xiao Chang. They entered the small master's room.
见小常已经点上了灯，在桌边坐着，他还有一个同学睡在炕上。这个匠人便向小常介绍道：“小常先生，我这个老乡有些事情想问问你，可以不可以？”小常的眼光向他两人一扫。
Seeing Xiao Chang having lit the lamp and sitting at the table, he also had a classmate sleeping on the Kong. The craftsman then introduced to Xiao Chang, Mr. Xiao Chang. I, a fellow countryman, have something to ask you, is it okay? Xiao Chang glanced at the two of them.
随后看着铁锁道：“可以。”坐下，铁锁便坐在他的对面。铁锁见小常十分漂亮精干，反觉着自己不配跟人家谈话，一时不知该从哪里谈起。小常见他很拘束，便向他道：“咱们住在一处。”
Then he looked at Tai Sua and said, okay. Sit down. Tai Sua sat opposite him. Seeing that Xiao Chang was very beautiful and capable, Tai Sua felt that he was not worthy to talk to others, and he didn't know where to start. Xiao Chun saw that he was very restrained, so he said to him, we live in the same place.
就跟一家人一样，有什么话随便谈。铁锁道：“我有些事情不清楚，想领领教。可是从小离娘到大话长，说起来就得一大会。”小常道：“不要紧，咱们住在一块，今天说不完，还有明天。”
Just like a family, we can talk about anything we want. I'm not sure about some things, Tai Sua said, and I'd like to get some advice. However, since I've been away from my mother since I was little, I've been talking about it for a long time. Xiao Chang said, it doesn't matter. We live together, we can't finish today and there will be tomorrow.
不用拘什么时候，谈到哪里算哪里。铁锁想了一会道：“还是从头说吧。”他便先介绍自己是哪里人，在家怎样破了产，怎样来到太原，到太原又经过些什么，见到些什么。
It doesn't matter when it's time, it's where it comes from. Tai Sua thought for a while and said, let's start from the beginning. He first introduced where he was from, how he went bankrupt at home, how he came to Taiyuan, what he passed through when he arrived in Taiyuan, and what he saw.
一直说到当天晚上搬出会馆，他把自己的遭遇说完了，然后问小常道：“我有这么些事不明白，李如珍怎么能永远不倒？三爷那样胡，刑怎么除？不办罪还能做官？”
He kept talking until he moved out of the club that night. He finished telling his story, and then asked Xiao Chang, "There are some things I don't understand. How can Li Ruzhen never fall? How can the third master still be an official if he does such nonsense and is not punished?"
小喜春喜那些人怎么永远吃得开？别人卖料子要杀头，五爷公馆怎么没关系？土匪头子来了，怎么也没人捉，还要当上等客人看待？师长怎么能去拉土匪？他还没有问完。
How do those people from Xiaoxi Chuanxi always have enough to eat? If someone else is beheaded for selling food, why does it matter to Master Wu's mansion? Why is the bandit leader here but no one catches him and he still needs to be treated like a first-class guest? How can the division commander recruit bandits? He hasn't finished asking yet.
小常笑嘻嘻走到他身边，在他肩上一拍道：“朋友，你真把他们看透了。如今的世界就是这样，一点也不奇怪。”铁锁道：“难道上边人也不说理吗？”小常说：“对对对。”
Xiao Chang walked up to him with a smile, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Friend, you have really seen through them. The world is like this today, it is not strange at all." Tai Suo said, "Don't the people above not be reasonable?" Xiao Chang said, "Yes, yes."
要没有上边人给他们做主，他们怎么敢那样不说理？铁锁道：“世界要就是这样，像我们这些正经老受苦人活着，还有什么盼头？”小常道：“自然不能一直让他是这样。”
How could they dare to be so unreasonable without someone from above making the decision for them? Tai Suo said, "If the world is like this, what hope do serious old suffering people like us have in living?" Xiao Chang said, "Of course we can't let it be like this forever.
总得把这伙仗势力不说理的家伙们一起打倒，由我们正正派派的老百姓们出来当家，世界才能有真理。”铁锁道：“谁能打倒人家？”小常道：“只要大家齐心。”
This group of unreasonable guys who fight for power must be defeated together, and we, the upright people, can take charge of the country, so that the world can have truth. Tai Suo said, "Who can defeat him?" Xiao Chang said, "As long as everyone works together."
他们这伙不说理人还是少数。铁锁道：“大家怎么就齐心了？”小常道：“有个办法。今天太晚了，明天我细细给你讲。”一说天晚了，铁锁听了一听，医院里都睡得静静的了。
They are still a minority of people who are unreasonable. Tai Suo said, "How come everyone is united?" Xiao Chang said, "There is a way. It's too late today, I'll tell you in detail tomorrow." As soon as Tai Suo heard that it was getting late, everyone in the courtyard fell asleep quietly.
跟他同来的那个同行不知几时也回去睡了，他便辞了小常，也回房睡去。这晚铁锁回去虽然躺下了，却睡得很晚。他觉着小常是个奇怪人，凡他见过的念过书的人，对自己这种草木之人。
The colleague who came with him also went back to sleep at some time, so he left Xiao Chang and went back to his room to sleep. Even though Tai Suo lay down when he went back that night, he slept very late. He felt that Xiao Chang was a strange person. All the people he had ever seen who had studied were indifferent to people like him.
总是跟掌柜对伙计一样，一说话就是教训，好的方面是夸奖，坏的方面是责备，从没有见过人家把自己也算成朋友。小常算是第一个把自己当成朋友的人。至于小常说的道理，
It's always the same as when a shopkeeper talks to a clerk. Every word he speaks is a lesson. The good part is praise, the bad part is blame. I have never seen anyone consider me a friend. Xiao Chang is the first person to treat him as a friend. As for what Xiao Chang said,
他也完全懂得，他也觉着不把这些不说理的人一同打倒，另换一批说理的人，总不成世界。只是怎样能打倒，他还想不通，只好等第二天再问小常。这天晚上是他近几年来最满意的一天。
He also fully understood, and he also felt that it would not be the world if we did not overthrow these unreasonable people and replace them with a group of reasonable people. However, he still couldn't figure out how to overthrow them, so he had to wait until the next day to ask Xiao Chang. This night was his most satisfying day in recent years.
他觉着世界上有小常这样一个人，总还算像个世界。第二天，他一边做着工，一边想着小常，好容易熬到天黑，他从地洞里放下家伙钻出来，在街上也顾不得停站，一股劲跑回满洲坟来。
He felt that if there was a person like Xiao Chang in the world, it would still be a world. The next day, while working and thinking about Xiao Chang, he managed to stay up until dark. He put down the guy from the hole and got out. He didn't even bother to stop on the street and ran back to the Manchu tomb.
没有到自己房子里，就先到小东房找小常去。他一进去，不见小常，只见箱拢书籍乱七八糟扔下一地。小常的同学在屋里整叠他自己的行李。他进去便问道：“小常先生还没有回来？”
Before arriving at his own house, he first went to Xiao Dongfang to find Xiao Chang. As soon as he entered, he didn't see Xiao Chang. He only saw boxes and boxes of books scattered on the floor. Xiao Chang's classmates were stacking his own luggage in the room. He went in and asked, Mr. Xiao Chang hasn't come back yet?
小常那个同学道：“小常叫人家警备司令部捉去了。”他听了，大瞪眼，莫名其妙，怔了一会，又问道：“因为什么？”小常那个同学抬头看了看他，含糊答道：“谁知道是什么事？”
Xiao Chang's classmate said, Xiao Chang asked the security headquarters to arrest him. After hearing this, he stared wide-eyed in confusion. He was stunned for a while and asked again, why? Xiao Chang's classmate looked up at him and replied vaguely, who knows what it is?
说着，他把自己的行李搬出去，铁锁也不便再问，跟到外边，见他叫了个洋车拉起来走了。这时候，铁锁的同行也都陆续从街上回来，一听铁锁报告了这个消息，都抢着到小东房去看。
As he said that, he moved his luggage out. Tai Sua didn't want to ask any more questions. He followed outside and saw him calling a foreign truck to pull him up and leave. At this time, Tai Sua's colleagues also came back from the street one after another. Tai Sua reported the news, and everyone rushed to the small master's room to see it.
静静的桌凳仍立在那里，地上有几片碎纸，一个人也没有。大家都不知道为什么，都觉着奇怪。有个常在太原的老木匠道：“恐怕是共产党。这几年可多捉了共产党了，杀了的也不少。”
The tables and benches were still standing there quietly. There were a few scraps of paper on the ground, and no one was there. Everyone didn't know why, and they all felt strange. An old carpenter who often lives in Taiyuan said, I'm afraid it's the Communist Party. There have been many Communist Party arrests in recent years, and many have been killed.
真可惜呀，都是20来岁精精干干的小伙子。铁锁问道：“共产党是什么人？”那老木匠道：“咱也不清楚，听说总是跟如今的官家不对，不赞成那些大头们。”
What a pity. They are all capable young men in their 20s. Tai Sua asked, Who is the Communist Party? The old carpenter said, We don't know. I heard that they are always at odds with today's officials and don't approve of those big bosses.
另外有几个人乱说，恐怕就是小常跟他们说是两股理，小常是说真理的。大家研究了半天，最后都说，哎，可惜小常那个人了，好多人都替小常忧心。
A few other people said randomly, I'm afraid. Xiao Chang told them that it was two different things, and Xiao Chang told them the truth. Everyone studied for a long time, and finally said, Oh, what a pity that Xiao Chang is. Many people are worried about Xiao Chang.
人和昨天下米一样多，做下的干饭就剩下了半锅。铁锁吃了半碗饭，再也吃不下去。他才觉着世界上只小常是第一个好人，可是只认识了一天就又不在了。
It is still as many as yesterday, and the dry rice maid is left half a pot. The iron lock ate half a bowl of rice and could no longer eat it. Only then did he feel that the world was often the first good person, but only after knowing it for a day, he was gone.
他听老木匠说还有什么共产党，又听说这些人被杀了的很多，他想，既然被杀了的很多，可见这种人不止小常一个，又想，既然被杀了的很多，没有被杀的是不是也很多？又想
He heard the old carpenter say what the Communist Party has, and he heard that these people have been killed a lot. He thought, since a lot of being killed, it can be seen that this kind of person is not only small. Is there a lot of people who have not been killed? Think again.
既然被杀了的很多，小常是不是也会被杀了呢？要是那样年轻、能干、说真理的好人，昨天晚上还高高兴兴说着话，今天就被人家活生生捉住杀了，呵呀！他想着想着，眼里流下泪来。
Now that he has been killed a lot, will Xiao often be killed? If you are so young, capable, and honest, you are happy to speak happily last night. Today, he will be caught and killed by others, huh? He thought about it, crying in his eyes.
这天晚上，他一整夜没有睡着，又去问老木匠，老木匠也不知道更多的事情。从这天晚上起，他觉着活在这种世界上实在没意思。每天虽然还给人家打地洞，可是做什么也没有劲了。
That night, he didn't sleep all night, so he asked the old carpenter again, but the old carpenter didn't know anything more. From that night on, he felt that living in this kind of world was really boring. Although he still dug holes for others every day, he had no energy to do anything else.
有时想到应该回家去，有时又想着回去还不是一样的。第5章，就这样拖延着，一个秋天过去了。飞机不断来，打地洞的家也很多，可是山西票子越来越不值钱。
Sometimes I think that I should go home, and sometimes I think that going back is not the same. Chapter 5. Just like this, an autumn passed. Planes keep coming, and there are many homes digging holes in the ground, but Shangxi bills are becoming less and less valuable.
铁锁他们一伙人做的也没有劲，慢慢都走了。后来阎锡山下了也往大连走了。徐永昌当了警备司令来维持秩序，南京的飞机也不来了，各大公馆的地洞也都停了工。人家一停工，
Tai Suo and his group didn't have much energy, so they all left slowly. Later, Yan Shishan went out to Dalian. Su Yongchang became the commander of the security to maintain order. Planes from Nanjing stopped coming, and work on the underground tunnels of major mansions was also stopped. When people stop working.
铁锁和2、3个还没有走了的同行也没有事了，便不得不做回家的计划。这天，铁锁和2个同来的同行商议回家之事。听说路上很不好行动，唐炳勋不住沁县，孙殿英不住晋城。
Tai Suo and the 2 or 3 companions who had not left had nothing to do, so they had to make a plan to go home. That day, Tai Soa and his two fellow travelers were discussing how to go home. I heard that it was difficult to move on the road, so Pang Bingshuan's troops were stationed in Qin County, and Sun Dianying's troops were stationed in Jincheng.
到处有些散兵，说是查路，可是查出钱来就拿走了。他们每人都赚下100多元山西票，虽说1元只能顶5毛，可是就算50元钱，在一个当匠人的看起来也是很大一笔款。
There were some stragglers everywhere, saying they were checking the road, but when they found the money, they took it away. Each of them earned more than 100 yuan in Shangxi tickets. Although 1 yuan is only worth 50 cents, even 50 yuan is still a lot of money for a craftsman.
自然舍不得丢了。好在他们都是木匠，想出个很好的藏钱办法，就是把河缝用的长刨子挖成空的，把票子塞进去，再把枣木底板钉上。他们准备第2天启程，这天就先把票子这样藏了。
Naturally, I couldn't bear to lose it. Fortunately, they were all carpenters, and they came up with a good way to hide money, which was to hollow out the long plane used for jointing, stuff the bills in, and then nail the jujube wood base board. They were preparing to set off the next day, so they hid the tickets like this for the first time.
第2天一早，3个人打好行李就上了路。走到西南门口，铁锁又想起他那双鞋仍然丢在会馆，鞋还有个半新，丢了也很可惜，就和2个同行商议，请他等一等，自己跑回去取。这2位同行
Early the next morning, the 3 people packed their bags and hit the road. When he walked to the gate of Ximnan, Tai Soa remembered that his pair of shoes were still lost in the clubhouse. They were still half new and it would be a pity to lose them. So he discussed with 2 colleagues and asked him to wait while he ran back to get them. These 2 colleagues
给他看着行李，等了差不多1点钟，也不见他来。一辆汽车开出来了，他2人把行李替他往一边搬了一搬。又等了一会，他和另一个人相跟着来了，一边走一边向他2人道：“等急了吧。”
I looked at his luggage and waited for almost 1 hour, but he still didn't come. A car drove out, and the 2 of them moved his luggage aside for him. After waiting for a while, he and another person followed. As they walked, they said to them, "Are you in a hurry?"
真倒霉，鞋也没有找见，又听了一回差。2个人问他出了什么事，他说春喜去大同取行李回来了，和好多人趁秘书长送亲戚的汽车回去，叫我给人家往车上搬箱子。
What bad luck. I couldn't find any shoes, so I got another call. 2 people asked him what happened, and he said, Chuanxi went to Datong to pick up her luggage and came back. She and many people took advantage of the Secretary General's car to send relatives back, and asked me to help them move boxes to the car.
有个同行也认得春喜，问他道：“他在大同做什么来？有什么箱子？”铁锁道：“听说在什么统税局。”这些人会发财，3、4口箱子都很重。那个同行向他开玩笑道：“你跟他是一村人。”
A colleague also recognized Chuanxi and asked him, "What is he doing in Datong? What boxes are there?" Tai Soa said, "I heard it's at some taxation bureau. These people will make a fortune, and 3 or 4 boxes will be very heavy." The colleague joked to him, "You and he are from the same village."
还不能叫他的汽车烧上你？铁锁道：“100年也轮不着烧咱呀。”随手指着同来的那个人道：“像这位先生，成天在他们公馆里跑，都挤不上了。”他2个同行看同他来的那个人。
"Can't you ask his car to pick you up?" Tai Soa said, "It won't be our turn in 100 years." Pointing to the person who came with him, he said, "A gentleman like this, who runs around in their mansion all day long, can't even squeeze in." 2 of his companions looked at the man who came with him.
长脖子、 穿着件黑袍，上面罩着件灰大衫，戴着礼帽，提着个绿绒手提箱。这人就是当日在五爷公馆里的那个鸭脖子。他见铁锁说他挤不上，认为不光荣，便解释道：“挤不上，他们人太多了。”
He has a long neck, wears a black robe, a gray coat, a top hat, and carries a green velvet suitcase. This person was the duck-necked man who was in the fifth master's mansion that day. When he saw Tai Sua saying that he couldn't squeeze in, he thought it was dishonorable, so he explained, "We can't squeeze in because there are too many people."
道路上要个差也一样，不过走慢一点。他特别说明他可以要差来保持他的身份。铁锁在太原住了几个月，也学得点世故，便向鸭脖子道：“先生，我们也想沾沾你的光。听说路上不好走。”
It's the same thing to take a break on the road, but walk slower. He specifically stated that he could ask for a job to maintain his identity. Tai Sua had lived in Taiyuan for several months and had learned some sophistication, so he said to Yining, "Sir, we also want to get a hold of you. I heard the road is not easy to walk on."
一路跟你相跟上许就不要紧了吧？鸭脖子道：“山西的机关部队都有熟人，碰上他们自然可以，要碰上外省的客军就难说话了。我恐怕只能顾住我。”说着强笑了一笑。
It doesn't matter if I follow you all the way, right? Yining said, "There are acquaintances in Shaanxi's government agencies and troops, so it's natural to meet them. But if you meet the guest troops from other provinces, it will be difficult to talk. I'm afraid I can only take care of myself," said and forced a smile.
他们就这样相跟着上了路，走了不多远，有个岔窑局，鸭脖子要了一头毛驴骑着，他们三个人挑着行李跟在后边。鸭脖子要的是短差，10里8里就要换一次，走了4、5天才到分水岭。
They followed each other on the road. After walking not far, there was a corvée bureau. Yijing asked for a donkey to ride on, and the three of them followed behind with their luggage. The duck neck needs a short change. It needs to be changed every 10 miles or 8 miles. It takes 4 or 5 days to reach the watershed.
一路上虽然是遇到几个查路的，见了鸭脖子果然客气一点，随便看看护照就放过去了。他们三个说是跟鸭脖子一行，也没有怎么被检查。过了分水岭，有一次又遇到2个查路兵。
Although I met a few road checkers along the way, I was really polite when I saw the duck neck. I just looked at my passport and let him pass. The three of them said they were traveling with duck neck and they were not inspected at all. After crossing the watershed, I once again encountered 2 road-checking soldiers.
虽然也是山西的，情形和前几次有些不同，把他们3个人的行李抖开，每一件衣服都捏揣过一遍，幸而他们的票子藏得好，没有被寻出来。检查到了铁锁那身军服，铁锁吃了一惊。
Although they were also from Shaanxi, the situation was a little different from the previous times. They shook out the luggage of the three of them and went through every piece of clothing. Fortunately, their money was well hidden and was not found. Tai Sua was surprised when he inspected Tai Sua's military uniform.
可是人家也没有追究。后来把鸭脖子的手提箱打开，把20块现洋给检查走了。这一次以后，他们发现鸭脖子并不抵视，跟他一道走图磨功夫，有心前边走，又不好意思。
But they didn't pursue it. Later, I opened the duck-neck suitcase and checked out the 20 yuan in cash. After this time, they found that the duck's neck was not a problem, so they walked with him to waste time. They wanted to go forward, but were embarrassed.
只好仍跟他走在一起。快到一个叫崔店的村子，又碰上查路的，远远用手指着喊道：“站住！”4个人又吓了一跳。站住一看，那个喊站住的正是小喜。
I had no choice but to still walk with him. As they approached a village called Suadian, they met a road checker again, pointing his finger from a distance and shouting, "Stop!" The four of them were startled again. When he stopped and took a look, the one shouting, "Stop!" was Xiao Shi.
还有2个穿军服的离得比较远一点。小喜一看鸭脖子，笑道：“是你呀！”又向铁锁道：“你也回去。”铁锁答应着。只见小喜回头向那2个穿军服的道：“自己人，自己人。”又向鸭脖子道。
There were 2 others in military uniforms a little further away. Xiao Shi looked at the duck's neck and said with a smile, "It's you." Then he said to Tai Suo, "Are you going back too?" Tai Suo agreed. Xiao Shi turned back to the 2 men in military uniforms and said, "We are on our own. People." He said to Duck Neck again.
天也黑了，咱们住一块吧。鸭脖子道：“住哪里？”小喜道：“咱们就住崔店。”又向那2个穿军服的道：“路上也没人了，拿咱们的行李，咱们也走吧。”
It's getting dark, let's live together. Duck Neck said, "Where can we live?" Xiao Shi said, "Let's live in Suadian." He then said to the 2 men in military uniforms, "There's no one on the road anymore, take it. Let's leave our luggage too."
说了，他便和那2个人跑到一块大石头后边，每人背出一个大包袱来。7个人相跟着来到崔店，天已大黑了。小喜走在前面，找到一家店门口，叫开门，向掌柜下命令道：“找个干净房子。”
After saying that, he and the 2 men ran behind a big rock, and each of them carried a big baggage. The 7 of them followed each other to Chui's store, and it was already dark. Xiao Shi walked in front and found the door of a store, asked to open the door, and gave an order to the shopkeeper, "Find a clean house."
掌柜看了看他，惹不起，又看了看铁锁他们3个道：“你们都是一士吗？”铁锁道：“我们3个是当匠人的。”掌柜便点着灯，把小喜他们4人引到正房。
The shopkeeper looked at him, he couldn't afford to offend him. Then he looked at Tai Suo and the 3 of them and said, "Are you all in the same boat?" Tai Suo said, "The 3 of us are craftsmen." The shopkeeper lit a lamp and led Xiao Shi and the 4 of them to the main room.
又把铁锁他们3个另引到一个房子里，他们4个人高喊低叫，要吃这个要吃那个。崔店是个小地方，掌柜一时应酬不来，挨了许多骂，最后找了几个鸡蛋，给他们做的是炒鸡蛋拉面。
Then he led Tai Suo and the 3 of them to another house. The 4 of them were shouting and screaming, wanting to eat this and that. Chui's shop was a small place, and the shopkeeper couldn't come to socialize for a while, so he got scolded a lot. Finally, he found some eggs and made them scrambled egg ramen.
打发他们吃过以后，才给铁锁他们3个做上锅做米饭。赶他们3个吃罢饭，天已经半夜了。他们3个人住的房子和正房相隔不远，睡了之后可以听到正房屋里谈话。
After sending them to eat, Tai Suo and the 3 of them sat in the pot to cook rice. After driving the 3 of them to finish their meal, it was already midnight. The house the 3 of them lived in was not far from the main house. After sleeping, they could hear the conversations in the main house.
他们听得鸭脖子诉说他今天怎样丢了20块现洋。小喜说：“不要紧，明天可以随便拿些花。”鸭脖子说：“不算话，带多少也不行。”听说沁县到晋城一带都查得很紧。小喜说
They heard Yanning tell how he lost 20 yuan today. Xiao Shi said, "It doesn't matter, you can just get some flowers tomorrow." Yanning said, "It doesn't matter, I don't care how much I can bring. I heard that Qin County the investigation is very tight in Jincheng area." Xiao Shi said,
我也要回去，明天跟我相跟上， 就没有人查了。铁锁一个同行听到这里，悄悄向铁锁道：“你听，小喜明天也回去，咱明天跟他相跟上，也许比那个鸭脖子强，因为他穿的军衣。”
I want to go back too. If you follow me tomorrow, no one will investigate. When one of Tai Sua's colleagues heard this, he quietly said to Tai Sua, "Listen. Xiao Shi will also go back tomorrow. Let's follow him tomorrow. On top, maybe better than the duck-neck one, because of the military uniform he wore."
况且又是做内行的，铁锁也悄悄道：“跟他相跟上，应酬茶路的那伙子倒是有办法，可是他们那些人，我实在不想看见。”那个同行道：“咱和他相跟了吧，又不是和他结亲了。”
Besides, he is in that line of work. Tai Sua also whispered, "Follow him and deal with the group checking the road, but I really don't want to see them." The colleagues said, "Let's go with him. It's not like we're getting married to him."
铁锁一想，又有点事故气出来了。他想，今天和鸭脖子相跟还不是一样的不舒服，可是到底还相跟了，就随和些也好。况且自己又曾给小喜当过1个月勤务，就以这点关系。
When Tai Sua thought about it, he became a little worldly again. He thought, "It's not as uncomfortable as having a duck's neck today, but in the end we still followed each other, so it would be better to be more easygoing." Besides, he had given Xiaoxi a pawn. After a month of hard work, that's all.
说出来，他也不至于不应允。这样一想，他也就觉着无可无不可了。第二天早晨，铁锁他们3个起了一个早，先做锅做饭，吃着饭，正房里那4个才起来洗脸。一会听着他们吵起来，小喜说
He wouldn't refuse to say it. Thinking about it this way, he felt that it was absolutely necessary. The next morning, Tai Sua and the 3 of them got up early. They cooked and ate the meal first, and then the 4 in the main room got up to wash their faces. After a while, I heard them arguing. Xiaoxi said,
有福大家想，你们也不能净得县阳，把山西票一起推给我。另一个河南口音的道，这也没有叫你吃了亏。我不过觉着你是山西人，拿上山西票子总还能成个钱。
It's a blessing for everyone, but you can't get away with it, so give me all the Shaanxi tickets. Another person with a Hunan accent said, This doesn't make you suffer. I just think you are from Shaanxi, so take it. Shaanxi bills can always turn into money.
叫我带回河南去，有个优巴啥用处？把这些衣服都归了你，还不值几百元吗？小喜道，咱们也相处了个把月，也走了几百里路，咱姓李的没有对不起朋友的地方吧？
What's the point of asking me to take him back to Hunan and have you? If all these clothes belong to you, aren't they worth a few $100s? Xiao Shi said, We have been together for a few months and traveled hundreds of miles. There is nothing wrong with our surnamed friend, right?
如今你们拿上2000多现货，几十个金戒指，拿一堆破山西票跟几包破衣裳来抵我，你们自己看像话不像话？有福大家享，有事大家当，难道我姓李的不是跟你们一样冒着性命呀？
Now you have brought more than 2,000 yuan in cash, dozens of gold rings, a bunch of shabby Shaanxi tickets and a few bags of tattered clothes to pay for me. Do you think you are right or not? Everyone enjoys the blessings and takes responsibility for the disasters. Aren't my surnames Li risking my life just like you?
另一个河南口音道：“老李，不要讲了，咱们上场来都是朋友，好合不如好散。这戒指你随便拿上些，山西票要你被区接住。来，再拿上200现的。”正说着，掌柜把炒蒸馍端上去。
Another Hunan accent said, Old Li. Stop talking. We are all friends since we came on stage. It is better to break up than to get along. Take any of these rings you want. Shangxi tickets want you to be caught by Chu. Come. Get another 200 cash. Just as he said that, the shopkeeper brought the fried and steamed buns.
几个人便不吵了，吃起饭来。吃完了饭，那两个穿军服的扛着沉沉2包东西，很客气地辞了小喜和鸭脖子走了。他两个也不远送，就在正房门口一点头，然后回去收拾他们的行李。
The few people stopped arguing and started eating. After finishing the meal, the 2 men in military uniforms carried 2 heavy bags of things, said goodbye to Xiao Shi and Yanning very politely, and left. The 2 of them didn't have to go far to see each other off. They nodded at the door of the main room and then went back to pack their luggage.
就在这时候，铁锁的2个同行催着铁锁叫去跟小喜交涉香根的事，铁锁便去了。他一进到正房，见炕上堆着一大堆山西票子、2包现洋、一大把金戒指、2、3大包衣服。
At this time, 2 of Tai Suo's colleagues urged Tai Suo to negotiate with Xiao Shi, and Tai Suo went. As soon as he entered the main room, he saw a large pile of Shangxi bills piled on the Kong, 2 packages of cash, a handful of gold rings, and 2 or 3 large packages of clothes.
小喜正在那里折衣服，见他进去了，便向他道：“你还没有走？”鸭脖子也那样问，铁锁一一答应罢了，便向他道：“听说路上很不好走，想跟你香根上沾个光，可以不可以？”
Xiao Shi was folding clothes there. When he saw him go in, he said to him, "You haven't left yet?" Duck Neck also asked the same question, and Tai Suo agreed one by one, so he said to him, "I heard that the road is very difficult to walk on. I want to catch up with you, is that okay?"
小喜正在兴头上，笑嘻嘻答道：“行，相跟着吧。”没有一点事，铁锁见他答应了，也没有更多的话跟他说，站在那里看他折衣服。他见铁锁闲着，便指着那些衣服道：“你给我整理一下吧。”
Xiao Shi was in high spirits and replied with a smile, "Okay. Follow me." Nothing. Tai Suo saw that he had agreed and had nothing more to say to him. He stood there and watched him folding clothes. Seeing that Tai Suo was idle, he pointed at the clothes and said, "Please sort them out for me."
整理妥包好，铁锁悔不该不马上出去，只好给他整理。鸭脖子问小喜道：“你从前认得他？”小喜道：“这是我的勤务兵，跟我是一个村子里人。他已经把衣服推给铁锁整理。”
Organize and wrap up. Tai Suo regretted not going out right away, so he had to tidy up for him. Duck Neck asked Xiao Shi, "Did you know him before?" Xiao Shi said, "This is my orderly. I am from the same village. He has already pushed his clothes to the iron lock for sorting."
自己便去整理炕上的银钱。他把票子整成一叠一叠的，拿起一叠来，大概有100-200元，递给鸭脖子道：“你昨天不是把钱丢了吗？花吧。”鸭脖子还谦让着，小喜道：“给你。这些乱年头。”
Then he went to sort out the money on the Kong. He sorted the bills into stacks, picked up a stack, and held about 100 or 200 yuan. He handed it to Yanning and said, "Didn't you lose the money yesterday? Spend it." Yanning was still humble, and Xiao Ning said happily, "Here you go." These troubled years.
抓到手，大家花了就算了。说着，把票子往鸭脖子的怀里一塞，鸭脖子也就接受下了。小喜回头又向铁锁道：“你那身军服还在不在？”铁锁只当他是向自己要那身衣服，便答道：“在。”
"If you catch it, just spend it." As he said this, he stuffed the money into Yanning's arms, and Yanning accepted it. Xiao Shi turned back to Tai Suo and said, do you still have your military uniform? Tai Soa just thought he was asking for the clothes and replied, yes.
一会我给你去取。不过参谋长却没有给我发过饷。消息道，不是跟你要，你还把它穿上，还算我的勤务兵，这样子到路上更好行动。行李也不用你挑，到差药局要得差来，可以给你捎上。
I'll get it for you in a minute. But the chief of staff never paid me any salary. Xiao Shi said, I don't want it from you. If you put it on, you can still be regarded as my orderly, so you can move more easily on the road. You don't need to pick up your luggage. If you go to the coffer bureau, the messenger will bring it to you.
铁索道，我还相跟着2个人了。消息道，不要紧，就说都是我带的人。一会行李都打好了，铁索出来和2个同行说明，又把那身单军服套在棉衣外边。铁索给小喜挑着包袱。
Tai Soa said, I'm still following 2 people. Xiao Shi said, it doesn't matter. Just say that they are all brought by me. After a while, all the luggage was packed. Tai Soa came out to explain to his 2 colleagues, and then put the single military uniform over the cotton coat. Tai Soa carried the baggage for Xiao Shi.
5个人相跟着出了店，往差药局来。小喜南腔北调向办差的道，拨2个牲口3个民夫办差的隔窗向外一看道，怎么木匠也要差？小喜道，真他妈的土包子，军队就不带木匠。
The 5 of them followed each other out of the shop and went to the corvée bureau. Xiao Shi said to the errand officer in a southern accent, 2 animals and 3 people's welfare. The errand officer looked out the window and said, why do carpenters have to be poor? Xiao Shi said, what a damn bumpkin. The army doesn't do it, carpenter.
铁索的2个同行在窗外道，我们自己挑着吧。小喜向窗外看了他们一眼道，你们就自己挑着。又向办差的道，那就2个牲口1个民妇桑。办差的拨了差。
Tai Soa's 2 colleagues said outside the window, let's pick it ourselves. Xiao Shi glanced at them out of the window and said, you just pick it up yourself. He then said to the errand officer, then 2 animals and 1 citizen will go to Mulberry. The errand officer allocated the errand.
小喜和鸭脖子上了驴，赶驴的和铁索2个人跟着。民妇耶南新利托伯莫 Upsilon 偏怀 Phi W 牛木胶背胸约汉 W 盼新刚牛怀盘炸雾四胶赞仪文直要必不自17数。小喜的包袱很重。
Xiao Xianya got on the donkey's neck, and the donkey driver and Tai Soa followed. Jiao Chi Chi E hold Yo Shui Po Chao forgive dash. Xiao Shi's burden is heavy.
敏感换分被4就闯晃川言曰汉南新刚赋由西商腔热黄玉伯纳宣班至环黄伯闹复印庆词侠硕琼陇赋没费界 gamma 巧细脚玉扣愧单累了，我给你单一会民富愧好老总。
The people dare to divide the eunuchs. I'll correct the bed. Tired of carrying the burden? I'll bear it for you for a while. What a good boss.
可不敢叫你担。铁索道，这怕啥？我能担。说着就去接担子。敏嘎党环摇下康纳雷排完吹溃，不敢。我给他担一会，说着便接住担在自己肩上。敏干九丝产愧爱，好老总。
I dare not ask you to bear it. Tai Soa said, What are you afraid of? I can take it. As he said that, he went to pick up the burden. The People's Guard Huanyao went down to Kong Na Lei Pai Xiang and blew it up. Don't dare. I'll bear it for him for a while. As he said that, he took the burden and put it on his shoulders. Mingan Jussi collapsed. Oh. What a great boss.
像你老总这样好的人可真少，赶驴的也说真少。 可有那些人给你单，不打就够好。正说话间，前边又有了查路的一个兵，正搜查2个生意人的包袱，见小喜他们走近了。
There are so few people as good as your boss. The donkey driver also said, How few? Are there those people who can help you? It's good enough without fighting. While he was talking, there was another road checker in front of him. A soldier was searching the baggage of 2 businessmen. When he saw Xiaoxi and the others approaching,
向那2个生意人说了声包起吧，全溜开了。小喜在驴上看得清楚，就故意喝道：“站住！”哪一部分？吓得那个兵加快了脚步，头也不回便跑了。
He said to the 2 businessmen, Pack it up, and they all ran away. Xiaoxi could see clearly on the donkey, so she shouted deliberately, Stop! Which part? The soldier was so frightened that he quickened his pace and ran away without looking back.
您干事悄悄赞搜说愧没有拿走什么吧？生意人说没有，并且又向小喜点头道：“谢谢老总。”不是碰上你就坏了。小喜在驴上摇头道：“没有什么。”他妈的，好大胆！
Mingan said, You didn't take anything, right? The businessman said, No, and nodded to Xiaoxi and said, Thank you, boss. I won't be ruined if I meet you. Xiaoxi was in the donkey. Shang shook his head and said, Nothing. Damn, you are so bold.
青天白日就截路抢人了。那个赶驴的只当小喜不知道这种情形，便担着担子抢了几步向他道：“好老总，这不算稀罕。这条路一天还不知道出几回这种事了。”
In broad daylight, we will intercept the road and rob people. The donkey driver just thought that Xiaoxi didn't know about this situation, so he took a few steps with the load and said to him, Good boss, this is not uncommon. I don't know how many times this kind of thing happens on this road in a day.
铁锁在他背后光想笑也不敢笑出来，暗暗想到：你还要给他讲？你给他担的那些包袱，还不是那样查路查来的？铁锁自从又穿上军服，觉着又倒了霉，一路上端水端饭，问路换差。
Tai Sua was behind him but didn't dare to laugh even if he wanted to. He thought to himself, You still want to tell him? Those burdens you carried for him were not obtained by searching the road like that. Since Tai Sua put on the military uniform again, he felt that he was unlucky again, carrying water and food along the way, asking for directions and changing jobs.
又都成了自己的事，小喜和鸭脖子骑着牲口专管指挥。他虽然觉着后悔，却也想不出摆脱办法，又只好这样相跟着走。过了沁县，路平了，毛驴换成了骡车，走起来比以前痛快了好多。
It's all their own business again. Xiaoxi and Duck Neck ride on the animals and take charge of the command. Although he felt regretful, he couldn't think of a way out, so he had no choice but to keep going. After passing Qin County, the road became flat and the donkeys were replaced by mule carts, making walking much more enjoyable than before.
过屯留城的那一天，下了一次雪，有泥水的地方，车不好走。有一次，要过一个土沟，骡子拉不过去，站住了。赶车的请他们下车，小喜和鸭脖子看见下去就要踏着泥走，不愿意，硬叫他赶。
On the day we passed Tunlia City, it snowed once and there was mud and water, making it difficult for cars to drive. Once, when we were crossing a ditch, the mule couldn't pull it across and stopped. The driver asked them to get out of the car. Xiaoxi and Yaning were about to walk in the mud when they saw it, but they didn't want to, so they forced him to drive.
他打了骡子两边，骡子纵了一下，可是车轮陷得很深，仍拉不动。小喜道：“你们这些支叉的干的是什么？连个牲口也赶不了。”赶车的央告道：“老总，实在赶不过去啊！”小喜喝道：“
He whipped the mule twice. The mule jumped a bit, but the wheel was deeply sunk and could not be pulled. Xiaoxi said, "What are you guys doing? You can't even drive an animal," the driver complained. "Boss, I really can't make it in time," Xiaoxi shouted.
你捣蛋，我揍你！又向铁索下命令道：“给我揍他！”铁索从来没有打过人，况且见赶车的并非捣蛋，除没有揍他，反来帮他推车，可是也推不动。赶车的仍然央告他两人下车。
"If you are naughty, I will beat you," he ordered Tai Sua again. "Hit him." Tai Sua had never beaten anyone before, and seeing that the driver was not a naughty person, he did not beat him, but instead helped him push the cart. But it can't be pushed. The driver still begged him and the two of them to get out of the car.
小喜夺出鞭子照耳门打了他一鞭赶。赶车的用手去摸耳朵，第二下又打在他手上，手也破了，耳朵也破了，眼泪直往下流，用手擦擦泪，又抹了一脸血。铁索和他两个同行看见这种情形，
Xiaoxi took out the whip and hit him with the whip stick at the ear door. The driver touched his ear with his hand, and struck him on the hand a second time. His hands were also broken, his ears were broken, and tears were streaming down his face. He wiped the tears with his hands and wiped blood all over his face. Tai Sua and his two colleagues saw this situation.
十分伤心，可是也没法挽救。人也打了，车仍是赶不动，结果还是赶车的背着鸭脖子，铁索背着小喜送过去，然后才回来赶空车。这天晚上住在爆店镇，铁索向他两个同行悄悄说
"Very sad, but there is no way to save it. People were beaten, but the car still couldn't move. In the end, the driver carried Xiaoxi with a duck's neck and an iron lock on his back, and then came back to catch the empty car." Staying in Baojin town that night, Tai Sua whispered to his two colleagues.
明天咱们不跟他相跟吧，咱真看不惯那些事。他两个同行也十分赞成，都说哪怕土匪把咱抢了，咱也不跟他相跟了。吃过饭以后，铁索向小喜说他们三个人要走山路回去。
"Let's not go with him tomorrow. We really can't stand those things." His two colleagues also agreed very much and said, "Even if the bandits rob us, we won't go with him anymore." After eating after dinner, Tai Sua told Xiaoxi that the three of them were going back via the mountain road.
小喜向鸭脖子道：“要是那样，你明天就也穿军衣吧。”又向铁索道：“那也可以，你就把军衣脱下来给他。”铁索这时只求得能分手就好。
Xiaoxi said to Yining, "If that's the case, you can also wear a military uniform tomorrow." Then she said to Tai Sua, "That's okay, just take off your military uniform and give it to him." Tai Sua just asked for this. "It would be nice if we could break up."
因此便把1个月功夫换来的一身单军服脱下交给他们，第二天彼此就分手了。春喜是一路汽车坐到家了，小喜是一路官差送到家了，铁索了，几天山路也跑到家了。
So I took off my single military uniform that I had exchanged for a month and gave it to them, and they broke up the next day. Chuanxi took the car all the way home. Xiaoxi was sent home on official mission. Locked up. After a few days, I also reached my home on the mountain road.
虽然还碰到过一次查路的，不过票子藏得好，没有失了。山西票子越来越跌价，只能顶2毛钱了。小喜存的山西票跑到进城军队上换成土，铁索不会干这一套，看着票子往下跌。
Although I encountered a road checker once, the money was well hidden and was not lost. The price of Shangxi bills is getting lower and lower, and the price is only 20 cents. Xiao Cici Shangxi tickets were sold to the Jincheng army and turned into dirt, Tai Sua didn't know how to do this and watched the tickets fall.
甘吉没办法，又迟了多长时候？听说阎锡山又回太原当绥靖主任去了，票子又回涨到2毛5。
There is nothing you can do in a hurry. After a long delay, I heard that Yan Xishan had returned to Taiyuan to be the director of appeasement, and the ticket price had risen to 25 cents.
这时正是剌兀 K 朝拼连海补而晕贤指热辉指叶必又欢挂险千个四头潘指优讨账也是山西票，卖货也是山西票。这时候铁索的100来元山西票本来很容易推出手。
At this time, it is the time when the people are in trouble. Collecting debts is also a Shangxi ticket, and selling goods is also a Shangxi ticket. At this time, it would have been easy to sell the 100 yuan Shangxi ticket that was locked up.
不过他见王安福放手接票子，也以为票子还要涨，舍不得往外推，只拿出10几元来在福顺昌买了一点过年用的零碎东西。不料过了年，公示下来了，山西票子20元抵1元。
However, when he saw Wang Anfu taking the money, he thought the money would go up, so he couldn't bear to push it out. He only took out a dozen yuan to buy some odds and ends for the new year in Fushanchang. Unexpectedly, after the new year, official business came down, and Shangxi bills were worth 20 yuan to 1 yuan.
王安福自然是大晦气，铁索更是哭笑不得，半年的气力白费了。后来铁索的票子出了一次粮墨借款就出完了，这粮墨借款是在这以前没有过的摊派，不打仗了。
Wang Anfu was naturally very unlucky. Tai Sua was even dumbfounded, and half a year's efforts were in vain. Later, Tai Sua's notes were all dispersed once he made a grain loan. This loan of grain and fodder is an apportionment that has never been done before. There will be no more war.
外省的军队住在山西不走，饭总要吃。阎锡山每隔2个月便给他们收一次粮墨借款，每次每1两粮银收7元5。铁索是外来户，外来户买下的地当然粮银很重，虽然只剩下5亩沙板地。
The troops from other provinces were stationed in Shangxi and had to eat. Yan Xishan would collect grain loans from them every 2 months, charging 7.5 yuan for each tael of grain each time. Tai Sua is an outsider, and the land bought by the outsider is of course very rich in food and money, although there is only 5 acres of sandy land left.
却纳的是上地粮，银数是5钱7分6，每次粮墨借款该出现洋4元3毛2，合成山西票就得出86元4。自从派出粮墨借款以后，不止铁索出不起，除了李如珍、春喜等几家财主以外，
What he received was grain from the land, and the amount of silver was 5 cents, 7 cents, and 6 cents. Each time he borrowed grain, he should have paid 4 yuan and 32 cents in foreign currency. When combined with Shangxi bills, he would get 86 yuan and 4 cents. Since the grain loan was sent out, not only Tai Sua could not afford it, except for a few wealthy people such as Li Ruzhen Chunxi.
差不多都出不起。小毛是旅长，因为过了期收不起款来，偷跑了。不断有散兵到村找旅长，谁也不想当，本地忽一捏弄，就把铁索选成了旅长。铁索自戴上这顶臭帽子之后，地也顾不得上。
Almost can't afford it. Xiao Mao is the head of the village, but he ran away because he couldn't collect the money after it was due. There were constant stragglers coming to the village looking for the village head, but no one wanted to be the village head. After some manipulation by local households, Tai Sua was chosen as the village head. After Tai Sua put on this sad hat, he couldn't care less about it.
匠人也顾不得当，连名带业忙着给人家收款。在这时，阎锡山发下官土衣来，在乡下也由旅长卖。像李如珍那些西家，可以在小喜那里承总买私土，只有破了产的光杆烟鬼。
The craftsmen didn't care, and were busy collecting payments from people all day and night. At this time, Yan Shishan was sent to the official position, and he was also sold by the village chief in the countryside. Smokers like Li Ruzhen can buy private land from Shaoxi, only bankrupt smokers. The craftsmen didn't care, and were busy collecting payments from people all day and night. At this time, Yan Shishan was sent to the official position, and he was also sold by the village chief in the countryside. Smokers like Li Ruzhen can buy private land from Shaoxi, only bankrupt smokers can do it.
每次只买1分半分，小喜不愿支应，才找旅长买官土。按当时习惯，买官土要用现钱，不过这在别的旅里可以，铁索这些外来户不赊给谁，怕得罪谁，赊出去账又难讨。
They only bought 1.5 cents each time, but Shaoxi didn't want to support it, so she asked the mayor to buy official land. According to the custom at that time, cash money was required to buy official land, but this was possible in other villages. These outsiders were locked up, and they were afraid of offending anyone who did not give credit to them. They only bought 1.5 cents each time, but Shaoxi didn't want to support it, so she asked the mayor to buy official land. According to the custom at that time, cash money was required to buy official land, but this was possible in other villages. These outsiders were locked up, and they were afraid of offending anyone who did not give credit to them. It was also difficult to collect debts if they were given on credit.
因此，除了收粮秣、借款以外，还要讨官土账。借款也不易收，土账也不易讨，自己要出的款也没来路。上边借款要得紧了，就把卖官土钱缴了借款，官土钱要得紧了。
Therefore, in addition to collecting grain and fodder and borrowing money, they also had to collect official land accounts. It was not easy to collect the loan, it was not easy to collect the land debt, and there was no way to pay for the money. When the loan from the superiors was in short supply, I paid the loan with the money from selling the official land. The money from the official land was in short supply.
又把收起来的借款顶了官土钱，2样钱都不现成，上边不论要着哪一样，就到福顺昌先借几块钱缴上。这样子差不多有年把功夫，客军走了，地方上又稍稍平静了一点。
He also used the collected loans to pay for the official money. Neither of the two kinds of money were readily available, so no matter what the superior wanted, he had to go to Fushanchang to borrow a few yuan to pay it. After almost a year of this, the guest army left and the place became a little calmer again.
小毛看见旅长又可以当了，和李如珍商量了一下，把铁索的旅长换了，仍旧换成小毛。铁索把旅长一交代，竟欠下福顺昌40多元借款，算起来有些在自己身上，有些在烟鬼们身上。
When Xiao Mao saw that he could become the victor again, he discussed with Li Ruzhen and changed Tai Suo's vicar to Xiao Mao. Tai Suo told the mayor that he owed Fu Shunchang more than 40 yuan in loans, and some of it was on himself and some on the smokers.
数目也还能碰个差不多，只是没有一个现钱。结果又拖着杨三魁和修福老汉去跟福顺昌掌柜王安福商量了一下，给人家写了一张文书。衣冠土又叫戒烟药饼。
The amount was about the same, but there was no cash, so Yang Sankue and the old man Xiao Fu were asked to discuss it with Wang Anfu, the shopkeeper of Fu Shunchang, and wrote a document to them. Guantu is also called smoking cessation medicine cake.
不过那只是官家那样叫，老百姓都叫官土。第6章，铁索自从当了一次旅长以后，日子过得更不如从前了。3、4年功夫，竟落得家无隔朽之粮，衣服也都是千补万纳，穿着单衣过冬。
But that's just what officials call it, and common people call it official soil. Chapter 6. After Tai Suo became the head of the village, his life became worse than before. Within 3 or 4 years, his family had no food for the night, and his clothes were replenished, so he spent the winter in single clothes.
他虽然是个匠人，可是用得起匠人的家都怕他这穷人占小便宜，不愿用他，因此成天找不到事，只好这里求三合，那里借半生，弄一顿吃一顿。到了民国24年这一年，
Although he is a craftsman, he can afford to use the craftsman's house, but they are afraid that he, a poor man, will take advantage of him and refuse to use him. Therefore, he can't find anything all day long, so he has to ask for 3 pieces here, borrow half a liter there, and make a meal. Dayton. In the 24th year of the Republic of China.
在家里实在活不下去了，教才长到8岁的小胖孩给人家放牛去，自己又和几个同行往离家远一点的地方去活动，不过这次却因为没有盘缠，不能再去太远。
I really couldn't survive at home, so I asked my 8-year-old little fat boy to help herd cattle, and I and a few of my colleagues went to a place farther away from home for activities, but this time, because we didn't have the money, we couldn't. Then go to Taiyuan.
就跟着几个同行到县城里去，在城里找到一家东家，就是当年在五爷公馆吃着西瓜弹龟斑的那个胖子。这人姓魏，这几年在阎锡山的禁烟考核处当购料员。
I followed a few colleagues to the county town. I found a boss in the city. He was the fat man who ate watermelon at Wu Ye's mansion and talked about returning to work. This man's surname was Wei, and he had been working as a purchaser at Yan Shishan's no-smoking assessment office in the past few years.
在绥远买土发了财，成了县里数一数二的大绅士，要在城里修造府地，因此就要用匠人。铁锁和同去的几个人和包工头讲了工价，便上了工。禁烟考核处是卖官土的总机关。
He made a fortune by buying land in Suiyuan and became one of the top gentlemen in the county. He wanted to build a mansion in the city, so he needed craftsmen. Tai Sua and a few people who went with him negotiated the price with the contractor and went to work. The Smoking-Free Assessment Office is the general agency responsible for selling official land.
这一年的上半年，铁锁的家里好过一点，下半年秋收以后，虽然除给福顺昌纳了利钱以后不予几颗粮食，可是铁锁和小胖还都不在家，光二妞一个人在家也不吃什么。
In the first half of the year, Tai Sua's family had a better time. After the autumn harvest in the second half of the year, although there were not many grains left after paying interest to Fu Shunchang, Tai Sua and the little fat boy were not at home, and Erniu was the only one. People don't eat much at home.
可惜不几天就发生了意外的事，上边公示下来了，说共产党的军队从陕西过河来了，叫各地加紧防共，宁错杀1000个老百姓，也不叫放走一个共产党。县长接着这公示。
Unfortunately, something unexpected happened within a few days. The higher-ups came down from official business and said that the communist troops had crossed the river from Shaanxi. They asked all localities to step up their efforts to prevent communism. They would rather kill 1,000 people by mistake than let go of a single communist. The county magistrate took up the official business.
跟疯了一样，撒出防共保卫团和警察到处捉人，凡是身上有1-2个铜元、1-2条线、小镜子或其他不常见的物件，都说成共产党的暗号，逃荒的、卖浆的、货郎担子。
Like crazy, they spread anti-communist security groups and police everywhere to catch people. Anyone with 1 or 2 copper coins, 1 or 2 threads, a small mirror or other unusual objects on their body was said to be a code word of the Communist Party, and those who were fleeing famine and selling ginger the burden of the salesman.
一切外来的生人，一天说不定要捉多少，杀多少，有一天就杀了150-60个。警察们每夜都打着手电筒到匠人们住的地方查好几遍，因为搜着身上有铜元，还杀了2个匠人。这时候
Of all the foreigners, we might catch and kill as many as we could in a day, and one day we killed 100, 50, or 60. The police used flashlights to check the place where the craftsmen lived several times every night. They also killed 2 craftsmen because they searched for copper coins on their bodies. At this time,
匠人们固然人人怕捉，胖子东家是听说共产党来了要杀他们这些仗势欺过人的人，因此也怀着鬼胎无心修造了。况且天气也冷了些，泥水也快冻了。这样几头赶趁，工也停住了。
Although the craftsmen were all afraid of being caught, Fatty's boss had heard that the Communist Party was coming to kill those who had bullied others, so they had no intention of building it. Besides, the weather was getting colder and the muddy water was almost freezing. In this way, several people took advantage of it, and the work stopped.
铁锁和许多匠人们便都解散回家。回到村公所里也忙着办防共，春喜当了公道团一村团长，小喜当了防共保卫团村团长，所有壮丁一律都得当团丁，由小喜训练。
Tai Suo and many craftsmen dispersed and went home. Back in the village office was also busy with anti-communist affairs. Chuanxi became the village leader of the Justice Corps, and Xiaoxi became the village leader of the Anti-Communist Security Corps. All able-bodied men were required to be corps members and were trained by Xiaoxi.
铁锁回去马上就得去受训。一公道团原来也是阎锡山组织起来的反共团体。这年冬天，山西军队调动得很忙，中央军也来山西帮忙防共，地方上常有军队来往。
Tai Suo will have to go to training immediately after he returns. The Justice Group was originally an anti-communist group organized by Yan Xishan. This winter, Shaanxi's army was very busy with mobilization. The Central Army also came to Shaanxi to help prevent communism, and there were often military visits in the area.
百姓因为经过民国19年那次混乱，一见过兵自然人人担忧。杨三魁的闺女巧巧，原来许给二妞的弟弟白狗，这是杨三魁最小的一个闺女，这时已经18岁了，因为兵荒马乱。
After the chaos of the 19th year of the Republic of China, the people were naturally worried when they saw the war. Yang Sankui's daughter Qiao Qiao was originally promised to Ernia's brother Baigo. This was Yang Sankui's youngest daughter. She was already 18 years old at this time.
杨三魁放心不下，便追着修福老汉给白狗娶亲。修福老汉一来觉着孙白狗已19岁，也是聚亲的时候了；二来自己家业不大，趁着慌乱年间，一切可以简单些，也就马上答应。
Yang Sankui was worried and chased old man Xiufu to marry Baigo. Firstly, the old man Xiufu felt that his grandson and Baigo were 19 years old and it was time to get married. Secondly, since his family was not big and everything could be simpler during these turbulent years, he immediately agreed.
就在这年阴历腊月30日给白狗娶亲。修福老汉虽然日子过得不怎样好，又是外来户，可是因他为人正直，朋友也还不少。大家也知道他破费不起，自己也都是些对付能过的小户人家。
On the 30th day of the 12th lunar month of this year, I married White Dog. Although the life of the old man Xiufu was not very good and he was an outsider, he still had many friends because of his integrity. Everyone also knows that he cannot afford to spend money, and he himself is from a small family who can survive.
就凑成份子买了些现成的龙凤喜莲给他送一送礼。这地方的风俗，凡是送这种对联的，酬客时候都是有酒无饭，一酒待百客。试过之后，修福老汉备了些酒。
So we gathered together and bought some ready-made dragon and phoenix wedding couplets to give him as a gift. It is the custom in this place that anyone who gives such couplets is to treat guests with wine but no food. One wine is for 100 guests. After the incident, the old man Xiao Fu prepared some wine.
在刚过了阴历年的正月初3日酬课，这天晚上，铁锁也在修福老汉家替他招呼客人。热闹过一番之后，一般的客人都散了。
We treat guests on the 3rd day of the 1st lunar month just after the lunar year. That night, Tai Suo also greeted the guests at old man Xiao Fu's house. After the excitement, the ordinary guests dispersed.
只剩下像冷园他们那些比较亲近一点的邻居们和邻县的乡亲们，大家因为才过了年，没有什么事，就仍然围着酒桌，喝着剩下来的一壶酒谈闲话。他们谈来谈去。
Only the closer neighbors like Lin Yuan and the folks from Lin County were left. Since they had just celebrated the new year and had nothing to do, they still gathered around the wine table, drinking the remaining jug of wine and chatting. They talked back and forth.
谈到防共的事情上，冷元向铁锁道：“小喜成天给咱们讲说共产党杀人如割草，可是谁也没有真正见过。你是登过大码头走过太原的，你是不是见过了？”这一问
Talking about preventing communism, Lin Yuan said to Tai Suo, Shaoxi tells us all day long that the communists kill people like mowing grass, but no one has really seen it. You have boarded the big dock and walked through Taiyuan. Have you seen it? This question
勾起铁锁的话来了。铁锁自那年从太原回来之后，直到现在，因为一个忙一个穷，从没有跟别人谈过心。他并不是没有心病话，只是没有谈过。他自从碰上小常
Here comes the words that aroused Tai Suo. Since Tai Suo came back from Taiyuan that year, until now, because one is busy and the other is poor, Tai Suo has never had a heart-to-heart talk with anyone. It's not that he didn't have anything on his mind, he just didn't talk about it. Ever since he met Xiao Chang.
4、5年来一天也没有忘记，永远以为小常是天下第一个好人。每遇上看不过眼的事，就想起小常向他说的话，总得把这伙仗势利不说理的家伙们一起打倒。
He has not forgotten a day in the past 4 or 5 years. He always thinks that Xiao Chang is the best good person in the world. Whenever he encounters something that he can't bear to see, he thinks of what Xiao Chang said to him. We must get rid of this group of unreasonable guys who are relying on their power. Knock down.
由我们正派的老百姓们出来当家，世界才能有真理。当年他听老木匠说小常是共产党，又听说自从民国16年阎锡山就杀起共产党来了，他就以为共产党是小常这类人。
Only when we, the upright people, come to take charge can the world have the truth. Back then, he heard the old carpenter say that Xiao Chang was a communist. He also heard that Yan Xishan had been killing communists since the 16th year of the Republic of China. He thought that the communists were people like Xiao Chang.
可惜以后再不听有人说起，直到5、6年后的现在，才又听说起这个名字来。他在城里初听说共产党，过了河，他非常高兴，以为这一下就可以把那些仗势欺人的坏家伙们一起打倒了。
It's a pity that I never heard anyone mention it again. It wasn't until now, 5 or 6 years later, that I heard this name again. When he first heard in the city that the Communist Party had crossed the river, he was very happy, thinking that this time he could defeat all the bad guys who bullied others.
后来见县里杀人杀的那么多，军队调动的那么忙，他又以为打倒这些坏家伙们也不是一件容易的事，因为坏家伙们有权，有官府的势力给他撑腰。
Later, when he saw so many people were killed in the county and the army was so busy mobilizing, he thought that it would not be easy to defeat these bad guys, because they had power and the power of the government to back them up.
不过他这时候的想法和5、6年前不同了。在5、6年前，他还以为像小常这种人数目总不多，成不了事。 这时候他听说共产党能打过黄河来占好几县，又见那些坏家伙们十分惊慌。
However, his thoughts at this time were different from those 5 or 6 years ago. 5 or 6 years ago, he thought that there were only a few people like Xiao Chang and could not achieve anything. Then he heard that the Communist Party could cross the Yellow River and occupy several places. The county, seeing those bad guys again, was very panicked.
他想，这势力长得也不小了，纵然一时胜不过官府势力，再长几年一定还会更大。因为他还记得小常说，只要大家齐心，这些坏家伙们还是少数。
He thought that this force was getting big. Even if it could not defeat the government forces for a while, it would definitely become bigger in a few years, because he still remembered Xiao Chang's saying, as long as everyone works together, these bad guys will still be in the minority.
他记得小常还说过有办法能叫大家齐心，可惜他还没有把这办法告自己说，就叫人家把他捉走了。他想，现在打过河来的这些人一定是懂得这个办法的，等打到咱这地方。
He remembered that Xiao Chang also said, there is a way to get everyone to work together. Unfortunately, before he could tell himself about the way, he asked others to arrest him. He thought that the people who were fighting across the river now must know this method, and they would wait until they reach our place.
一定会把这办法也告大家说。他既然有这样一套想法，因此在这年冬天，虽然还过的是穷日子，心里却特别高兴。不论听小喜、春喜那些人说共产党怎样坏，他听的只是暗笑。
I will definitely tell everyone about this method. Since he had such a set of ideas, in this winter, although he was still living a poor life, he was very happy in his heart. No matter how bad the Communist Party was said by Xiao Shi, Chun Shi and others, he only laughed secretly.
心里暗暗道：共产党来了就要杀你们这些家伙们呀！看你还能撑几天罢！这些都只是铁锁心上的话，并不曾向人家说过。这天晚上，冷源问起他来，他正憋着一肚子话没处说。
I secretly thought in my heart, the Communist Party is going to kill you guys when it comes. How many more days can you continue to be a hegemon? These are just what Tai Suo feels in his heart and have never been said to others. When Leng Yuan asked him that night, he was holding back a lot of words and had nothing to say.
又是才过了年，又都是些自己人，刚才又多喝了几盅酒，因此说话的兴头就上来了。他说：“我见过一个，不过说起来话长，你们都听不听？大家叫小喜、春喜训了几个月。”
It was just the Chinese New Year, and they were all among themselves. They had drank a few more glasses of wine just now, so they became more interested in talking. He said, I've seen one, but it's a long story, don't you guys listen? Everyone called Xiao Shichuan Shishuan for several months.
也没有见过一个共产党，自然都很愿意听，都说吧，反正明天又没有什么事，迟睡一会有什么要紧？铁锁一纵身蹲在椅子上，又自己真的喝了一盅酒，把腰一挺，头一扬。
I had never seen a Communist Party member, so naturally they were all willing to listen, and they all said, Go ahead. There's nothing going on tomorrow anyway, so what's the big deal if you go to sleep late? Tai Suo squatted on the chair and poured himself a drink. After a glass of wine, I raised my waist and head.
说起他在太原时代的事情来，铁锁活了27岁，从来也没有这天晚上高兴，说的话也干脆有趣，听的人虽然也听过好多先生们演说，都以为谁也不如铁锁。
Let's talk about his time in Taiyuan. Tai Suo had lived for 27 years, and he had never been as happy as he was that night, and what he said was simply interesting. Although the listeners had heard many speeches by gentlemen, they all thought that no one was as good as Tai Suo.
他把他在太原见的那些文武官员，如参谋长、小喜、河南客、尖嘴猴、鸭脖子、他眼窝、胖子、 柱子等那些人物故事跟说评书一样，枝枝叶叶说了个详细，说到满洲坟遇小肠。
He told the stories about the civil and military officials he met in Taiyuan, such as the chief of staff, Xiao Shi, Hunan guest, sharp-billed monkey, duck neck, flat-eye socket, fat man, zhu zhu, etc., just like telling storytelling, branch by branch. A detailed one, when it comes to meeting Xiao Chang in the Manchurian tomb.
把小肠这个人和他讲的话说得更细致，叫听的人听了就跟见了小肠一样。说到小肠被人家捉去，他自己掉下泪来，听的人也个个掉泪。
He talked about Xiao Chang and what he said in more detail, so that the listeners felt as if they had met Xiao Chang. When he talked about Xiao Chang being captured, he himself shed tears, and everyone who listened also felt like they had met Xiao Chang. Shed tears.
最后他才说出听一个老木匠说小肠是共产党。他的话讲完了，听的人都十分满意。大家成天听小喜说共产党，见人就杀，见房就烧，早就有些不大信，以为太不近情理。
Finally he said, I heard an old carpenter say that Xiao Chang is a communist. After he finished speaking, everyone who listened was very satisfied. Everyone has been listening to Xiao Shi saying that the Communist Party kills people on sight and burns houses on sight. We have long been a little disbelieving, thinking it is too unreasonable.
以为世界上哪有这专图杀人的人，现在听铁锁这样一说，才更证明了小喜他们是在那里造谣。冷元又问道：这么说来，共产党是办好事的呀？为什么还要防共了？没有等铁锁开口。
He thought there was no such person in the world who wanted to kill people, but now hearing Tai Suo say this further proved that Xiao Shi and the others were spreading rumors. Leng Yuan asked again, so, the Communist Party is doing good things. Why do you still want to prevent communism? You didn't wait for the iron lock to open.
就有人替他答道：你就不看办防共的都是些什么人？像铁所说的那些参谋长了，三爷五爷了，五爷公馆那一伙了，又像放八当时的六太爷了，咱村的村长了，小喜春喜了。
Someone answered on his behalf, don't you care who are the people who are responsible for preventing communism? Like the chiefs of staff mentioned by Tai Suo, the third master and the fifth master, the group from the fifth master's mansion, and like those who set up Badong the sixth master of 10, the head of our village, Happy Spring.
他们自然要防共，因为共产党不来是他们的世界，来了他们就再不得逞威风了，他们怎么能不反对了？冷元道：这么说起来，咱们当防共保卫团是给人家当了看门狗了吧？
Naturally, they want to guard against the communists, because if the communists don't come, their world will be theirs, and if they come, they will no longer be able to show off their power. How can they not oppose it? Leng Yuandao, so, when we serve as the anti-communist security group, we act as watchdogs for others, right?
大家齐笑道：那当然是了。话谈到这里，夜已深了，大家也就散了。这几个听了铁所谈话的人都以为共产党是好人，虽然人家防范的过严，谁也不敢公开说共产党的好处。
Everyone laughed and said, of course it is. When the conversation came to this point, it was already late at night, and everyone dispersed. These few people who listened to Tai Suo's conversation all thought that the communists were good people. Although they were too careful, no one dared to say it publicly. The benefits of the Communist Party.
可是谁没有个亲近的朋友？一传十，十传百，不几天，村里的好人都知道小喜、春喜他们那一套训练是骗人的了。幸而没人跟小喜、春喜那些人说，因此他们不知道这些话。
But who doesn't have a close friend? He spreads the word to others, and within a few days, all the good people in the village know that Xiaoxi Chunks' training is a lie. Fortunately, no one told Xiaoxi Chunxi and those people, so they didn't know these words.
只不过觉着防共团的团丁们越来越松罢了。共产党专打小喜他们那一类坏家伙，不杀老百姓，这个消息越传越普遍，传得久了，小喜春喜他们多少听到些风，着实问起来。
I just feel that the members of the anti-communist group are getting more and more relaxed. The Communist Party specializes in attacking bad guys like Xiao Shi and others, and does not kill ordinary people. This news became more and more widespread. As it spread for a long time, Xiao Shi and Chuan Shi and the others got wind of it and actually asked about it.
谁也听的是流言，都不知道是从哪里传来的。可惜后来仍然不免惹出事来。这话又是冷园那个冒失鬼说漏了的。原来杨三魁的小闺女巧巧长得十分清秀，出嫁以后当了新媳妇。
Everyone heard the rumors and no one knew where they came from. It's a pity that trouble still happened later, and it was Leng Yuan who was the reckless one who let it slip. It turns out that Yang Sankui's little girl Qiao Qiao was very pretty and became his new wife after getting married.
穿得更整齐一点，更觉可爱，都说是一村里头一个好媳妇。小喜是个酒色之徒，自己也不讲个大小，见哪家有好媳妇，就有一搭没一搭到人家家里闲坐。自从巧巧出嫁了，
She is more neatly dressed and looks cuter. They say she is a good wife in the village. Xiao Shi was a drunkard and a womanizer, and she didn't care about her age. Whenever she saw a good wife in a family, she would go to their house and sit around, ever since Qiao Qiao got married.
他就常到白狗那里去。白狗这小孩子家，对他也没有办法，修福老汉也惹不起他。他来了，大家也只好一言不发，各做各的活，等他做的没意思了，自己走。一天冷园在白狗家。
He often went to the white dog. There was nothing that could be done to Bai Go, a kid like him, and old man Xiao Fu couldn't afford to offend him. When he came, everyone had no choice but to do their own work in silence and leave when he got bored. One day Leng Yuan was at Bai Go's house.
白狗和他谈起小喜怎么轻贱，冷园说：“共产党怎么直到如今还不来？你姐夫不是说来了就要杀小喜他们那些坏家伙吗？”这时候小喜刚刚走到院里，听见这话。
Bai Go talked to him about how contemptuous Xiao Shi was, and Leng Yuan said, "Why hasn't the Communist Party come yet? Didn't your brother-in-law say that when he comes, he will kill Xiao Shi and the other bad guys?" At this time, Xiao Shi had just walked to the courtyard. "Here, I heard this."
就蹑着脚步返回走了。小喜回去把这话向春喜说了。春喜这几天正因为防共没有成绩受了区团长的批评，就马上把这事写成一张报告呈给区团长，算作自己一功。
He walked back quietly. Xiao Shi went back and told Chuanxi this. Chuanxi had been criticized by the district leader for failing to prevent communism in the past few days, so he immediately wrote a report on the matter and submitted it to the district leader as a credit to himself.
区团、报县团、县团转县府，县府便派警察捉去了铁锁。要是早半年的话，铁锁就没有命了。这时已是民国25年的夏天，一来共产党又退回陕西。
The district group reported to the county group, and the county group transferred to the county government. The county government sent police to arrest Tai Suo. If it had been half a year earlier, Iron Lock would have been dead. It was already the summer of the 25th year of the Republic of China, and the Communist Party had returned to Shaanxi.
山西防共的那股疯狂劲已经过去。再者，这位县长太爷在上一年冬天杀人最凶的时候，共产党在他住的房子门上贴过张传单，吓得他几夜睡不着觉。
Shaanxi's frantic drive to anti-communist has passed. Moreover, when the county magistrate was at his peak last winter, the Communist Party posted a leaflet on the door of the house where he lived, scaring him so much that he couldn't sleep for several nights. Sleep.
以后对共产党也稍稍客气了一点，因此对铁锁这个案件也放宽了一点。他问过铁锁一堂之后，觉着虽然也与共产党有过点关系，可是关系也实在太小，也杀不得也放不得。
In the future, I became a little more polite to the Communist Party, so I also relaxed a little more about the iron lock case. After questioning Tai Sua, he felt that although he had some relationship with the Communist Party, the relationship was too small and he could neither kill nor let go.
因为公道团像个村要防共成绩，各村差不多都有胡乱报告的，像铁锁这样案情的人就有一大群。后来县长请示了一下，给他们开了个训导班。
Because the Justice Corps asked each village for anti-communist results, almost every village reported random reports, and there were a large group of people involved in cases like Tieshua. Later, the county magistrate asked for permission and gave them a training class.
叫他们在里边一面做苦工，一面受训练的课程，仍是铁锁听小喜春喜说过几千遍的那一套。办这个训导班的人，见这些受训人都是些老老实实的受苦汉。
They were asked to work hard inside and receive training at the same time. The training course was still the same as what Tai Sua had heard Xiao Shichuanxi say thousands of times. The people who run this training class see that these trainees are all honest and hard-working people.
就把他们当成自己的不出钱伙计，叫他们做了1年多的苦工。直到77事变以后，省城早经过好多人要求把政治犯都释放了，他们仍连一个也舍不得放出来。
He treated them as his unpaid assistants and made them do hard work for more than a year. Even after the July 7th incident, many people in the provincial capital had asked for the release of all political prisoners, but they were still reluctant to release even one.
后来还是西盟会一来了，要动员群众抗日，才向县府交涉，把这批人放出去。
Later, the Sacrifice League came to mobilize the masses to resist Japan, so they negotiated with the county government to release these people.
一西盟会是1936年至抗日战争初期在山西省成立的一个地方性的群众抗日团，体山西省牺牲救国同盟会的简称。该团体和共产党密切合作。
The Sacrifice League is the abbreviation of the Shaanxi Province Sacrifice for National Salvation League, a local mass anti-Japanese group established in Shaanxi Province from 1936 to the early days of the anti-Japanese war. The group works closely with the Communist Party.
在山西的抗日战争中曾起了重大的作用。1939年12月，阎锡山在山西省西部公开发动摧残西盟，许多共产党员、西盟的干部和群众中的进步分子遭到了残酷的杀害。第7章。
He played an important role in the anti-Japanese war in Shaanxi. In December 1939, Yan Xishan openly launched a campaign to destroy the Sacrifice League in western Shaanxi province. Many Communist Party members, cadres of the Sacrifice League and progressive elements among the masses were brutally killed. Chapter 7.
山西的爱国人士组织的牺牲救国同盟会在77事变后派人到县里来发动群众抗日。这时候，八路军已经开到山西打了好多大仗，在平型关消灭了日本的板垣师团。
After the July 7th incident, the League of Sacrifice for National Salvation organized by Shaanxi patriots sent people to the county to mobilize the masses to resist Japan. At this time, the 8th Route Army had already marched to Shaanxi and fought many major battles, annihilating the Japanese Sakagaki Division at Pingxingwan.
防共保卫团也已经解散了。铁锁住的这个训导班在没有理由不结束。结束的时候，西盟会派了个人去给他们讲了一次话，话讲得很简单明白， 无非是国共已经合作了。
The Anti-Communist Protection Group has also been disbanded, and there is no reason why this locked-in training class should not end. At the end of the day, the Sacrifice Alliance sent someone to give them a speech. The speech was very simple and clear. It was nothing more than the Kuomintang and the Communist Party have cooperated.
这种反共训导班早应结束了，以后谁再反共谁就是死顽固。大家回去要热心参加抗日工作，这一类抗战初期动员群众的话。
This kind of anti-communist training class should have ended long ago. Anyone who continues to oppose the communists in the future will be stubborn. Everyone must enthusiastically participate in the anti-Japanese work when we go back. These types of words were used to mobilize the masses in the early days of the anti-Japanese war.
可是听话的人差不多都是因为说闲话提了提共产党，就把人家圈起来做了1年多苦工，在这1年多功夫中，连个共字也不敢提了。这时听了这话，自然大大松了一口气。
However, most of the people who listened were rounded up and worked hard for more than a year because they mentioned the Communist Party in gossip. During this period of more than a year, they did not even dare to mention the word communist. Then they listened. After saying this, I was naturally relieved.
觉着世界变了样子。铁索自己听话还是其次，他注意的是说话的人。当这人出走上讲台，他看见有点像小肠、厚墩墩的头发，眼睛好像打闪，虽然隔了6、7年，面貌也没有很改变。
I feel like the world has changed. Locking himself, obedience comes second. He pays attention to the person speaking. When this man first walked onto the podium, he saw that he looked a bit like Xiao Chang. He had thick hair and his eyes seemed to be flashing. Even though it had been 6 or 7 years, his appearance had not changed much.
说话的神情语调，也和他出搬到满洲坟，在院子里听他第一次讲话时一样。在这人讲话时候，他没有顾上听他说的是什么，他只是研究人家怎样开口，怎样抬手，怎样转身，越看越像。
The expression and tone of his words were the same as when he first moved to the Manchu tomb and listened to his first speech in the courtyard. When this person was speaking, he didn't pay attention to what he was saying. He just studied how the person spoke, how he raised his hands, how he turned around. The more he looked at it, the more he looked like him.
越听越像。这场讲话差不多1点钟功夫就结束了。大家都各自回房收拾行李准备回家，铁索也顾不得回房里去，挤开众人向这讲话的人赶来。他赶上来，本来想问一声是不是小肠。
The more it sounds, the more it sounds like. The speech ended at almost 1 o'clock, and everyone went back to their rooms to pack their luggage and prepare to go home. Tai Sua didn't even bother to go back to his room, and pushed his way through the crowd to rush towards the speaker. He caught up and originally wanted to ask if it was Xiao Chang.
走到跟前，看见人家穿的一身新军服，自己滚得满身灰土，衣裳上边又满是窟窿，觉着丢人。倘或不是小肠，又该说些什么？他这样想着，怎么也不好意思开口。可是他又觉着
When I walked up to him, I saw that he was wearing a new military uniform. I was covered in dust and dirt, and my clothes were full of holes. I felt embarrassed. If it wasn't Xiao Chang, what should I say? He thought like this, but he was too embarrassed to speak. But he felt it again.
如果真是小肠，也不可当面错过，因此也舍不得放松，就跟着走出街上来。1年多不见街上的景致，他也顾不得细看，只是跟着人家走。跟了一段，他想，不问一下总不得知道。
If it was really Xiao Chang, he couldn't miss it in person, so he couldn't bear to relax and followed him out of the street. He hadn't seen the scenery on the street for more than a year, so he didn't care to take a closer look and just followed people. After following him for a while, he thought, he would never know without asking.
就鼓着勇气抢了几步问道：“哎，你是不是小常先生？”那人立刻站住，回过头来，用那闪电一样的眼睛向他一闪，愣了一愣，返回来握住他的手道：“这么面熟，怎么想不起来？”铁锁道。
He mustered up the courage to take a few steps and asked, "Hey, are you Mr. Xiaochang?" The man stopped immediately, turned around and flashed at him with his lightning-like eyes, and was stunned for a moment before returning to hold him. The hand said, "It looks so familiar, why can't you remember it?" Tai Suo said.
在太原满洲坟，那人笑道：“对对对，就是后来才搬去的那一位吧？晚上提了许多问题，是不是？”铁锁道：“就是。”那人的手握得更紧了，一边又道：“好，我的老朋友，走。”
In Taiyuan Manchu tomb. The man said with a smile, "Yes, yes. He is the one who moved there later, right? He asked a lot of questions at night, right?" Tai Suo said, "That's right." He held his hand tighter and said, "Good old friend. Let's go."
到我那里坐坐去。他换了左手拉着铁锁的右手，跟他并走着，问铁锁的姓名、住址、家庭情形。铁锁自然也问了他些被捕以后的事。铁锁因为酒后说了几句闲话。
"Come and sit at my place." He changed his left hand to hold Tai Suo's right hand and walked with him, asking Tai Suo his name, address, and family situation. Tai Suo naturally also asked him about things after his arrest. Tai Suo said because he was drunk. A few small talk.
被人家关起来，做了1年多苦工，这时不止自己出了笼，又听说真正的共产党也不许捉了，又碰上自己认为的天下第一个好人，你想他该是怎样高兴呢？他连连点头暗道。
He was imprisoned and worked hard for more than a year. Not only did he get out of the cage, but he also heard that the real communists were not allowed to be captured. He also met what he thought was the best person in the world. How happy do you think he would be? He nodded repeatedly and said secretly.
这就又像个世界了。他虽跟小常拉着手并肩走着，却时时扭转头看小常，好像怕他跑了一样。街上的热闹像京广杂货、饭馆、酒店、粮食集市、菜摊、肉铺，人挤人，人碰人。
This feels like the world again. Although he and Xiao Chang were holding hands and walking side by side, he always turned his head to look at Xiao Chang, as if he was afraid that he would run away. The bustle on the street, such as Beijing Guangzhou groceries, restaurants and hotels, grain markets, vegetable stalls and butcher shops, people are crowded and bumping into each other.
在他看来毫不在意，好像什么也没有看见，只看见身边有个小常。不大一会，走到西盟会，小常请他喝了中茶以后，就问起他近几年村里的情形来。铁锁自从打太原回来以后，
It seemed to him that he didn't care, as if he didn't see anything, only Xiao Chang beside him. After a while, he walked to the Sacrifice League. After Xiao Chang invited him to have a cup of tea, he asked him about the situation in the village in recent years. After Tai Suo came back from Taiyuan.
6、7年来又满满闷了一肚子气，恨不得找小常这样一个人谈谈。这时见了猿人，如何肯不谈？他恐怕事情过长，小常不耐烦听，只从简短处说，小常反要他说的详细一点。
I have been feeling depressed for the past 6 or 7 years, and I wish I could talk to someone like Xiao Chang. Now that I have met the original person, how can I not talk to him? He was afraid that the matter was too long, and Xiao Chang was impatient to listen, so he only told it briefly. Xiao Chang instead asked him to explain it in more detail.
听不明的地方还要拦住问个底细， 说到人名地名，还问他是哪几个字。他一边谈，小常一边用笔记。谈了一会，天晌午了，小常就留他在会里吃饭。
If you don't understand something, you'll stop and ask for details. When someone's name is mentioned, you'll also be asked what the characters are. As he talked, Xiao Chang took notes. After talking for a while, it was already noon, so Xiao Chang left him to eat in the meeting.
吃饭时候又把他介绍给5、6个驻会工作的同志们认识。吃过饭，仍然接着谈，把村里谁是村长，谁是公道团长，谁是防共保卫团长，每天起来都干些什么勾当。
During the meal, he was introduced to 5 or 6 comrades who were working in the conference. After dinner, we continued to talk about who was the village chief, who was the head of the Justice Regiment, who was the head of the Anti-Communist Security Regiment, and what they did every day when they got up.
自己因什么被关起来，做了1年多苦工，详详细细谈了一遍。谈完以后，小常向他道：“我们这里派人到你村去过一次，不过像你说的这些情形，去的人还没有了解。”
Why I was locked up and worked hard for more than a year. I talked about it in detail. After the conversation, Xiao Chang said to him, "We sent people here to visit your village once, but the people who went there didn't understand the situations you mentioned."
现在你村里也有一点小变动。说着，他又翻出派去的人寄来的报告信，看着道：“村长换成外村人了，听说是在太原受过训的。李如珍成了村副，防共保卫团改成抗日自卫队了。”
Now there is a little change in your village. As he said that, he took out the report letter sent by the person who was sent and looked at it. The village chief has been replaced by someone from another village. I heard that he was trained in Taiyuan. Li Ruzhen became the village deputy. The Anti-Communist Defense Corps was changed to the Anti-Japanese Self-Defense Force.
不过队长还是小喜，公道团长还是春喜。铁索听了这种变动，叹了一口气道：“难道李如珍、小喜、春喜这些人的势力是铁钉钉住了吗？为什么换来换去总是他们？”
However, the captain is still Xiaoxi, and the leader of the justice team is still Chuanxi. After hearing this change, Tai Suo sighed and said, "Is it possible that the power of people like Li Ruzhen, Xiaoxi, Chuanxi and others is nailed down by iron nails? Why is it always them when I switch?"
你不是说过非把这些坏家伙们打倒，世界不能有真理吗？你不是说过有个办法能叫大家齐心吗？可惜那时候你没有告我说这个办法就叫人家把你捉走了。
Didn't you say, until these bad guys are defeated, there will be no truth in the world? Didn't you say, there is a way to bring everyone together? It's a pity that you didn't tell me about this method at that time and asked others to arrest you.
如今我可要领这个教。小常哈哈大笑道：“好，我的老朋友，你真是个热心热肠的人。这个办法我今天可以告给你了。这个办法并不奇怪，就是要把大家组织起来。”
Now I can learn this lesson. Xiao Chang laughed and said, "Good old friend of mine. You are such a warm-hearted person. I can tell you this method today. This method is not surprising. It is to organize everyone."
这么说也很笼统，以后我们慢慢谈吧。我们西盟会就是专门来干这事的，不只要对付这些家伙们，最重要的还是抵抗日本帝国主义。不过不对付这些家伙们。
It's very general to say so. Let's talk about it slowly in the future. Our Sacrifice League is here specifically to do this. Not only do we have to deal with these guys, but the most important thing is to resist Japanese imperialism. But don't deal with these guys.
大多数的好老百姓被他们压得抬不起头来，如何还有心抗日？这些事马上说不明白，1、2天我就要到你们那一区的个村里去， 也可以先到你们村子里看看，到那时候咱们再详细谈吧。
Most of the good people were so suppressed by them that they could not hold their heads up. How could they still have the heart to resist Japan? I can't explain these things immediately. I will go to the villages in your area in a day or two. I can also visit your villages first. Let's talk in detail at that time.
你1年多了还没有回去了，可以先回去看一下，等几天我就去了。铁索又道，你是不是能先告我说怎样把大家组织起来？我回去先跟几个自己人谈谈。小常见他这样热心。
You haven't been back for more than a year. You can go back and have a look first. I'll go there in a few days. Tai Suo said again, can you tell me how to organize everyone first? I'll go back and talk to a few of my own people first. I've never seen him so enthusiastic.
连声答道，可以可以，你就先参加我们西盟会吧。说着就给他拿出一份西盟会组织章程和入会志愿书，给他讲解了一下，然后问他会写字不会。他说写不好。
He replied repeatedly, yes, yes. You can join our sacrifice alliance first. After saying that, he took out a copy of the Constitution of the Sacrifice Alliance and a membership application form, explained it to him, and then asked him if he could write. Meeting. He said he couldn't write well.
小常便一项一项问着，替他往上填写，写完又递给他看了一下，问他写的对不对。他看完了完全同意，又递给小常收起来。小常又告他说，就照这样收会员，以后有什么要做的事。
Xiao Chang asked him one by one and filled it out for him. After he finished writing, he handed it to him to look at and asked him if he wrote it correctly. After reading it, he completely agreed and handed it to Xiao Chang to put away. Xiao Chang sued him again, just accept members like this. If you have anything to do in the future.
大家开会决定了大家来做，这就叫组织起来了。又给他拿了几份组织章程道，你回去见了你自己以为真正的好人，就可以问他愿意入会不，他要愿意，你就可以算他的介绍人。
When everyone meets and decides what to do, this is called organizing. He took some articles of association to him and said, when you go back and meet a person you think is a really good person, you can ask him if he is willing to join the association. If he is willing, you can be his introducer.
介绍他入会。我们派出去那个同志姓王，还在你们那一带工作，谁想入会，可以找他填志愿书，我可以给他写个信。说着，他便写了个信交给铁索。太快落的时候
Introduce him to the membership. The comrade we sent out is surnamed Wang, and he is still working in your area. Anyone who wants to join the association can fill out a volunteer form with him, and I can write him a letter. As he said that, he wrote a letter and gave it to Tai Suo. When it falls too fast.
铁索才辞了小常回自己住了1年多的那个圈子里收拾行李。他回去见人已经走完了，灶也停了，只剩自己一条破被几件破衣服堆在七零八落的铺草堆里。他把这些东西捆好以后
Tai Suo just resigned from Xiao Chang and went back to pack his luggage in the same circle where he had lived for more than a year. When he returned, he saw that the people had left, the stove had stopped, and he was left with only a rag and a few rags piled in a pile of scattered straw. After he tied these things up.
天已黑了，没钱住店，只好仍到西盟会找着小常住了一夜。第二天早上，小常又留他吃过早饭，他便回家去了。他在回家的路上，一肚子高兴，憋得他要说话，可是只有他一个人。
It was getting dark and I had no money to stay in a hotel, so I had to go to the Zemengui to find Xiao Chang and stay overnight. The next morning, Xiao Chang asked him to have breakfast again, and he went home. On the way home, he was so happy that he wanted to talk, but he was alone.
想说也没处说，有时唱几句戏，有时仰天大叫道：“这就又像个世界了。”80里小跑步，一直跑回村子里去。这时正是收罢秋的时候，村里好多人在打谷场上铡草。
I wanted to say something but had nowhere to say it. Sometimes I would sing a few lines from an opera, and sometimes I would look up to the sky and shout, "This is like the world again." I jogged for 80 miles until I ran back to the village. It was the time when the autumn harvest was over, and many people in the village were cutting grass on the threshing floor.
太虽然落了却还可以做一阵活，见他回来了，就都马上停了工，围着他来问询。孩子们报告了二妞，二妞也到场上来看他。他第一个消息自然是报告小常来了。这个消息刚一出口，
Although Tai was left behind, he could still work for a while. Seeing that he was back, everyone immediately stopped working and gathered around him to inquire. The children reported it to Ernie, who also came to the field to see him. Naturally, his first message was to report, "Xiao Chang is here." The news just came out.
一圈子眼睛一下子都睁大了许多，一齐同声问道：“真的？在哪里了？”他便把在县里遇小常的一段事情说了一遍。原来这村里知道小常的。
The eyes of everyone in the circle suddenly widened a lot, and they all asked in unison, "Really? Where is it?" He then told the story of meeting Xiao Chang in the county. It turns out that Xiao Chang is known in this village.
也不过只是上年正月初3在修福老汉家听铁锁谈话的那几个人，可是自铁锁被捕以后，知道的人就越来越多了。因为铁锁一被捕，谁也想打听是为什么来。
They were just a few people who listened to Tai Sua's conversation at the old man Xiao Fu's house on the 3rd day of the first lunar month last year. But since Tai Sua was arrested, more and more people knew about it, because once Tai Sua was arrested, no one wanted to find out why you are here.
结果就从冷源口中把铁锁那天晚上谈的话原封传出去。后来春喜知道了，又把冷源弄到庙里，叫他当众说了一遍。在春喜是想借冷源的话证明铁锁真与共产党有过关系。
As a result, what Tai Sua had talked about that night was passed on from Leng Yuan's mouth. Later, when Chuanxi found out, he brought Leng Yuan to the temple and asked him to tell him in public. Chuanxi wanted to use Leng Yuan's words to prove that Tai Sua really had something to do with the Communist Party.
以便加重他的罪，可是说了以后，反叫全村人都知道世界上有小常这样一个好人了。大家这会见铁锁说小常不几天要来，都说来了可要看看是怎么样一个人了。这天晚上
In order to aggravate his crime, but after telling him, the whole village knew that there was a good person like Xiao Chang in the world. When everyone saw Tai Sua and said that Xiao Chang was coming in a few days, they all said, "I want to see what kind of person he is when he comes." This evening,
铁锁又到修福老汉那里，问他近来村里办公人的变动。修福老汉说的和小常接到王同志的报告差不多，只是又说这位新来的村长是春喜一个同学，说是受过训。
Tai Sua went to old man Xiaofu again and asked him about the recent changes in the village office staff. What old man Xiaofu said was similar to the report Xiao Chang received from Comrade Wang, except that the new village chief was a classmate of Chuanxi. It's been trained.
也不过是嘴上会说几句抗日救国的空话，办起事来还跟李如真是一股劲，实际上还跟李如真是村长一样。又谈到西盟会派来的王同志，修福老汉道是一个16、17岁的小孩子。
He could just talk a few empty words about resisting Japan and saving the country, but he acted with the same enthusiasm as Li Ruzhen. In fact, he was just like the village chief. Talking about Comrade Wang sent by the Sacrifice League, the old man Xiao Fu said, He is a child of 16 or 17 years old.
说话很伶俐，字写得也很好，可惜人太年轻，不通世故。他来那几天正是收秋时候，大家忙得喘不过气来，他偏要在这时候召集大家开会。老宋打了几遍锣，可是人都在地里。
He speaks very smartly and writes well. Unfortunately, he is too young and unsophisticated. During the few days he came, it was the time of autumn harvest and everyone was so busy that he decided to call everyone for a meeting at this time. Lao Song beat the gong several times, but everyone was in the fields.
只召集了7、8个老汉跟几个6、7岁的小孩子，他不知道是因为人忙，还说大家不热心。铁锁又说到小常叫他回来组织西盟会，修福老汉道已经组织起来了。
Only 7 or 8 old men and a few 6 or 7-year-old children were gathered. He didn't know it was because people were busy, and he said that everyone was not enthusiastic. Tai Suo also mentioned that Xiao Cheng asked him to come back and organize the Sacrifice Alliance. The old man Xiao Fu said, "It has already been organized."
我看那也没有什么用处。铁锁觉着奇怪，忙问道：“几时组织的？谁来组织的？”修福老汉道：“还是姓王的那个孩子来的时候，叫村长给他找个能热心为大家办事的人，忙时候。”
I see no use in that. Tai Suo felt strange and asked hurriedly, "When was it organized? Who organized it?" Xiao Fu old man said, "When the boy named Wang came, he asked the village chief to find him someone who could enthusiastically do things for everyone. During busy times."
正经人都没功夫，村长给他找了个小毛，陪他做了半天。他走后，小毛跟村里人说，人家托他组织西盟会，前天才挨户造名册，可不知道报上去了没有。铁锁听罢摇着头道：
No serious person had time, so the village chief found a little boy to sit with him for a long time. After he left, Xiao Mao told the villagers that he had been asked to organize a sacrifice alliance. He had just made a list of names from house to house the day before yesterday, but he didn't know if the registration had been submitted. After hearing this, Tai Suo shook his head and said,
想不到这些家伙们这样透脱，哪一个缝子也不误钻。他虽然白天跑了80里路，晚上又谈了一会话，回去仍然没有睡着。自他被捕以后，二妞到城里去探过他3次。
I didn't expect these guys to be so naked and not miss any of the cracks. Although he ran 80 miles during the day and talked for a while at night, he still did not fall asleep when he returned. Since his arrest, Erniu went to the city to visit him 3 times.
第一次人家说还没有判决，不让见面。第2次、第3次虽然见了，又只是隔着门说了不几句话，人家就撵他走了，因此也没有看清自己的丈夫累成了什么样子。
The first time, she was told that there was no judgment yet and they were not allowed to meet her. The second and third time, although they did meet her, they only exchanged a few words through the door, and then they pushed her away, so they did not see her husband clearly. How tired I am.
只是盼望他能早些出来就是了。这时，人是回来了，可是身上糟蹋的变了样子，头发像贴在头上的粘片子，脸像个黄梨，袖子破得像2把破蒲扇，满身脏得像涂过了漆，2肘、2膝、肩膀。
I just hope he can come out soon. At this time, the person came back, but his appearance was completely messed up. His hair was like a piece of felt stuck to his head, his face was like a yellow pear, his sleeves were torn like 2 broken cattail fans, and his whole body was as dirty as if it had been painted. 2 elbows, 2 paints, shoulders.
屁股都露着皮，大小狮子从衣服的窟窿里爬进去爬出来。二妞见人家把自己的男人糟蹋成这个样子，自然十分伤心，便问起他在县里是怎么过。听铁锁说道怎样喝60年的老仓米汤。
The skin on the buttocks was exposed, and large and small lice crawled in and out of the holes in the clothes. Ernie was naturally very sad when she saw that her man had been ruined like this, so she asked him how he was doing in the county. Listen to Tai Sua talk about how to drink 60-year-old Laotsang rice soup.
怎样睡在草堆里，抬多么重的抬杆，挨多么粗的鞭子，惹得他抱住铁锁哭起来。铁锁从小就心软，这几年虽说磨练的硬了一点，可是1年多没有见一个亲人了，这会见有人这样怜惜自己。
How she slept in the haystack, how heavy the pole was, and how thick the whip she received, made her hug the iron chain and cry. Tai Sua has been soft-hearted since he was a child. Although he has become a little tougher in the past few years, he has not seen a relative in more than a year. Now he will see someone taking pity on him like this.
如何能不心痛？因此也忍不住与他对哭。两口子哭了一会，二牛又说了说近1年来家里的困难。最后铁锁又告他说世界变了，不久就要想法打倒那些坏家伙。说着天就明了。
How could I not feel sad, so I couldn't help crying with her. The couple cried for a while, and Ernie talked about the difficulties at home in the past year. Finally, Tai Sua told her that the world had changed and that she would soon find a way to defeat those bad guys.